good. Don't wait around and let someone else drive away in the Kia you've been dreaming about. Your new ride is waiting for you at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach.
With approval to KFA, stock number SG005991. MSRP $45,235. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax tag and $9.99 admin fee. Discount includes all Kia factory rebates to dealer. Negative equity refinanced. Offers don't combine. Expires 9/15/25.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-7473. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
ESPN 1063 is your home for live sports presented by Hard Rock Bet, home of Inter Miami, Miami Heat, and the Miami Dolphins. Catch all the action and the biggest matchups throughout the week right here on ESPN 1063. Hard Rock Bet, it's Florida's official sports book. Try Hard Rock Bet now and receive up to $100 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. It's offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida, must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida. Wager terms and conditions apply. Considered by gambling. Call 1-888-ADMITTED.
The Rich Eisen Show is coming to ESPN West Palm. Tune in every day at 12 p.m. before we hand things off to Theoretically Speaking.
When the clock strikes noon, the big dogs talk football. Starting September 2nd on ESPN 1063.
Does your business leave a lasting impression? Attractive, eye-catching signs help you stand out from the crowd and create a strong brand identity. Our team at Signarama West Palm are experts in helping your business get noticed and get effective signage in front of your potential customers. Our team can turn your blank windows or plain vehicles into money-making branding machines by drawing customers' attention to your business. So if you're looking to leave that lasting impression, call us 561-687-7993 or visit signaramawpb.com.
Breaking news on ESPN 1063 is brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
This just in, we begin this hour with breaking news.
When news breaks, ESPN 1063 has it covered.
We've had developments. ESPN 1063 can now report.
When your vehicle breaks, St. Lucie Battery and Tire fixes it. Stay tuned to ESPN 1063 for more breaking news. Brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
From Vero Beach down to Boca Raton and out to the muck, we've got you covered all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN 1063. HSS Florida presents ESPN West Palm's High School Game Day. We're coming to your city. The biggest games, the most compelling stories, the area's best high school sports coverage. Supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is also presented by Kaiser University, South Florida Ford, Sports Certified by Vitacost, Moss Plus by Messi, Duffy's Sports Grill, Culligan, Racetrack, Safebound Moving and Storage, and the Boca Raton Bowl.
And we're coming to your city.
Another fun week of high school football aboard. We had a kickoff classic for the ages last week with Atlantic against Palm Beach Central, but now it's officially regular season time. We got a little ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida. Welcome in, everybody. Colin Russo with you. I am your in-studio, live on site host, live at the St. Andrews School, who have Kings Academy coming into town today. Coach Dan Bureick versus Coach Jimmy Robertson. We'll hear from both of those coaches as we take you up till kickoff. 6:30 p.m. will be the kickoff today, so looking forward to that. We'll hear from Christian Catt, who will be live on the call throughout right here on ESPN 106.3. Also streaming live on ESPN Top 63, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X. You can catch the full coverage of the game and watch the full game there. If you missed last week, Atlantic and Palm Beach Central in a kickoff classic, it was outstanding. Back and forth, intense game, and the whole thing. St. Andrews, of course, well, high expectations coming into the league. A lot of players on our top 63 list, as well as Kings Academy, who have a high expectations with Coach Dan Bureick. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Presented by HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic provider. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Move better. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We got to hear from both of these coaches. Should be a lot of fun as we'll hear from Coach Dan Bureick first, the visiting side of Kings Academy. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by Spitball, Bayz, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be a sponsor of this very program, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Spitball, Bayz, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything less to make a recovery for you. You could call right now at 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP. With Smithball, Bayz, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So we'll hear from Coach Dan Bureick of Kings Academy right now, who joined Theo Dorsey a little earlier in the week to preview this game, talk about the Kickoff Classic a little bit. Take a listen to Coach Dan Bureick of Kings Academy with Theo Dorsey.
Theo Dorsey, joined by Dan Bureick, the head coach of the Kings Academy Lions, ahead of a high school game day game of the week at St. Andrews. First and foremost, how do you feel coming off of your Kickoff Classic win?
I feel really good. It was a good game, gritty game, but it was a good win.
Your team clearly is a team that is going to have more eyes on it than we had the year before in the fall. You shocked a lot of teams last year. You had a great run. What do you feel like they gained from that experience that's going to pour into this fall?
Yeah, I mean, we had a really good team last year and just a lot of young guys as well. This year, even younger team. But the good thing is just the culture starting to take over, this being my 3rd year as the head coach and 4th year here. So the kids have a good face. And but it's just been good just seeing these guys really pouring into each other and really just putting God first in all that they do.
What's your philosophy like as a head coach, as we know that this is the era of transferring back and forth in all of athletics? I mean, I feel like they're doing it in middle school as well. But how much do you reward guys? You're obviously going to be inclusive to the guys that come into your program because they're buying into the culture y'all have set. But how much do you like to reward the guys that have stuck around and have been there since you started coaching there?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our roster, with the exception of maybe a few guys that have come in, we have guys that have pretty much been here almost since elementary school. And I think that's a rarity these days. And well, listen, I know that's the name of the game, but it's not really conducive to what we're trying to do here. And the big thing is when you see guys that have been here 3-4 years in the program, you start to see that. I mean, the relationships that you gain, I'll take those over, just bringing in some stud athlete. Those are always nice to have, but it's one of those things where, the relationship wise, I think you're starting to see the what can you do for me kind of culture, right? And when you see guys grinding every day and they're here within a system and they're with their teachers every day, they're with their friends every day, they're in a great school environment, like that's what high school to me is about. And I think that with the relationships, hey, 10 years from now, I'm hoping to be at somebody's wedding or seeing how they're doing in life. And I don't think that's a priority in a lot of places. And, I just really love seeing these growth in these kids, when they come in as the freshman and then all of a sudden now they're the senior guy,
Who's a good example of somebody you saw coming in? I know it's only been 3 years for you as the head coach there, but saw early on and is now a leader in the locker room for Kings Academy.
Yeah, I mean, Levi Champion, I know he's only a junior, but he came in here as a freshman. Just really seeing the growth out of him. Hudson Champion, Tice Porche, man, that kid has been here for a while. Ben McPherson Jr., he's been here. He's seen all his brothers go. He's got a younger brother on the team, so there's a really good family legacy there. Caleb Scroggins, he's another one, kind of like a legacy guy where basically a bunch of his family members came through here. And you're starting to see these guys come up through and just take leadership and take charge. And I really enjoy the fact that we have freshman leaders. We have senior leaders. I mean, everywhere in between, these guys are just playing for each other.
You're going to be playing for each other on Friday night on the road against the Scots. Last year, you get a 13-0 shutout. The year before that, it's 55-54.
Yeah.
I mean, are y'all going to y'all never cease to amaze us. What are you expecting out of this Friday's matchup?
Yeah, I mean, people forget too. The year before that, we won by a last-second field goal. So it's always been a good game, man. It's been a good little rivalry. I think Jimmy does a good job over there, and they're well coached. I know they're going to be in shape, and I just know looking at them, it's always a good test to see where we're going to fall in our season. But I'm excited about it. It's always good competition. And also, too, I think at the end of the game, we're able to line up and pray together and come in fellowship. And so, yeah, it's going to be competitive and everything, but it's just going to be a great day for competition.
What is it about this team that you feel like it feels like a tone setter for both programs? This is the third or fourth straight year you'll face off in week one. Why do you like going up against that squad? What do you respect about that coaching staff, and how enjoyable is that for your whole program?
Yeah, I mean, they do all the little things right? So they're a very well coached team. They're a tough team, and so going week one and just seeing, hey, two evenly coached teams, where you're going to concentrate on the little things. We're not looking at rosters where you're going against teams that have like 75 plus, so like-minded school, like talent. So you look at it and you say, okay, this is a good test just to kind of see where we fall and then really kind of crank it up going into the season. I like the early test early on because, again, it just kind of says, hey, this is going to set that tone for the rest of the year, where we need to fall. And I think each year, both of our programs have done really well, making it to the playoffs and winning district championships. So it's just a really good testament to see, like, where do we fall going into the season.
I know last year they had injury at quarterback. They had Dylan Faison, a top 63 player who's committed to Notre Dame, playing some Wildcat QB and whatnot. Yeah. How much different do you expect it to be just based off of that sole fact that he'll be at his more natural position? They'll have their guy back at QB, and it'll put more of a test on your defense than you saw last season, same time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to beat around the bush. The kid's good, right? Faison's good. But I will say, we're pretty good on defense as well. And we got some really good guys on the defensive side. So I think it'll be a really good battle between their offense and our defense. And I'm excited to see how our guys handle him and just see how we corral him. But like I said, I know he's a good athlete and stuff, but we got some guys on the defensive side that I think will match up pretty nicely.
Where do you feel the strength is at right now with the Lions team as y'all approach week one here?
I mean, definitely our defense. You got Levi in the middle, and then you got his brother on the outside and Tice up top. So I think definitely our defense is something we're going to lean on. That's my baby. I'm also the defensive coordinator and the defensive-minded coach. So we're going to put all the eggs in the basket on defense always. But I'm also really excited about our offense. There's just a lot of young guys on that squad that, they've been working to get this moment, right? So, obviously you miss having like a Javian Jones or somebody like that, but we got a lot of guys that we can facilitate the ball to. So again, I'm really excited to see how our offense connects. We got a little bit stalled out on just some few things on the Kickoff Classic, but they've had a really good film session and really good just kind of breaking down things on Saturday, seeing where we need to make, fix some mistakes. So, but definitely on that defense, and then our special teams looks pretty good too. So
the Kings Academy wins Friday night at St. Andrews if what happens correctly for the Lions?
Got to just play 4 quarters of football, and we got to finish. That's the big thing, is just finish and set the tone. And just be more physical. If we're the more physical team, I think we come out on top of that game, no problem. But again, it just comes in and setting that tone for 4 quarters straight, and just not giving up that big play. Keep everything little, and I think we'll be just fine.
Looking forward to catching you all on Friday night out in Boca Raton. Appreciate the time, and good luck and a healthy week of practice for the Lions.
I appreciate it, man. God bless, and thank you guys for all you do for the kids. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was Theo Dorsey with Coach Dan Bureick of Kings Academy, who are visiting the St. Andrews Scots, which is going to be ESPN West Palm High School's Game Day's premier coverage, starting at 6:30 with Christian Catt. You'll hear from him in just about 10 minutes. If you missed that interview, you want to go listen back, just go listen and search up on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, look up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. You can catch our full catalog of high school coach interviews from surrounding the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area. We talk to everybody. We try to cover as much as we can, and we got it all covered there in full catalog format. So take a listen to there. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, of course, presented by our pals at Vitacost. High school athletes, your performance starts with what you put in. It's not just how talented you are, how athletic you are, how well rested you are. It's about what you put into your body. It's about the nutrition side of it as well. Vitacost Sports Certified Marketplace, they have 400 plus clean products. What does clean mean? It's free of banned substances. No funny business. They're all good products that are tested from electrolytes, protein. I get my creatine from there. You can get your protein. You can get your fish oil. You can get your electrolytes. Whatever it is, they have it covered on Vitacost. You can save 20% too by going to Vitacost.com, Sports Certified Marketplace, and using code ESPN20. That's ESPN20 for 20% off. I know you get 2-a-days throughout the summer. Now it's game nights. You got to make sure your body is at the top performing capability. And for me, myself, I'm training for a triathlon, so I'm using this stuff as well. And it makes the world of a difference in making sure that I feel good and I am ready. So what we will do now that Vitacost is away, and now with the code ESPN20, you get that 20% off. Just go to Vitacost Support Certified Marketplace and check it out today. Check out one of their 400-plus products that you could use now. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We'll hear from Christian Catt a little later on, but what we will do now is hear from the head coach of St. Andrews. Coach Jimmy Robertson joined Theo Dorsey a little earlier on in the week, talked about a variety of things, how the Kickoff Classic went, and how this game looks from the St. Andrews side. We're live at St. Andrews, but take a listen to what Coach Jimmy Robertson had to say with Theo Dorsey on our Kaiser's Coaches Corner.
Theo Dorsey here with ESPN Top 63 and ESPN West Palm, and I'm joined by Jimmy Robertson, head coach of St. Andrews, coming off of a big Kickoff Classic win. Just how strongly do you feel about the Scots coming into this fall?
You know, we've been working hard in the off season, the summer, and we put on a good show last Friday night. You know, we got a lot of talented players across the board, and I was excited to see what they got, and it was a good preseason game for us. I'll just say that.
I know in how many points did y'all actually end up with when it was all said and done?
49, but 42 were in the first half.
Right. How much more efficient, and what's the biggest difference with the offensive side of the ball? Because I know last year for the Scots, injuries derailed a little bit of the season, and you got off to a slower start, at least with that side of the ball. How much more efficient is this offense now?
Well, it's Jack Williams' second year, our quarterback. He was a sophomore last year. That was his first, varsity season. So obviously when you have a quarterback that knows the system and you got athletes around him, it makes it a little bit easier in the beginning of the season. Jack actually missed the first few games last year, so he didn't have his start until I think week 2 or week 3. So it was good to have our quarterback out there, and he's been working hard. So obviously his hard work has paid off so far.
What were some of the big things that popped for you? I didn't get a chance to see that first half. Our camera actually got out there when it was a little bit out of hand already, so we didn't see as much of the Scots as we wanted to of the Kickoff Classic. But what's working in that offense with Jack and the weapons around him?
Well, first off, we started the game. We kicked the ball off. They wanted to take the ball, and we pushed them out 3 and out. And obviously, we wanted to start Dylan Faison real quick. So we threw him a little screen, and obviously he took it to the house, first touchdown, and that kind of set the tone. Obviously, our defense came up big the next drive. Got us 3 and out again. We scored very quickly again, and then our defense scored on the third drive. A sack and a scoop and score. So it was 21-0 real early, and that's a confidence builder for us. So that was real good to start the season like that. The ball bounced our way, and we made some plays, and we started off hot.
A reclassification for the Scots this year. How is that going to change things for y'all going from 2M to, I believe, 1A? And what do you look around the horizon for the high school football season for y'all now?
Well, last year we went to 1A.
Okay.
So this is our second year. We still have the same district, but in our region, we got some pretty tough teams, especially if and when we make the playoffs. We got to go against some of the top dogs, not just in the state, but, in the country. So, we know where we need to get to, and that's what we're trying to be.
Starts with your actual opener, which will be the high school game day game of the week. You got Kings Academy. Last year was 13-0, but I believe you didn't have your quarterback, Jack, in there that time around. What do you remember from that game that you can use this week to help the Scots be prepped and ready to go come Friday night?
Well, playing Kings is such a great game. I have so much respect for, that school and that coaching staff. The last few years have been a battle. Being close games, going down to the fourth quarter or more. We're excited that we're healthy right now. We got Jack Williams, being able to start the game. So, I'm looking forward to a competitive game. It's going to be well coached by both sides. And, I think it's really good for the county that we got two great teams. Both programs I think are pretty respectful, and it's going to be a great week one.
Yeah, I'm looking back at it. So 2 years ago, you opened the season with the most points scored between the two of y'all in the history of a Florida high school football game, 55-54. Last year it was 13-0. Great defensive output from both sides. Of course, you didn't have your QB. This year, at the very least, you feel a little bit more confident in the offensive side of the ball. I believe Dylan Faison was playing like Wildcat quarterback for you last year.
Yeah. He was playing Wildcat, and we didn't have much in the playbook, and we kind of focused on special teams and defense, and they had a really good game plan for us. It was really challenging for Dylan Faison. I think he carried the ball 25 times that game, but I feel more prepared this year. We got everyone healthy, and offensive side of the ball, we got some really good playmakers. We got Dylan Faison. We have this kid Wesley Wynn. We have Quinn Connors, obviously, who's committed to Colgate. We have another tight end, Nate Chatingi, our running back, Remy DRC, powerful runner. And then we have our starting receiver that was hurt most of the year, Jack Lunch, will come back. So we got a solid core group of guys that honestly can score every time they touch the ball. So that's what I'm really excited about.
I'm curious with Faison, how much more does this kind of open him up to be able to do what he does best, because he won't have the amount of responsibilities on him, trying to fill in and play QB early on? Because he's an incredible athlete. Obviously, he's committed to Notre Dame for lacrosse and football. He's a top 10 player from the top 63 list and everything. How much more do you think this can make his senior season pop now that he can play his more natural role with the Scots?
I honestly don't know how to answer that question. Everyone knows who Dylan Faison is, and, defensive coordinators, they're going to have to figure out who they want to stop. And I think we got a lot of weapons, and, you can't really bracket Dylan Faison or double him because, like I said, the kid Wesley Wynn he's a burner, and you got two tight ends, one 6'5", the other one 6'3", that are big bodies across the middle. And, our run game with Remy is pretty solid right now. So, I think it's going to be tough to defend, but, we got to be able to make plays. We got to be able to make big plays when their numbers are called. And, I'm really excited for this offense this season.
You've had a lot of iterations of the Scots, Coach Robertson. How do you think this one stacks up to the many teams you've coached before at St. Andrews? That's
a really good question. We were in a team meeting Saturday after our game, and I was talking to one of our captains, Jordan Mortis, and, who's a 4-year starter on the offensive line for us. And he's just like, Coach Robertson, there's something different. I was like, yes, there's something different about this team, and I haven't figured it out yet. I told my guys in the team meeting, there is something different in a good way. And I'm hoping in a few weeks, if we have another interview, I can tell you what's different. But right now, I'm trying as the head coach figuring it out, but it's all positive right now, and I'm excited to find out how different we are than all the teams I coached at St. Andrews, but also over my whole 20-year coaching career.
You win Friday night. If what happens for St. Andrews?
Just confidence. We're in for the long run. Every coach says that you got to week by week, you got to get better. And that's always been our goal. That's always my coaching philosophy. We're going to make mistakes, and hopefully we make less mistakes than them. And when we have opportunities to score, we got to capitalize on it, and especially offensively, because we have a very explosive offense. So I think it's just a confidence builder. And obviously everybody always wants to win week one, especially when you play a great opponent, a consistent opponent. It's a great way to start for both teams.
And having the game at home, how much more does that help you for your guys to be able to kick that thing off in front of the Scots crowd?
Oh, we're super excited here. We actually just started school today. So this is our first day of school. So I'm hoping that we could bring out the entire community, from lower school, middle school, high school. Obviously, we're game of the week with you guys there. That's going to draw some attention. And we're just hoping that it's a great football game, and we get to put on a show and hopefully come out victorious.
Good luck on Friday. Have a nice, healthy, safe week of practice, and looking forward to seeing the Scots versus the Lions.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for your time, Coach.
Back here live from St. Andrews versus the Kings Academy. I'm Christian Catt on the call alongside the coach, Jimmy Bell, for this clash of familiar foes, private schools squaring off here live in Boca Raton. You remember what happened last time these two schools squared off? It was a 13-0 Kings Academy win over St. Andrews. The year before that, 109 points were scored, and St. Andrews got the better of Kings Academy. The year before that, how about a walk-off field goal for the win for Kings Academy? So one thing's for sure, folks, you are in for a fun, entertaining Week 1 affair between the Lions and the Scots. Coach, first time we're going to see these two schools for the first time this year. What's different from Week 0 and Week 1?
Well, I'll tell you the preparation, because going into this week, it counts. Everything's on the line for you. You think about it, and I was riding into the stadium tonight thinking, wow, small school football is always the greatest because they're so innocent. You don't get the hype as like the big schools like Atlantic and Dwyer and all those schools, but yet it's some of the best football you'll see all season long. So coaches know they got to prepare for this time. There's no tomorrow. You either win tonight or else.
We will head to break as we honor America, and when we return, kickoff between St. Andrews and the Kings Academy. Someone walks out 1-0, and the other starts out 0-1. That's coming up next on the HSS Game of the Week. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS and supported by Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
The pink smoke is taking over South Florida. Listen to Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba and Inter Miami in their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tipped it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Welcome on back to Boca Raton for the HSS Game of the Week. St. Andrews hosting the Kings Academy. I saw, Coach, you saw what happened on the coin toss. What can you report back to us?
Well, we're going to get the Scots with the football first, and they're going to go offense. And usually when you win the coin toss, as Kings did, they want to go defense first because I mentioned to you last week, defenses are ready to go. They're fired up. This is their time of year. Things that coaches didn't do in week 0, they'll put out here tonight. So they're going to put everything on the line. They know they want to come out of here with a fresh start to the season and get this thing going, get the ball rolling in a brand new season.
And speaking of defense, Kings Academy is going to be relying on that defense. You heard from head coach Bureick before we kick things off here that Hudson Champion, Tice Porche, those guys are going to be dominating that second level of their defensive front, but they will not be on defense to start the game. They will, after this ball is kicked away from the 40-yard line, as Kings Academy will give the football to the St. Andrews Scots. Scots, if you're watching live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, you can see the uniform combo. All red uniforms, black helmets for St. Andrews at home in this Week 1 home opener. All white uniforms with blue helmets for Kings Academy. It's kick deep, middle of the field, returnable from the 5-yard line. Across the 20, 25, and brought down right there, and we are underway as the St. Andrews Scots will start with the football on their own 24-yard line. The return that time was made by Wesley Wynn, transfer Boston College commit. We'll see how he gets integrated in this offense in his first year with St. Andrews, because you know Dylan Faison, top 10 in the ESPN Top 63 list, a commit to Notre Dame, multi-sport athlete. He is that wide receiver 1. He did average 74 receiving yards per game, and he's even an emergency quarterback. A lot of the offense goes through him, but Wynn might allow Faison to get a little more room and space. So in the shotgun and the pistol, quarterback Jack Williams, the junior, with a tailback behind him, receiver to the left, receiver to the right. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, now fires down the middle of the field. It's Wynn! Wynn caught it at the 29-yard line, 20, 15, out of bounds. At the near the 20-yard line. Didn't take long. He returns the kickoff, and he catches the first snap from scrimmage of the game. Wesley Wynn with a deep ball all the way down to the 20-yard line.
Beautiful route, a post corner route. You go toward the middle of the field and threaten as if you're going to go to the goalpost, and then all of a sudden you go outside and the defender gets lost in the shuffle. Ball right on the money by Williams. I saw him grow up last year as a great quarterback, making his debut tonight.
Twin receivers to the left of quarterback Williams in the shotgun. Tailback directly behind him is DeOrsey. Takes a snap. Quick stop around the wide receiver screen, is overthrowing his receiver. Again, the intended target was Wesley Wynn. Alongside Wesley Wynn was Dylan Faison, the senior, who plays both ways. So like 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line, in plus territory.
Yeah, I like it. Sorry about that. But, you get the ball early and often to your playmakers, and just the overthrow there, because what you have to do as a quarterback, when you're throwing that ball to the flat, just a quick hitch route, you're going to aim at his head and the ball come down to his chest.
2nd and 10, line to gain is the 10-yard line. St. Andrews started with the football. It's the first drive of the game from either side. Press coverage on Dylan Faison at the bottom of the screen. Handoff. DeOrsey takes the carry, fighting through a crowded front 7, and he'll gain a yard and maybe 2. 3rd down and 8 for the St. Andrews Scots offense. 11:24 reads the clock here in the first quarter. Just underway live on ESPN 106.3 on your radio dial, or streaming live with video coverage. Every single snap, tackle, touchdown, and fireworks of plays will be live on ESPN Top 63 on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Please join us and watch this fun one, Week 1 action, the HSS Game of the Week. 3rd and 8, spread formation, 2 receivers on either side. Faison put in motion, stays on that left side. Now dropping at the pass. Williams scrambles, rolling to his right, still looking to throw. Now he tucks the football, 15-yard line, gets a first down. Brought to you by HSS, still stays in bounds, going for the goal line. How about the lower body surging forward of Jack Williams. He eventually gets stopped just short of a touchdown, and he'll be first and goal from inside the 1 for St. Andrews.
Yeah, so often quarterbacks, they're judged by what throws they make, but more importantly to me, it's what the things you don't do. He had a man open for a second. That window closed very quickly, and what he did, Jack Williams, he said, listen, I'm going to fake this ball, give you a look. It's not there. I'll go outside, get to almost to the end zone, and if he had lowered his shoulder a little bit more, I think he would have got in.
First and goal from the 1. Jack Williams, the junior quarterback for St. Andrews in the shotgun. He's got DeOrsey to his right. Faison split out wide to the right. To the left is his other receiver. It's thrown over the head of Dylan Faison. Incomplete. Yeah, it'll be second and goal from the 1.
He could have had that one back. He knew he blew it on that one because, again, the nose of the ball was pointing up, so it sailed on him. He's got to bring it down, come across your chest there, Big Jack, and hit that receiver. Again, that's a tough throw because you're throwing it outside, but you got to get it out before he ever makes that break.
Year 2 as the starting quarterback for St. Andrews. Coach, what do you see different in a usual quarterback going from their first year starting to their second?
Well, he's as cool as the other side of the pillow, man, because he's going to make the throws that most guys don't make.
DeOrsey stretching forward, and he gets just enough forward progress. The nose of the football touches the goal line. Touchdown, St. Andrews. Brought to you by Smith. Racetrack touchdown, 6 for St. Andrews. And the Scots strike first.
And you know it's a statement of fact because he came out throwing the football on the first play. So you don't do that with a young quarterback that's inexperienced, that you don't have trust in. If he comes out throwing the post corner on the first play of the game, you got a lot of confidence in that guy.
Here comes the point after. Snap, hold, kick is up, and the kick is good. Connor Burns puts it through, and St. Andrews starts their regular season with a touchdown drive that only took 1 minute and 56 seconds. Scots lead 7-zip, back in 30, here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube on ESPN Top 63.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Hard to script a better start to the regular season than head coach Jimmy Robertson and the St. Andrew Scots had right there. A touchdown drive that took less than 2 minutes as they kicked this one away to the Kings Academy. Returnable from the 4-yard line across the 20. Broken tackle 25 and trucking forward just short of the 30-yard line. Good return that time was made by Roman Driggers. And Driggers will set up Kings Academy at their own 29-yard line to get us started for Kings Academy's first offensive drive of their regular season.
You know, only 6 seniors on the Kings Academy team. They're a young football team, a lot of freshmen. So we'll see how much they grow up tonight. As the game goes on, again, you're taking a big blow here early on from St. Andrews. The question is, can you answer offensively and try to get back down the field to even this game up?
Yeah, and you said it, a lot of graduating seniors from last year. Quarterback Joe Daly, running back 1 Tristan Stewart, and Javian Jones all did graduate. In the shotgun, Cornett puts his tailback in motion. Swing pass, outside caught by Levi Champion, cuts upfield, Champion gets brought down at the 32-yard line. It's a gain of 3, 2nd and 7 coming up for Kings Academy. Line to gain is the 29.
Kat, you can see both teams are relying on their playmakers early on. Get the ball out in space, make these defensive backs make tackles, because a lot of times that's the part of the game that's lacking, where you get the outside guys not making tackles. The interior line is good, outside doesn't do as well.
Cornett, the quarterback in the shotgun, takes snap, quick stop route caught at the 30-yard line. Stutter step and brought down right there, but flags come in very late, and it appears to be a face mask on the tackle, Coach.
Yeah, it looks like a face mask, one of the big ones, a 15-yarder.
Right now, the line to gain was the 39. Pardon my misspeak. The football was at the 32. It was 2nd and 7 before that play. But after we see what the call is, it'll likely be a first down for Kings Academy to advance them further and closer to midfield. And yes, that will be a call against St. Andrews as the football is being walked up here. Coach, a 13-0 win last year in this series, Kings Academy over St. Andrews. And St. Andrews was without their quarterback, Williams, in that game. They were running Wildcat with Bayz on. You got to imagine that head coach Jimmy Robertson is happy to come into this game healthy and show what his team can do.
Well, I'll tell you, availability is the only ability that really matters at the end of the day. So when guys are available and ready to play, that's what you need.
So it was only a 5-yard penalty on that previous play. So it was 2nd and 2, and now it is a first down for Kings Academy on that rush past the 40-yard line, setting the football up at the 43. First and goal. Line to gain is the opposite 47, excuse me. In a shotgun, quick pass, another stop route. Caught at the line of scrimmage, bouncing it outside and ripped out of bounds just past the 45-yard line, still short of midfield. Levi Champion on the catch and the run.
Yeah, Kat, the reason that's so important when you got your signal caller out is because everything runs through him. He's just like a coach on the field. He, in many instances, should be able to finish your sentences as the season goes on if he's a good quarterback. So when that guy's out, your offense suffers. Usually not a guy behind him that's as good.
Ball at the 46 is a handoff up the middle across the 50, 45, and brought down just short of the 40-yard line. It's an HSS first down to move the chains for Kings Academy. And here come the Lions on offense.
That's how you run it downhill, champion. If you're going to run it, you better put your shoulder down because he's bringing a load, and that's what you want from your offense. Run the ball early on, get some yards, get those guys up front some confidence, and then throw the ball outside to get some yards as well.
Now Arden Genti in the pistol as the running back. They throw another quick screen, champion at the 40-yard line and bring forward past the 35 and brought down at around the 34. Solid gain on that down. Third and 4.
So often as offensive coordinators, we make this thing difficult, but it's really easy. Just get the ball out in space, throw it quickly, get it out of the quarterback's hand, and that's less likely he's going to get a sack.
Man in motion, Genti on the carry, bouncing it outside. Still on his feet. It's an HSS first down, brought down out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Move the chains for the HSS first down, and Kings Academy looking like a well-oiled machine. Bureick said that head coach of Kings Academy, of course, was talking about his defense a bunch during that pregame and said he's going to learn about this offense. They kind of knew what they had on defense, a lot of older guys that are in the ESPN Top 63 list, but we're going to learn about this offense of Kings Academy. We're doing it right now. 1st and 10, Kings Academy, dropping back to pass. Rolling left, flag on the play, fires it far sideline. Ball is incomplete. DJ Beneby fires it. But there is likely going to be an offensive holding on the line of Kings Academy to back them up and move them behind the sticks. Line to gain was the 17-yard line. Ball was at the 27, so they'll probably move this one back to the 37-yard line if it is an offensive holding call.
So often you see the quarterback sprint out to the right or the left, and the offensive lineman's engaged with a defensive player, and he doesn't allow him to run free. And that's what the officials are looking for. So that happens so often when you get a guy scrambling.
And awaiting the official call from the lead official, and it is a hold going to be called against Kings Academy.
Lions flag for holding.
For 1st and 20 now will be the down and distance for Kings Academy as they move this football backwards. A lot of pride is taken on defenses to hold a team to 0, and that's exactly what Kings Academy did to St. Andrews last time these two teams played in 2024. It's like that difference between 0 and 3 is a Grand Canyon-sized difference compared to the difference between 7 and 10, even though it's just 3 points. But you love holding a team to 0 points. This screen on the left side across the 35-yard line on 1st and 20, wrapped up and brought down right there as Ben McPherson couldn't break free and make something out of nothing. It's just a 1-yard gain on 1st and 20, setting up 2nd and 19.
When they go back to film study, McPherson will see on that play, all he's got to do is catch it and go straight up the middle of the field. That's a tunnel screen. They allow the defensive linemen, so they let him go, and all of a sudden there's a gaping hole in the middle of the field, and he went sideways instead of going straight up the field.
7-0 St. Andrews with 6:22 to play in the first quarter. Time I called on the field. Kings Academy has the football at the 34-yard line in plus territory. We'll be back with 2nd and 19 when we return live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 and on the air of ESPN 106.3.
The season is kicking off. Keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is trusted as the MVP, and it has been since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
Back here live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 for the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather. St. Andrews has a 7-0 lead over Kings Academy. Kings has the football, their first offensive possession of the game. From their own for the plus 34-yard line, Beneby fires across the middle, incomplete. Heavy pressure that time, and nearly getting home for the sack was St. Andrews' big man, Madu Diallo.
You know, as a quarterback, you got time in the pocket, and you're surveying the field. You look in the first window, that opportunity is not there. You look to the second one, it's there, but then all of a sudden, a big defensive lineman comes through. You got to get rid of the football. Just an errant throw there because of the pressure right up the middle.
DJ Beneby, the sophomore quarterback for Kings Academy, leading this offense into their first drive of the regular season. Week 1 action between Kings Academy and St. Andrews. Trips left, lone receiver right. Beneby drops back to pass. Fires across the middle of the field. Incomplete. A little bit low and led his receiver, Levi Champion, just a little bit too much. Couldn't connect with his junior target, so it is incomplete, and it is now 4th down and long. That was 3rd and 19. It is now 4th down and 19 as the punt team takes the field for Kings Academy. Juan Rodriguez is their punter and kicker. He's on the field, going to kick this one away from right around midfield, give or take a yard or two. Back deep to return this one is the transfer on in, Wesley Wynn. He returned the first kickoff of the game and caught a big gain on the first play from scrimmage. This one's punted away, trying to coffin corner, and this will not be returnable inside the 10, trickling towards the 5-yard line. A great punt that time by Rodriguez, and the Scots of St. Andrews will set up on their own 5-yard line, 1st and 10. A good job there by the special teams unit of Kings Academy.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. You want to try to kick it as high as you can, give your guys a chance to get down there, and, of course, no return. If that's what you can get out of it, that's great.
You know, Coach, at this level of football, it is such a luxury to have that third phase of the game with a competent kicker or punter. How much coffin corner style practice do these guys normally go through? Because I get the impression sometimes it's, let's find a soccer player and hopefully he can be somewhat competent, but a great play made there by Juan Rodriguez to bail out his offense a little bit and make something out of nothing.
Well, those guys are like the mayor. They don't do anything. They just do it on their own. You're not practicing a lot with them. You might have a gunner run down, but they're pretty much doing it on their own.
Williams fires a quick wide receiver screen outside. It's a gain of around 3 on 1st and 10. The catch that time was made once again by Wesley Wynn, and it's week 1 action. We are getting our first impression of this year's Scots team, and Wynn has been targeted several times. Boston College commit. 2nd down, ball to the 9-yard line. 2nd and 6. In the shotgun, Williams, 3 receivers to the right side. Lone receiver is phased onto the left side. Quick pass is deflected at the line of scrimmage and incomplete. Trying to link up with his tight end, Quinn Connors, but the ball never got there. It'll be 3rd down and 6 for St. Andrews.
As a defensive lineman, you're taught if you can't get to the quarterback, you're rushing, and all of a sudden you see his arm go up. Just get in that passing lane. That's what happened then. These big defensive linemen, they know they get their hands up, they can get a tip. That's what we work on day one, tip drill. Maybe you get an interception at some point if you can do that.
Quinn Connors averaged last year 40 yards per game, caught 40 passes on the season, 5 touchdowns. He is a weapon that is not to be underestimated for the Scots side. 3rd and 6, line to gain is the 15-yard line on their own half of the field. It's a wide receiver screen once again. Faison with his first catch of the day from the 6-yard line, cutting all the way across the field. Another cut, and this time he's tackled in the backfield. A big loss that time as Faison tried to get past the sticks by going backwards first, and the Scots will be punting this one away from their own 4-yard line.
Same play call on the other side for Kings from McPherson. He tried to catch it and then go laterally. Not going to work. Defenses are too fast, too many guys pursuing, because what coaches are telling you from day one of camp, I want 5, 6, 7, 8 guys around the football every time we make a tackle. So if that's the case, somebody's going to be in those lanes. Yeah, the field is 63 in the third. You got to turn in somewhere, but somebody's usually going to be there.
Punt team onto the field for St. Andrews, as we will see Connor Burns for the second time today. He kicked the extra point good. Good snap, fine catch, and it's a spiraling kick that is fair caught at the 37-yard line, and Kings Academy will have good field position with their offense getting back onto the field. Right around where they punted it away from last time.
You know, you asked a great question earlier about special teams, right? And so often the emphasis is not put on that particular unit. I remember listening to Frank Beamer, old Virginia Tech old coach. He said special players play special teams, and that's what you need, because that phase of the game could make or break a game. It could cost you. Usually it's an extra point or a botch punt. So you've got to make sure early on you pay. That's the first thing we worked on in practice every day, working on special teams, because it was so important to me.
It's kind of like if you were to make a sport-to-sport equivalent, like base running in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's easy to ignore it and just thinking about a launch angle, maybe even your defense, but base running can create opportunities where they're not surface level, just like special teams on a football field. Kings Academy offense onto the field. Beneby in the shotgun, brings a man in motion. It's a jet sweep going to the left side across the 40-yard line, 35. Halfway to the first down marker and brought down at the 31. But is this play going to hold up, Coach?
No, it's not. They're going to get an illegal shift. And again, anytime guys aren't set, you got one guy moving on the left side, the guy comes in motion. The outside receiver that moved initially, he has to be set for one full count. If he doesn't get set, the play is blown. They'll let it run, but he's going to get a 5-yard penalty on this.
So turning a 1st and 10 into a 1st and 15 on this illegal shift from Kings Academy. That jet sweep that did not end up counting was Jack Miller on the carry. First time we've called his name today for the Kings Academy. And get used to that, because you go to Max Preps and you sort from last year's stats, the team leaders, and you see senior. Fresh faces here for Dan Bureick's squad as the Lions try to contend in 2025. Beneby in the shotgun, motions out his running back, throws it that way. Genty on the catch at the 45-yard line, 40, gets back to the original line of scrimmage, and then gets pushed out of bounds at the 34-yard line. A solid gain on 1st and 15 to make second down a lot more manageable.
I like it because, again, you've got 3 blockers out there. If one guy misses, his assignment on the defensive side, you got to run him back with the ball in space, what he's used to doing. So that's what you want to do as an offense. Make it as simple as you can. Don't put a lot of emphasis on those young guys up front, those front 5, because they're young. They don't know yet. So you catch the ball, get it out of the quarterback's hands in space to these talented receivers and running backs. You have a lot of success offensively.
Ball at the 34, second down and 7 in the plus territory. Kings Academy trails 7-0 to St. Andrews. In the shotgun, now an empty set after the tailback is motioned outside. Beneby, the left-handed quarterback, is running for his life, and he will not get away. It's a sack all the way back to the 45-yard line. A big loss on 2nd and 7.
You see the difference? Again, getting the ball out of his hands quickly, it's money made easy. But if you take time for him to drop back, these young guys up front, if they get beat one step to the right or one step to the left, it's incorrect. Now you got a sack, and now you're in a long yardage situation.
Andrew Balthers on the sack, the biggest defensive play of the game for the St. Andrews Scots. Moves Kings Academy all the way back to their own, not their own, but at the plus 45-yard line. Line to gain is the 27. Dropping back to pass, Benemy, the left-handed quarterback, fires it down across the middle. Got a man caught at the 15, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown Lions. 4-6 goes Tice Porsche, the ESPN top 63 target. An extra point away from a tie ball game as Kings Academy strikes.
Doesn't get any better than that. Again, you throw your guy open. The defender was right behind him, just to his right side. The ball was out to his left arm, away from him. And again, he's going up the left sideline, and that's what you need every time. Just put your guy in position where he can make a play. The defender couldn't make the tackle, and he got a touchdown as a result.
45 yards on a 3rd and 18. Bomb thrown by DJ Beneneby to Tice Porsche. Here's the point after. Snaps good, holds good, kick is up, and it doinks off the left upright. No good. St. Andrews, 7. Kings Academy, 6 after they get their first touchdown. Brought to you by Racetrack of the regular season. 2:16 to play here in the first quarter. It's a good one. Home team, St. Andrews leads 7-6 here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube, streaming live on ESPN Top 63.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Man, I tell you what, Coach, momentum can swing back and forth in real time. 10 seconds between that massive sack on second down, turning into a 45-yard first touchdown of the season for Kings Academy on 3rd and 18. But that's just what happened right there for head coach Dan Bureick's squad.
Well, you have to have a short memory if you're in the quarterback position, because as you mentioned, there's a sack on the previous play. You get your head down, now it's a problem, but he didn't. DJ stood in there and threw a nice ball down the field, one of the best I've seen all season.
Deloach kicks it deep, returnable that time by Dylan Faison. Faison sidestepping and brought down at the 31-yard line. A solid return from that young man, the ESPN Top 63 athlete, Faison, number 8 on the ESPN Top 63 list. Really earned his stripes last year for doing whatever head coach Jimmy Robertson asked of him. And now he's got a little bit more support in terms of targets for his quarterback, Jack Williams. Pregame, head coach Jimmy Robertson was talking about how they can't double Faison anymore.
Right, and that's what you need. You need guys that can spread the defense out and give your other guys a chance, because if you double a guy, that should leave someone open. So offense spreads around. Jack Williams can throw it with the best of them.
Williams fires across the middle of the field, deflected up in the air. It is incomplete. Nearly intercepted, but the near official says that football touched the ground, and it is not an interception, despite James Powell III thinking that he caught it. And now the officials are meeting to decide whether or not that football did touch the ground. The initial call, it is a pick. Intercepted. They converse, and they initially reverse the call. It's Kings Academy football on the tip drill. Lions get the football back.
Well, that's what you want. You want the officials to come together. Don't just make a call because that's what you thought you saw. You got to know it's there. And again, it was a tip. Williams threw it a little bit behind. I'm just giving him the praise. He throws it behind a little bit. He's got to put it on the outside shoulder of his receiver, and it's a big gain for this offense. But he threw it a little behind. The defender tips it in the air. And again, I talked about it, tip drill, first day of practice. That's how you do. You dive in there, and you have to get the football possession when you can.
Kings Academy, starts with the football in plus territory at the 48-yard line. 2 receivers right, lone receiver to the left, Genty in the backfield in the pistol alongside Benevy. Handoff goes to Genty, and he won't go far. It's a gain of 1 on 1st and 10 from the 48. Move the football to the 47, 2nd and 9.
We saw some great football the last 2 weeks in week 0, last Thursday and Friday. You know, Chaminade and West Boca, and then Atlantic and Palm Beach Central. But the one common thread behind dealing with running backs that can run is that run the ball well, is that you get them to stop their feet and second guess themselves. You can make a lot of plays on the defensive side of the ball.
Beneby in the pistol once again with Genty behind him. Lone receiver to the right, 2 receivers split out wide to the left. 2nd and 9. Hard count, and jumping across the neutral zone is St. Andrews. A little bit too antsy on the hard count. That time it was two-way player Remy DeOrsi, causing a flinch from the offensive line as he was a little bit too quick. So now it'll be 2nd down and 4 after those free 5 yards given to the Kings Academy.
So what we used to do back in the days, Cat, we get guys to line up a little further back from the line of scrimmage because we knew they were antsy. It's early in the season. They want to make plays. They got to get their name. Back then it used to be in the paper, but now it's on the internet. And so you just get them to line up just a little bit further back because you don't want them to crowd the ball too much.
Man, but in motion from the right slot to the left. Now rolling to that side. Firing. It's going to be incomplete, just too low for the intended target, Hudson Champion. 3rd down and 4. Coach, one thing that I have never understood, it feels like at the high school level, your first hard count almost feels like a given easy 5 yards.
Yeah.
These defenses kind of learn after that first time you got to watch the ball.
Right. It's discipline. Again, you talk about eye discipline, you knowing, and it's what these guys are doing, they're listening to the quarterback. Well, he's not talking to you. You just watch the football, especially if you're the front 4. So that's what we should teach our guys. Just got to pay attention to the football. Don't worry about what he's saying. He's not talking to you. Just stay laser focused on what you're doing.
Ball at the 42. Line to gain is the 38 in the shotgun. Beneby motions out his running back. They throw a swing cast backwards in that direction. Caught the original line of scrimmage at the 40. And getting brought down right around the line to gain. Depends on the spot of whether or not they will give him an HSS first down. And they will. Move the chains for the HSS first down. 1st and 10, Kings Academy.
So at some point during this contest, I'm going to suggest that they're going to throw the ball to the running back like that, and he's going to double pass it down the field. At least I would. I'd set that up because the defenders are going to start coming up at some point.
Another pistol formation for Kings Academy. Trips right, lone receiver left on 1st and 10 from the 38. Beneby drops back to pass. Rolling to his right, the left-handed quarterback at the 45-yard line. Tucks it in and runs at 35 and out of bounds right around the 30-yard line for a gain on 1st and 10.
Was number 6, DJ Beneby.
Make something out of that broken play
Number 6,
to set up 2nd and short. 2nd and 2 to be exact for Kings Academy. It's 7-6. The Scots of St. Andrews are at home leading with 14 seconds to go in this first quarter. 2nd and 2 again for Kings Academy.
You know, nothing there. Being able to make something happen with your legs is a big plus for any offense. Guys who can't run or just kind of stationary at the quarterback position, almost null and void now.
It's a jet sweep, handoff, bouncing it outside. Miller trying to find some space, gets wrapped up at the 30, fighting forward, tried to get the line to gain. He got it really close, and we will find out whether he not got the HSS first down. On the other side, it is the end of the first quarter here live on ESPN 106.3. The HSS Game of the Week live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 7-6, St. Andrews leads Kings Academy, but Kings Academy has the football with a 3rd and 1 on the other side. ESPN 106.3.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Welcome on back to Boca Raton. The home of the HSS Game of the Week is at St. Andrews as they host Kings Academy here. 7-6, the Scots lead. They scored a touchdown, converted their extra point. Kings Academy scored a 45-yard touchdown, but did not convert on their extra point. That's the difference in the game right now. And we would not be able to bring you live high school action without the help of our wonderful partners, such as Duffy Sports Grill, a proud sponsor and partner of high school athletics on ESPN West Palm. So whether you are an athlete, coach, cheerleader, or fan, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's to cheer on your favorite team. Duffy's is voted the best year over year with their award-winning certified Angus beef burgers and jumbo wings. Plus, with over 80 TVs at each location, you'll never miss a minute of the action. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. And remember, at Duffy's, our game is always on. In the shotgun, Beneby hands it off. Levi Champion on the carry up the middle, and he will get the first down on that 3rd and 1 tote.
Yeah, they're making it simple. Again, you know what you need up front. Guys are getting them hat on a hat. Continue to drive your legs, and all the running back has to do is be patient and find that empty space in there, and that's what these guys on both sides have done a great job at.
Called an official timeout, brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage to get a measure on this one. Of course, the NFL is going to the automatic change, so where it's not the same thing that we're going to see here tonight with the chain gang getting phased out of football. And, you know, the NFL's got a little bit more money than high school football in South Florida, just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we're going to keep tradition alive here in Florida, of course, as they bring out the chain gang. Initially, it looked like a first down, but now they stretch out the chains, and it will be an HSS first down after that. Officials timeout, brought to you by brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Thank you to Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost, to support high school athletics across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. 11:43 to play in this first half. Again, 7-6. The Scots of St. Andrews lead the Lions of Kings Academy. So 1st and 10, Kings Academy on offense with the football at the 28. Line to gain is the 18. They were in plus territory as Beneby in the shotguns got trips left, motions his running back out to the left side. Another swing pass caught at the 30, 25, and then shoving guys out of bounds for a gain on 1st and 10.
You know, the beauty of that play is that when you're at a wide receiver position, all you got to do is take the guy wherever he wants to go. If he goes outside, just push him outside. Inside guy takes him inside. The running back's just trying to find the crease in there. He's catching a nice swing pass, ball put right on him. If he somehow turns his shoulder north and south and runs, it's going to be hard to tackle that guy.
Gain of 5 to the 23-yard line. Line to gain is the 18. Again, 2nd and 5 for Kings Academy. Slot receiver from the left side brought in motion. It is a handoff up the middle. Champion on the misdirection. He gets the HSS first down to the 16, move the chains.
You know, you get a guy in motion as they did on that play, so the linebackers have to freeze for at least a 1 count. That's good eye candy. You give them a look, then you get a guy coming back up the middle to get the football, and they're gone. They've vacated that area, or if nothing else, the linemen have got a chance to get on top of them and make a play. So push them right or left, and the running backs just run north and south.
Lions have the football in the red zone. 1st and 10 from the 16. Got to get to the 6 for an HSS first down. Pistol formation, Beneby. A miscommunication with his running back, Jency. Turned the wrong direction, but Jency still fighting forward. He gets a gain on 1st and 10 and gets the football all the way up to the 11. Gain of 5. It'll be 2nd and 5.
Jency's got to hit it a little harder than that. I'm coaching him up now, right? Come on, baby. You got a little more speed than that. Hit it going downhill, full speed, because that hole is going to close very quickly. So as a running back, you got to know when to be patient, and there's times where you just got to put your foot on the gas.
Thanks for everyone tuning in to our video stream of the HSS Game of the Week on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 2nd and 5 for Kings Academy. Left receiver brought in motion from the left slot. He's the right tight end now as Beneby takes a snap. Quick pass, swatted down, incomplete. Looked to be a quick out route trying to connect with his intended target, Jack Miller, but it never had a chance. 3rd down and 5. Line to gain is the 6. Ball spotted at the 11.
You know, just as they did with Jack Williams earlier, they got their hand up, you know, Beneby, and his ball was deflected as well. So, again, both coaches are coaching these guys up, letting them know, listen, you can't get there. You got to get your hand up to try to deflect that ball as they did on that play.
3rd down and 5 from the 11-yard line. To take the lead with any points here on this drive. Going to move the football to closer to the left hash. 2 receivers to the right side. Genty behind the quarterback Beneby in the pistol. 2 receivers to the left of quarterback Beneby. DJ wipes his hands in the shotgun. Motions out his running back Genty to the right side. They're going to throw it to Genty in the backfield. It's going to be caught. 10-yard line, stretching forward, and he's brought down short of the line to gain. Roll the clock, under 10 minutes to play in the first half. 4th down coming up for Kings Academy, and they are very go for it.
Well, you can do that because you know you're going for it on 4th down, but you're putting a lot of pressure on this defense by throwing the ball out in space like that. Again, you just need one guy to miss a tackle. You're going to either get a touchdown or a 1st down. Just keep moving the ball down the field. This offense is moving methodically.
DJ Beneby had a hard count and got a jump from the Scots the first time he had it. You got to imagine they're going to try it again here to try to get a free 1st down and then have a play outside of that as well. Trips left, lone receiver right. Beneby brings the slot man from the left side to the tight end, brings in from protection. It's a play-action pass. No one's protecting Beneby. Gets out of the second attempt, fires it, end zone deflected, incomplete, but there was a flag on the play. Early movement there. Was it the Scots getting too quick, or was it the offensive line?
The running back went toward the line of scrimmage. He simulated the start of a play. So anytime that happens, the official usually blows the play dead, but they let it play on. Again, he moved as a false start, and that kills that play.
Turnover on downs as that offensive penalty will be declined by head coach Jimmy Robertson and the Scots. A defensive stop inside the 10 by St. Andrews, who will turn the football back over to their quarterback, Jack Williams. 9:13 to play in the first half. Scots 7, Lions 6. It's St. Andrews leading by 1 over Kings Academy. Make sure you watch this game live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Hop in the chat. Give your favorite player a shout-out. Give your favorite coach a shout-out. Maybe keep us updated on scores from around the area. We're going to do that for you during the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime show. Taking over from their own 7-yard line. Rolling to his right. Williams fires sideline. It's going to be caught at the 21. Staying in bounds. Getting brought down at the 30-yard line. A big gain on 1st and 10. The catch was made that time by Jack Welchel.
You know, good play call because you sprint your quarterback out to the right side. There's a limited amount of routes you can run on that. Uses an out route, and the beauty of that is you can throw it long before he comes out of his break, he being the wide receiver. You put it outside where only he can catch it, the defender can't get to it, and you're also protecting your quarterback as well.
Gain of 23 from Jack Welchel on the couch, flooding that right side out of the pocket for Williams. Stacked receivers to the right, stacked receivers to the left in the spread formation. It is going to be a handoff, right side to Orsi on the carry. Gains 3 on 1st and 10, setting up 2nd and 7 from the 33.
You know, I watch a quarterback not only when he's throwing the ball, what is he doing when he hands the football off? Jack Williams on that play, that's how you get a chance to play on Saturday. He made the fake in there, rolled it in there real nice. We saw a couple of fumbles last week on that same play. He rolled it in, left it in the belly of the running back, and then he took off around the outside. The reason he does that is because coaches are watching. If the defenders don't go with him, eventually he's going to pull that thing and run, and he'll probably get a huge play out of it.
Jack Williams in shotgun pistol formation. Faison, the lone man on the right side with press coverage on him. It's another play-action pass as Williams steps up, has good protection, fires right side flats. Intercepted! Picked off! Tice Porsche! He had a 45-yard touchdown in this game. There's a flag on the play. We'll see if this one will stand.
Jack Williams pass intercepted by number 12, Tice Porsche.
Is it on the coverage? Porsche, did he get too handsy? Illegal man downfield. That will be declined, and Kings Academy gets the turnover. Porsche with the pick.
Yeah, that's huge because, again, you come over the top of the receiver to get that. You don't touch him, but you're able to get the football that Porsche and to stay up. And, you know, Jack Williams was running at him because he thought he could get up and run. But, no, it's high school, baby. He can't move. But the beauty of it is a lot of times guys miss that because they're trying to get the perfect ball to them. No, you got to make a play whenever you can, and great job there by Porsche.
Tice Porsche, number 44 on the ever-exclusive ESPN Top 63 list, of course, ranking the top tackle football seniors entering 2025. He's made a couple of big plays here already on the HSS Game of the Week. So Kings Academy will set up with the football at the 39-yard line. Dropping back, Beneby fires across the middle of the field. It's going to be caught. HSS first down, brought down at the 27.
You know, we talked about it last week. Remember I told you when the guy goes in motion, if the defender goes with him, it's man-to-man. That's why Kings keeps running that motion. Even though they don't throw it to the running back, they're saying if you're in a man or a zone. If you're in a zone, I'm just going to find a soft spot, sit in there, open my numbers up to the quarterback and let him throw it and hit me right in the numbers.
Trips right for Benaby. Lone receiver to the left. Pistol formation. Directly behind him is Levi Champion. Of course, with his brother Hudson Champion. 2 impact players on this Kings Academy team, both sides of the ball. Handoff. Levi gets the football. Bouncing it outside. Broken tackle. 15, 10, 5. Brought down inside the 10-yard line. Flag on the play at the very end. We'll see if this one's coming back. Levi Champion with some nice east to west to east movement there. Initially bursted through the hole that was created from his offensive line. When he got to the second level, he flat out outran the linebacker core of St. Andrews.
He did, and again, you can realize that he has not only the vision to run, he's running to color, but he's running with speed, and that's what you have to do at the running back position. Get better. There's nothing there, but find a way to make something happen for your offense.
So there was a hold, but it wasn't on the offensive line of Kings Academy, so they're not backing all the way back to 1st and 20. The hold took place down the field, and they will spot the football at the 20. In the shotgun, Benaby with first and the rare 1st and 3 coming up for Kings Academy. Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the right on the short side of the field, 2 receivers left side as well. Looking to pass, firing it incomplete, went right through his hands of the intended target, Jack Miller.
Yeah, just get it down a little bit on him. You got to put it right on him. He's a tight end, right? So you put it right on him. Running backs and tight ends, you got to throw it right to the numbers because they don't have the catch radius as a wide receiver. If you take that ball and you step through it as a quarterback like a baseball pitcher, the ball's going to come down as opposed to sailing on you as it did on that play.
Ball on the right hash, spotted at the 20-yard line. The line to gain is the 17. So 2nd down and 3 coming up for Kings Academy. The whole playbook is really open here. 7:20 to play in the first half. Benaby in the shotgun, 2 receivers in the short side of the field, the right side. Genty to his left in the backfield. Genty gets the carry, fighting forward. They're just trying to get the first down and get a first from there, and they will do that. Spot the football at the 16. HSS first down to move the chains.
You know, Genty kind of puts me in the mindset of Le'Veon Bell. You know, very patient. Gets in there, he takes his time. He's just pressing the hole, but again, when it opens, he's able to explode. Just like to see him explode a little bit more in there to give his offense a little more firepower.
1st and 10 for Kings Academy. They are in the red zone. Ball's at the 16-yard line. Line to gain is the 6. Porsche split out wide to the left. He's a part of Trips. And now they bring Champion from the left side slot to the right side tight end. Benaby, the left-handed quarterback, pocket collapses, fires it in the end zone, incomplete. Trying to link up with Porsche to give him his 2nd touchdown of the night, but it was tossed behind that senior target, incomplete.
No, that's a sign of a quarterback growing right in front of our eyes. If you can climb the pocket like that where the pressure is coming from the outside and go straight up the field, seeing a rusher come right in your face and still complete that, you're there. But he didn't on that play because the ball sailed on him. He saw the defender. He tried to thread the needle there and put it right on the receiver, but it sailed on him because he couldn't bring his arm down.
2nd and 10 from the 16. In the red zone is Kings Academy. 7-6 the score. St. Andrews has a 1-point lead. Kings Academy has the football, trying to change that. Trips right. Lone receiver left is Porsche. Benaby drops back to pass. Looking across the middle, deflected and nearly intercepted. That ball was pinned against the ground and incomplete. Nearly was picked off that time in the secondary by Ahmad Young, but Young couldn't haul it in. Got a couple inches away from a big game-changing interception there. 6:32 to play in this first half. Still 7-6, the Scots lead.
When you see that thing coming toward you, your eyes get big. You know it's there, and then all of a sudden it kind of fades away because someone tipped the ball at the line of scrimmage. You want that pick to try to help your defense.
3rd and 10 as Benaby drops back, bunch set, fires it right side on the wheel route, but it's incomplete. He had his man open, but underthrew the intended target, Roman Driggers. Driggers, if that ball was in stride, he would be dancing for 6. But even if he did catch that football and did score a touchdown, it would have been coming back because, Coach, it looks like there was a hold called against the offensive line of Kings Academy.
Yes, and it saved the quarterback. He got hit on that play, but still it would have been a direct hit had his offensive lineman not grabbed the defender. So Again, sometimes those penalties, you'll take them because you don't have usually a second or third guy on the roster to play quarterback. So you want to save those guys and try to get them to put in as many plays as they can throughout the season.
The penalty was declined, so the incomplete pass will stand, and Kings Academy will set up for a field goal. It'll be a 32-yard try. The ball's on the right hash mark. And on the field trying to kick this one through is Kingston DeLoach, the junior. Snap, hold, kick up, and the kick is fading through. Good. Kings Academy takes a 9-7 lead as they get points on that drive.
32-yard field goal is
You want to end every drive, with a kick if you can. I'm talking about either a field goal or a punt. You don't ever want to have to change possession, a sudden change because you threw an interception or you made some bonehead play and it didn't have some success on the other end. So Kings got out of that just what they wanted. Their offense is moving the ball. They're young, as I said earlier in the broadcast. They're young, but they're growing up right in front of our eyes because a lot of young guys are making plays throughout, and this offensive line is holding their end of the deal so far.
Coach, I got to be honest, I was energy depleted on the way today, but then I made the smart choice. I stopped at a racetrack. At Racetrack, we're more than just a one-stop shop for a football tailgate. We are your team's biggest fan. With their whatever gets you going style of convenience, Racetrack is the go-to for all game day essentials. From ice-cold drinks, salty snacks, sweet treats, and freshly made in-house pizza, Racetrack proudly operates under the mission of making people's lives simpler and more enjoyable, serving as a one-stop shop for quality and convenience on the go. At Racetrack, you're not just a customer, you are a part of the family. You're a part of the team. 7.5 million strong every week. Of course, Racetrack supports our local high school sports. They help keep the lights on. Racetrack is dedicated to giving back to the communities we serve and helping our future stars shine. This one is kicked to the second level and returned to the 40-yard line. That is where St. Andrews will set up shop after the return for Nate Chattagny. Join us this fall and cheer on your favorite local high school football team at Racetrack. We're proud to fuel dreams by supporting our local high school teams together. We're making a difference. Shout out to Racetrack. My recommendation is the Frozen Sprite. If you think you like Sprite, you don't like it as much as you're going to like Racetrack's Frozen Sprite as they have at the Freeze. So spot the football for St. Andrews on their own 41-yard line. It is Kings Academy 9, St. Andrews 7, trailing for the first time in this game. Driving back to pass. Williams steps up in the pocket, tucks it, tries to run, but he's going nowhere. It's a sack. 2 men there. The first one, it was Jack McPherson. The freshman D lineman gets home.
Williams looking down the field. He's trying to make something happen, again, trying to help his offense, but the pocket closes very quickly. Got to get it out of there if you can. There's nothing there. Try to throw it at the feet of the receiver to make sure you don't take that sack.
Second down at 19.
Ball moved from the 41 backwards 6 yards. A 6-yard loss to the 35. St. Andrews with the football. 2nd and 15. Line to gain is just past midfield to the 49. Jack Williams in the shotgun's got 2 receivers right, lone receiver left to bring a man in motion. It's a quarterback keeper on the option. From the 35, and he is met in the backfield, pushing forward to the 39-yard line. It's a gain of 3. 3rd down and 12 coming up for the St. Andrews offense. And, those first down sacks can really put you behind the 8 ball and literally put you behind the sticks.
Yeah, it's tough because it's hard to call a play 3rd and 12. There aren't many plays in the arsenal for that. But, again, you got a quarterback in Jack Williams, guy I saw last year play some really good football, grew up right in front of our eyes, and he knows how to make the right throws. And I've been impressed with him as I've seen him as a signal caller.
3rd and 12 from the 39. Play action pass. Williams steps up. Pressure in his face. Deep in the field. Double coverage. It's caught. What a catch and what a gain. Threading the needle to the 15-yard line. Welcome to St. Andrews. Wesley Wynn, an impact player. He was double covered, but Wynn somehow caught that football. What a play.
Well, thank you, Jack. You made me look good on that play, man. Again, thread the needle, as you mentioned. 2 defenders, but I always talk about throwing the ball away from the defenders, throwing your guy open. He threw it over the top of the inside defender, who was in great position, but the ball just sailed right over his head. He didn't even see the ball. Wynn did, though, for a big first down.
46 yards for the HSS first down. Jack Williams in the shotgun, 2 receivers right. It's a play-action pass. Williams rolling to his right. Plants his feet, fires into the flats, caught at the 10-yard line, broken tackle at the 5, still on his feet, and ushered out of bounds right around the goal line. It'll be 1st and goal with another HSS first down for the Scots, but there is also roughing the passer going to be called against Kings Academy, so take whatever that yardage was and cut it in half. Half the distance to the goal. It'll be 1st and goal from the 1. Connors, the tight end, on the catch and the conversion.
Usually that's what the quarterback does around this position. He's going to look for the tight end because he's a big target unless you have a big, tall wide receiver. But going back to win on that previous play, a lot of guys can make catches when it's uncontested. That's the mark of a great receiver, when you can get in the crowd and still catch the football.
1st and goal from the 1. Pistol formation, Williams. Hands up to Dorsey. Dorsey fighting forward. Is he in? You betcha. It's a racetrack touchdown for St. Andrews. A 1-yard carry that time from starting running back Remy Dorsey, 4-6. And just as quickly as Kings Academy took the lead, St. Andrews takes it right back.
That's what I wanted to see, Kat. How could Jack Williams answer on that? You know, you're a good quarterback. You made a lot of plays for this football team, but can you answer when you're behind the 8 ball? And he did on that play, making a huge throw there to win down the field for 40-plus yards.
13-9 before the point after. Snap hold by Williams. The kick is up, and the kick is good. 14-9, the Scots at home. Home opener week 1 in South Florida. Lead by 5. We'll be back in 30 seconds here live on the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather. 14-9. St. Andrews leads. Watch us live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 or listen live on the FM dial 106.3.
Want to accelerate your career as a manager or executive in the exciting industry of sports? Florida Atlantic University's MBA in Sport Management program is ranked #1 in Florida and 10th in the world. Students learn practical and applied skills from top faculty and experts who work in the industry. With a 94% placement rate for all grads, the full-time MBA program sets students up for success in the world of sports. Check out Florida Atlantic University's MBA in Sport Management program today by going to business.fau.edu.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
4:12 remain in the first half. This ball is kicked deep. It'll bounce at the goal line and go out the back of the end zone. A touchback. Booted away that time by Connor Burns. 14-9. The Scots of St. Andrews lead Kings Academy by 5, with, again, 4:12 remaining in the first half of this one. Some good fireworks back and forth by these two sides. Last year, the final score of 13-0 was the win that time by Kings Academy, but we are seeing a little bit of everything: explosive defense and explosive offense.
Well, Leah said age ain't nothing but a number, right? So I believe that, because you got a lot of young guys on the field, but with the experienced guys making plays, rallying those guys around them, I think that's why this is such a good football game. I'm watching Connor Burns come off the kicker, kick that ball in the end zone. Coaches are fired up because that's a phase of the game that so often you don't pay attention to, but it takes away from the other opposing team if they're trying to get a return game in.
DJ Beneby, the quarterback for Kings Academy, has trips right, lone receiver left. It's a carry going up the middle. Champion, 25. And he gets an HSS first down, brought down for a 10-yard gain on 1st and 10. Levi Champion, when he gets some momentum behind him and he lowers that pad level, he is a pill to tackle, because he can really inflict damage with the ball in his hands.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's saying to the defender, listen, you don't want to tackle me, right? That's not your job. You want to defend passes and look pretty. I'm going to bring it to you. You stand there if you like. You better bring your feet with you, because I'm bringing the punch.
HSS first down, ball spotted at the 30. 1st and 10, Kings Academy. Trips right, lone receiver left, looking to pass. Beneby looking for a fade route. Nobody's open. Now he's rolling at the 22-yard line. Fires that out of bounds to cut his losses and live for 2nd and 10.
I like it because, again, there a couple of years ago, you couldn't throw the ball away out of bounds. The state changed that rule. The FHSAA changed that rule because so many quarterbacks were getting hurt. You got to give them a chance to get it out of their hand, protect themselves, and live to see another day.
Reminder, you can watch this game live on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Just search ESPN Top 63. On Facebook, it's ESPN West Palm. But YouTube is the way to go. That's how you can give yourself your own instant replay. Just double tap the left side of the screen, and you can watch that play once again. A liberty I don't have back here at the booth.
Kat, let me touch on that, though. Let me just help the fans understand. Years ago, about 6, 7, 8 years ago, you had to roll out as a quarterback and throw it at a receiver, either in his direction, at his head, at his feet, something like that. But now you can just roll out. You're outside the pocket. You can throw it out of bounds. And that has helped saved a lot of quarterbacks because, you know, as coaches, we go in every year and we look at the rules and we say, listen, man, these are the things that are going to help our teams. The state looks at it and says, okay, that makes sense. It's universal. Let's do it that way. And that's a good thing. Those adjustments are made because it helps protect the players.
Injury on the field for St. Andrews Scott. But he clears the field, and 2nd and 10 coming up for Beneby, quarterback for Kings and the Lions offense. Ball at the 30. Line to gain is just past the 40-yard line. Beneby in the shotgun, trips right, lone receiver left. Genty is the running back directly behind DJ Beneby. St. Andrews has 4 down linemen. Genty put in motion to the left side. They pump it in that direction now. Fire deep down the field. Big hit. It is incomplete. Trying to link up was the intended target. Jack Miller on a go route to his left side. But a big hit delivered to DJ Beneby, and he is still not lifted up from the turf, and he will stand up on his own power.
Yeah, he took a big hit on that play because as he tried to step up in the pocket, he avoided one guy, but the second guy was able to seep through and hit him as he threw the football. Hit him right on that shoulder, his left throwing shoulder, so hopefully he can shake it off and live to see another day.
Beneby showing some toughness, staying in the game. Helped out from his teammates. Just needed a second, a little breather. 2 receivers left. It's Miller and Porsche. 3rd and 10 in the shotgun. Beneby, play action pass, heavy pressure, throws it, deflected in the air, intercepted! Picked off! St. Andrews takes over as L.J. James, the senior, picked him off and sets up the Scots in plus territory.
It does, but again, you're going to get the unsportsmanlike conduct for the celebration. But what happens so often, if you don't get to the quarterback, that pressure forced him to throw an errant pass, and it was tipped and intercepted. That's what you tell guys. You may not get there to sack him, but you've got to put pressure on the quarterback to give him a different look that he hasn't seen all night long.
So, Coach, I'm going to put you in head coach Jimmy Robertson's seat right now as L.J. James makes the interception, great play on defense, and then gets the unsportsmanlike penalty. When you talk to him on the sideline, are you first giving advice on to not draw that penalty, or are you giving praise first on the heads-up play on defense?
So I'm going to use a sandwich approach. I'm going to give him some positive, then I'm going to give him constructive criticism, and then I'll give him more positive.
Okay.
Hey, you did it. I appreciate it, but we can't do that because that hurt us. But look here, baby. I go back out there and you get another opportunity, do it again, and let's do it differently.
At the 34-yard line is where St. Andrews will set up shop. Trips left, lone receiver right. At the bottom of your screen for St. Andrews, it's Dylan Faison getting press coverage. Now throw left side tunnel screen, deflected, and not getting past the line of scrimmage. It's a swat. Nice play that time was made by the D lineman, Jack McPherson. We've seen him with a sack today, and that time with a pass breakup on the right edge.
So you understand that as an offensive lineman. You're letting the guy go, but you got to give him a 1,001, 1,002 count. And on that count, you let him go and you funnel yourself up the middle of the field because you're letting him go too quickly. Jack doesn't have a chance to make the initial fake and then come back to his guy. Great play call because if he makes that pass up the middle, we're striking up the band again.
2nd and 10 for St. Andrews on offense. 14-9. The lead is the Scots, and they have the football trying to extend that here. They're in plus territory again at the 34-yard line. Handoff to Orsi, bouncing at left side. Good blocking, and gets brought down at the 31-yard line. A gain of 3. 3rd and 7.
You know, all of us coaches have some plays that we use after sudden change, right? Sudden change is when you get the football and now their head is down. You're hoping their head is down and you can go in there, whether it's a screen because you know they're coming very quickly or something over the top, but you want to try to put the game away when you get an opportunity. I mentioned earlier, if nothing else, you want to have a kick at the end of this possession right here.
So about 3rd down and maybe 6.5. Bunch formation. Receiver split out wide to the right. two tight ends. Williams reverse. It's Faison bouncing it across the 35, 30, 25, and brought out of bounds short of the 20-yard line. A solid gain. It looks like he got enough to move the chains for the HSS first down. Misdirection, smoke, and mirrors. Going to the drawing board goes head coach Jimmy Robertson. Waiting for the official call. I might have been premature on the first down call, but it looks like that spot of the football will get to the 22. And if that's the truth, it will be enough for an HSS first down, and that is the case.
Yes, sir. Great call on both ends, your part as well as theirs, because, again, you get the defense to slow down by seeing the motion inside, thinking it's going to be a handoff, and then you get a receiver coming around the backside, flipping the football. He catches it. He's got to know where he is on the field to get the first down.
Williams in spread formation. Right side, is it intercepted? You betcha! Picked off! Another turnover. This time, the man with the plan is Jack Miller. Went underneath on an out route, if I'm not mistaken, and Jack Miller gives the football back to his Kings Academy Lions offense.
So I'm coaching Faison up, right? You got to drive the guy off in order to make him back up, because you set my quarterback up on that play. If you drive at the defender, he backs up. Now I got somewhere to throw the football. But if you stop, come out of your route, now the guy is able to jump the route, which he made a great play on it defensively, but you got to give my quarterback a little more room to give him a chance to throw that football in there.
Man, the swings in this game are just mounting up on both sides. Once you think one team has all the momentum in the world, it flips like that with these turnovers on either side. 2:03 to play in the first half. Kings Academy has the football, trailing by 5. In the shotgun, Beneby motions Genty to his right. Takes a snap, rolling to his right. The left-handed quarterback fires deep down the sideline. It's going to be caught for an HSS first down. Flood route combination, and the catch was made by Tice Porcher to the 32.
That's a nice place, because, again, you want to put your quarterback in position to make a play. He's left-handed, running to his right side to throw the football. Almost unheard of.
I was going to say, that looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, but it was the wide side of the field, so I can understand why they want to do it, because it's a small route. If his guy doesn't catch it, it goes out of bounds.
1:55 to go in the first half. HSS first down, 1st and 10 for Kings Academy at the 31 officially. Beneby takes a snap. Quick stop route. Caught at the line of scrimmage. Gets a 6-yard gain on first down. The clock will roll to set up 2nd and medium. Kings Academy wearing their white uniforms, blue helmets. St. Andrews all red, black helmets. 2nd down and 4 coming up for Kings Academy. The clock continues to roll, under 90 seconds to play here in this first half. Beneby in the shotgun. Pistol with Genty directly behind him. Takes a snap, jumps for it, rolling to his left. The lefty fires down the sideline. This one is nearly intercepted and nearly caught, but neither of which happens. Porcher can't come up with it. It's incomplete. 3rd and 4.
You know, he couldn't set his feet on that, but it still was a great throw. If he gets it over just a little bit more over the top, it's a huge completion, and now you're trying to get at least in field goal range, but he got to put a little more air, because the defender, he had to throw it over 2 guys.
And nearly making the pick. I think it might have grazed the fingernails of Ronan Kulik. And then after it got past the defender of St. Andrews, Tice Porcher was there and nearly made the catch. But instead, it's 3rd and 4. 1:15 to play in the first half. Beneby looking towards the sideline, looking for the offensive signals. Lone receiver left, trips right for Beneby. Ball in the middle of the field. Takes a snap, champion in motion, fires across the middle of the field. It's incomplete. Just a little bit too tall. It hit the hands of his intended target, Jack Miller, but he couldn't come up with it. 4th and 4 coming up for Kings Academy. 1:07 to play in the first half.
You know, great play call, because you take the running back and you swing him to the left. There's 2 guys in the A gap. A gap is the gaps right in between the center. So there's one to the center's right, one to his left. Beneby throws the football, but he kind of leaves it out there. He hangs it out there instead of pulling it down. Had he pulled it down, it probably would have been 6, because it was right on his receiver, but just as you mentioned, a little too high.
Conservative here for Kings Academy. A lot of football to go. Not going to roll the dice on their own half of the field. Punt team on the field for the Lions. And on the 4th and 4. 2 men back deep to return this punt. We'll see if magic can happen here. Heavy pressure, ball not blocked, and the punt gets away and will bounce at the 30-yard line and take a good Kings Academy roll all the way to the 21-yard line. 55 seconds remain. in this first half, and the Scots will get the football back with plenty of time here to try to make something happen.
Yeah, Jack Williams, you got to have a memory that that make that stuff go away, because you threw one down here in plus territory, a chance for your offense to score some points. So you got to come back now. Let me see your growth here, Jack. How can you take your team down the field, make a play, be positive, get your guys rallying, call 2 plays in the huddle, and get down the football field as quickly as you can?
St. Andrews leading by 5. It's 14-9. The home team Scots lead with 54 seconds to go in the first half. Jack Williams, the quarterback in the shotgun, got DeOrsey to his left in the backfield. 2 receivers on both sides as Williams rolls left, now rolling right, tucks the football and runs it. 25-yard line, brought down at the 27, but there is a flag in the offensive backfield. This one is likely going to back the football up behind the sticks on an offensive holding call. And that is going to be the call, and it will be likely accepted by Kings Academy. 44 seconds remain here in this first half. St. Andrews with the football, trying to get any points to end the first half. We saw Kings Academy drill a 32-yard field goal. To be determined what the field goal range for St. Andrews is. But like you said, you want to end every drive with a kick, and I'm sure, considering how much time's on the clock and how back deep into their own territory are, head coach Jimmy Robertson and the Scots would love to finish with any points here and turn their 5-point lead to an 8-point lead at bare minimum. But a couple of big-time weapons for quarterback Williams to maybe get 6 here as Williams drops back to pass after that 10-yard penalty. Across the middle, it's caught by Connors, the tight end, at the 15, and a great tackle job, not allowing him to get any yardage upfield. Just a gain of around 5, and there is a timeout called. Timeout should stop the clock with about 10 seconds to go in the first half. And the timeout is brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Again, 14-9. The Scots lead Kings Academy. Scots have the football, but it'll take a stroke of luck and a massive fireworks play here to try to change that score before we head into the safe-bound moving and storage halftime break. One of our wonderful partners covering high school sports in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, our local national championship, Kaiser Seahawks. The Seahawks are all about championships on the field and in the classroom. 26 of those aforementioned red banners, 26 of those aforementioned national championships, including the men's tennis team capturing their first ever NAIA title, and a three-peat for men's lacrosse, a thrilling overtime win last time for the men's lacrosse team to clinch that third title. Kaiser football kicks off their season on August 30th. 2 weeks later, they return home, looking to get to the NAIA championship game for their third straight year. The Seahawks flag football team also comes off a trip to the NAIA National Championship. Get the latest in the championship Kaiser Seahawk athletic programs at KUSeahawks.com. If you go to KUSeahawks.com, look at that football roster, you will see a bunch of familiar names that you hear on high school game day, guys from around the area. Williams with 10 seconds to go in the first half, looking for a Hail Mary here, fires it near sideline, caught at the 36, 40, stiff arm out of bounds. That'll stop the clock with 4 seconds to go in the first half. But is there a penalty on the field?
To Jack Welchel, Jack.
And yes, it's way back at the 12-yard line on the far sideline. This one could be coming back. It is an illegal shift and erase that big gain for St. Andrews, squashing really any hope for points at the end of this first half. Because if you're being backed up inside your own 10 with 4 seconds to go in the game, I think you're taking that snap and taking a knee in the football, regrouping during your safe-bound moving and storage halftime break.
Yeah, you better, because you don't want to make a mistake. But, this brings me back to when you think about situations in the game and plays like this, they can change the course of the game if you don't protect the football. So you tell your guys that possession is 9/10 of the law. Always, when you catch the ball, put 2 hands on it, protect the football, because the defenders are always trying to come in and make a play to help their team.
Spread formation for the Scots, and they will pass this football. It's a screen across the middle, incomplete. It is incomplete, looking for tight end Quinn Connors, and it was one of those ball that he stuck his right hand out there, and the ball was in the air for what felt like an eternity. If you've got a linebacker settling that soft spot of the zone, it could spell disaster, but nothing makes of it. And we will head to the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. Halfway through this one, live at St. Andrew's School, it is the Scots at home leading 14-9 over Kings Academy. Colin Russo will take things over during the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. We're going to get call-ins from schools around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast to keep you updated on the second night where these games count. Week 1 action on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Again, the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather. It's St. Andrews 14. It is Kings Academy 9 on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen, and starting September 2nd, you can listen to me every day on ESPN 106.3 and the free ESPN South Florida app.
Eisen's back on ESPN 106.3.
ESPN West Palm is highlighting the best performance of the week, presented by Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Every week, a different team will be featured across ESPN 106.3 and ESPN West Palm Play. The winning performance receives $500, courtesy of Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Do you know a team, player, or school with a killer performance? Nominate them by emailing highschool@espnwestpalm.com. Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Go where the pros go.
Breaking news on ESPN 106.3 is brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
This just in, we begin this hour with breaking news.
When news breaks, ESPN 106.3 has it covered.
We've had developments. ESPN 106.3 can now report.
When your vehicle breaks, St. Lucie Battery and Tire fixes it. Stay tuned to ESPN 106.3 for more breaking news. Brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
Business owners, are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
The halftime update of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Of course, my name is Colin Russo. You just saw or heard Christian Cat with you for the St. Andrews Kings Academy, our HSS Game of the Week. 14-9 is a halftime score there. 14-9, St. Andrews is up over the Kings Academy. The halftime report is brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage. Families are safe with Safebound, South Florida's most trusted moving company. Safebound is a strong supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. They got you covered. They're family-owned. It's a team trained of experts. They're based right here in West Palm Beach, but they serve all of Florida. Whether you're moving out of Florida or moving to Florida from another state, Safebound Moving and Storage has the experience, expertise, and the 5-star customer service that you can rely on. They're your option locally and around the state. That's Safebound Moving and Storage. Well, we got a packed slate of games on this Friday night, including our HSS Game of the Week, but we will take you through from what we have of scores. We have number 3, Vero Beach is down to O'Galley, I want to say. O'Galley, 13-7 is the score we have there. Number 4, Atlantic over Palm Beach Gardens, 22-0 last we checked there. Now, Palm Beach Central and Pahokee are maybe our South Florida Ford tough matchup of the week, but we have an unconfirmed report of 25-25 in that score right now. 25-25, not sure if that's confirmed. Stay tuned for that because that score did kind of come out of nowhere, but we will keep you updated there. Number 6, Martin County is at 3-0 Sebring. 3-0 over Sebring, Martin County. Glade Central up over Seminole Ridge, big 35-0 in that one. That's number 7, Glade Central, 35-0. Glade Central, who's coming off about a 60-point performance against Forest Hill last week in the kickoff classic. They're at 35 already. Number 9, Jupiter and Jason Cradman and company, 21-0 over Dwyer. 21-0, number 9, Jupiter up over Dwyer. Of course, our HSS Game of the Week, once again, has a score of 14-9. 14-9. St. Andrews up over King's Academy. Dr. Joaquin Garcia up over Lake Worth is 28-0 in that one. 28-0. Dr. Joaquin Garcia up over Lake Worth. Spanish River is up over Park Vista. That's 13-0 there. Jupiter Christian up over Benjamin. A surprise there. Jupiter Christian at 21. Benjamin at 0. That's the last we saw there. Royal Palm, newly led by Sam Curry, is up over Port St. Lucie at 16-0. 16-0 there. Forest Hill is up over John I. That is 27-0 there. 27-0 Forest Hill is up over John I. Boynton Beach up over Boca Raton. It is 13-0 there. And Osceola over Treasure Coast, 13-0. That's the updates we have from throughout the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area. We're hearing that the Palm Beach Central Pahokee score is not 25 apiece. Last we saw it was 7-0. Don't have a full update score. Actually, I think we do. 14-6. Pahokee is up over Palm Beach Central. 14-6. Not 25 all. We have bad information, bad source there. 25 all is not correct. It is 14-6. Pahokee up over Palm Beach Central, who has a brutal schedule to open up their year. Got to stay tuned for there. If you heard any of the interviews from pregame from especially Dan Bureick and on top of that, Jimmy Robertson of St. Andrews and the Kings Academy, you could tune into those interviews by going to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day at Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. You can see our full catalog of coach interviews there. Those were our Kaisers coaches corner. The Kaiser Seahawks, of course, have 26 national championships, including the men's tennis team, who caught their first ever NAIA title and a three-peat for men's lacrosse. So a big spring season they had and a big fall season ahead. Kaiser football kicks off their season August 30th, just in a couple of weeks, looking to get to the NAIA championship game for the third straight season. The Kaiser Seahawk flag football team also comes off a trip to the NAIA National Championship. You can get the latest on Championship Kaiser Seahawk Athletics program. That's KUSeahawks.com. Colin Russo with you alongside Damian Perez. We're at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We're going to be hearing from a variety of different reporters we have throughout the Palm Beach County area, starting with none other than Cade Chumson, who has been bouncing around a little bit. Cade, welcome in. What have you seen? What's going on?
What's up, Colin? I was just at the high school game day game of the week, I should say St. Andrews and Kings Academy. How about a slugfest between those two rivals? But I just made my way over to Boynton Beach at Boca Raton. Boynton Beach has the 13-0 lead at halftime with a blocked field goal to end the first half. Boca in range for just a chip shot. Absolutely stormed defensive line for the Tigers. Keeps this game at 13-0. But how about Pahokee making a name for themselves, scoring on their first 2 of 3 possessions, and they have got a huge lead on Palm Beach Central 14-6. Looking forward to that top 5 upset.
Looking forward to that, Cade. Please, looking forward to hearing from you post-game as we have more updates from you. Appreciate it as always, Cade. We'll talk soon. That was Cade Chumson of ESPN West Palm, of course, giving us an update. He is at Boynton Beach Boca at the moment. We'll hear from Brian Rowitz momentarily as he is live at the Benjamin game. Benjamin, of course, who received top 10 votes, right, deservingly so, if I might add. They are down 21-0 over Jupiter Christian. It is 14-6 Pahokee, and it's Colin Russo here now welcoming in Brian Rowitz, who's been bouncing around. Brian Rowitz, welcome into ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. What have you seen? What is going on? Hello, Brian. Brian, are you with us? We're working on finding Brian there. Brian, I got you there.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it doesn't work when you mute yourself. Technology 101 there.
There you go, Brian.
So I started my night at Palm Beach Gardens. Atlantic, they just do what they need to do to win. 22-0, about to head to half over there. Nothing flashy, nothing crazy. Palm Beach Gardens competes. They hang around, but Atlantic with the lead right now at half. And now game number 2 just got here to Benjamin. Third quarter underway here. Jupiter Christian, the 21-0 lead over the Bucks here in the third quarter.
Big surprise there. Benjamin, Brian, can you see Benjamin rumbling back there a little bit?
They're making a move right now. 1st and 10 at the 25. So looking to cut in the lead. There's a whole second half to play. It's high school football. You never know.
You never know. Appreciate it, Brian, for you giving us a little bit of a rundown on what's going on in the Benjamin and Jupiter Christian game, which is at 21-0. Benjamin with the ball driving as we wait to see if they could rumble back into the second half. If you catch any of our ESPN West Palm High School game days, or if you catch any of the high school sports as seen in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, you might notice an athlete that might deserve a little bit of further recognition. If you notice a performance from one of these athletes, make sure to nominate them for the Land Rover Player of the Week. All you got to do is DM ESPN West Palm. Lease the new 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S today at Land Rover Palm Beach for only $749 per month with a 36-month lease, or you can come see the new 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 a month. Head over to Land Rover Palm Beach today. It's located on Okeechobee Boulevard, just past the Turnpike. Or you can visit LandRiverPalmBeach.com to test drive any of their luxury cars. That's Land Rover Palm Beach, above and beyond. So we will take a timeout here, and on the flip side, we will hear from Christian Cat as he takes you into the second half of our HSS Game of the Week. Really quickly, as we gun through the scores again, Vero Beach has scored. That is number 3, Vero Beach, over Ugali, 14-13. There, 14-13 Atlantic. We heard from Brian Rowitz is at 22-0 over Palm Beach Gardens. Palm Beach Central and Pahokee. Pahokee is up in that one, 14-6. Martin County up over Sebring. Last we saw was 3-0. Glade Central up early, up big over Seminole Ridge, 35-0. Jupiter up over Dwyer, 21-0. And, of course, our HSS Game of the Week at 14-9. St. Andrews up over the Kings Academy. Joaquin Garcia pounding on early over Lake Worth, 28-0 there. Spanish River 13-0 over Park Vista. Jupiter Christian up big over Benjamin. Benjamin with the ball and driving, so keep an eye on that game. 21-0 there. Royal Palm up over Port St. Lucie, 16-0. Forest Hill up over John I, 27-0 there. Boynton Beach over Boca Raton, 13-0. And Osceola over Treasure Coast is 13-0 there. We'll take a timeout, and we'll get back. And when next time you hear from us, it'll be Christian Cat and Jimmy Ward live on site at the St. Andrews School down in Boca for the second half of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day's presentation of our HSS Game of the Week, St. Andrews Kings Academy. Second half coming up on ESPN 106.3.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike, and if you love football, you're in the right place. ESPN 106.3 has it all. Tomorrow, college football kicks off in Dublin. We've got Iowa State and Kansas State live at 11:30 here on ESPN 106.3.
Once Evan Cohen is done yapping on Unsportsmanlike, tune into the Rich Eisen Show right here on ESPN 106.3 and the free ESPN South Florida app.
Rich Eisen at noon, starting September 2nd on ESPN 106.3.
It's anything but the dog days of summer at DQ Grill & Chill. All August long, grab a 4-piece chicken strip basket, crispy, golden, and delicious for just $7.49. And cool off with our Blizzard of the Month, Reese's Caramel Craze, packed with peanut butter cups, salted caramel truffles, and chocolate cone dip. And the classic Superman Blizzard is sticking around for one last month. Come chill with us at DQ Grill & Chill. 2 locations, 4828 Lake Worth Road and US 1 just south of North Lake.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
What if every use of your debit card turns spare change into something meaningful, like growing your savings and supporting local community causes? With Flagler Credit Union's Impact Checking with Everyday Change, your spare change can have big impact. Each transaction can be rounded up to grow your savings and support nonprofits that provide meals, shelter, and essential services locally. Make an impact in your life and in your community. Open your Impact Checking account today. Insured by NCUA, official credit union of Florida Atlantic University Athletics.
Okay, pause. Literally stop your morning and pay attention, because breakfast at McDonald's is popping off with deals. Right now, get a sausage McMuffin with egg for only $3. Or, brace yourself, grab a full breakfast combo in the app for just $5.49. That's hash browns, a drink, the whole delicious situation. So slide through the drive-thru, fuel up for the day, and get with it. McDonald's breakfast. It's fast, it's tasty, it's happening. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Back to school got you tight on cash? McDonald's under $4 McValue menu comes through. Pick from your favorites like a rich caramel frappe or chocolatey mocha frappe. All small frappes are just $3.50. Or grab the iconic snack wrap for just $2.99. That's right, the snack wraps you love are back. Can we take a moment to celebrate the McDonald's under $4 McValue menu? There's something for every appetite, every vibe, and every kind of day. Mickey D's comes through. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
Thank you, Colin, for keeping us updated on scores across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Really interested, outside of today's HSS Game of the Week, St. Andrews leading Kings Academy 14-9. How about that Pahokee Palm Beach Central score, where Palm Beach Central went toe-to-toe with Atlantic last week in Week 0 Kickoff Classic action? I don't know if it is saying more about Pahokee or more about Palm Beach Central that Pahokee has a lead at that game at halftime. But again, here at the HSS Game of the Week, as we were getting ready for third quarter action, still at the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report, it is the St. Andrews Scots leading the Kings Academy Lions 14-9. Big shout out to one of our wonderful partners that helps cover high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. It is Culligan Water. Summer is here and it's hot. The temperatures are rising, but your water should not be full of all those mystery floaties and microplastics and bad stuff. Get the bacteria out of that water. Culligan, they have water testing and reverse osmosis systems to keep things clean, cool, and crisp all year round. Try Culligan today for $10 per month. Just $10 a month for security in having the best water around. Stay cool, stay hydrated, and stop drinking who knows what with the water we have here in South Florida. You need to treat your family right with Culligan water. Visit Culligan.com to schedule your free water test. Absolutely free. That's Culligan.com. Back here at the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather. The Scots of St. Andrews, 14. Kings Academy Lions, 19. Coach, it was really just back and forth, momentum swing after momentum swing, 4 turnovers in that first half. How do you expect both teams to adjust going into the second half of this game?
Well, when you look at it, I like what both offensive coordinators were able to do, keep the games live, throwing the ball out in space, making the secondary of both teams make plays. So I expect more of the same. They're going to adjust by throwing the ball down the field a little bit more. Jack Williams had 2 picks. One was a tip, one where his receiver didn't complete the route. So I look for him to throw the ball down the field. He's that kind of a guy. And then on the Kings Academy side, with a lot of young guys, you just got to keep the game right in front of you. Stay within striking distance and try to be there in the fourth quarter to win this game.
Only 23 points scored, but it really felt like there could have been double that with how many offensive chances both sides here had that were erased by those turnovers. Kings Academy will start the third quarter on offense. They've got 2 guys deep to return there on the furthest level here at St. Andrews High School. St. Andrews will be kicking this one deep. Connor Burns getting this one underway from the near hash mark. 14-9, St. Andrews leads. Kings Academy likely will get the football to start the third quarter, barring any funny business. And it is kicked deep, a line drive ball that will go out back of the end zone. And Kings Academy will set up shop at their own 20-yard line to get this thing started.
You know, at some point, as I told you earlier in the broadcast, watch for Kings Academy to fake that little route out to the running back and throw it down the field, because that's what comes off of that play. Every play has a play coming off of it. And coaches up at the top of the booth, you're wondering why they're there. They're not there to just look at the sight from that side. They're saying to the offensive coordinator on the sideline, if he's not up in the booth, listen, this is wide open. Come back to it later. They put it down in notes, and they come back to it at some point during the game when the defense gives them the looks that they want.
1st and 10 for the Kings Academy offense. Watch this game live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Or you can watch it on Twitter or Facebook. In the shotgun, Beneby takes a snap after a man was in motion. Handoff underneath, misdirection. Genty gets wrapped down for a 3-yard gain on first down. Nice tackle that time made at the line of scrimmage by Luan Herbst, the middle linebacker, brought down Genty.
I'll tell any running back, when you go through the line of scrimmage, the defenders, they're there to tackle you. So you got to give them a punch. Don't allow them to get a big space to hit. As a running back, you got to squeeze yourself down, put your shoulders over your knees, and make yourself real small.
2nd down and 7 after that first down 3-yard gain. 2 receivers to the right, lone receiver in the left is Porsche in motion, running across the line. Now it's on the right side for trips. They're going to throw it to Porsche, but it's deflected. He still catches it at the 25-yard line and gets brought down right there. It's a short gain on 2nd and 7, setting up 3rd down and 5.
It's a quick pass out to the flat cap, but let me tell you how you help your quarterback. When the defender jumps in the air, if you hit him in his legs or in his midsection, he'll never do that again. He'll never put his arms up again. And so those are little small teaching techniques. You're not trying to injure the guy. It's just football, and you just want to make sure that he never puts his hands up again. You got to get a clean throwing lane for your quarterback.
3rd down and 5. Line to gain is the 30. The ball's at the 25. First drive of the second half. Kings Academy trails by 5. They've got the football. Genty in motion from the backfield. They throw a quick screen at the 25-yard line. At the 30, brought down very close to the line to gain. I think it's going to be 4th and inches. Catch was made that time by Hudson Champion, and Champion did everything he could, cutting upside, but a better tackle made by St. Andrews to hold him short of the line to gain. 4th down and just about maybe a third of a football. But Kings Academy will not roll the dice here very early in this one with 10-12 to play in the third quarter. They are going to punt this one away rather than go for it on 4th and inches on their own 29.5.
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez will punt this ball away from his own 16-yard line. He's got 3 protectors. Very high snap. He catches it, and the punt is kicked away. Great job that time by Rodriguez. It's going to be fair caught at the 37-yard line. A good job that time by Juan Rodriguez to first and foremost catch that snap and prevent either a safety or, worst case scenario, a special teams touchdown on the high snap, and let alone catch the ball, but not let the punt get blocked and get it away quickly, and a good punt to set up St. Andrews with mediocre field position.
Well, don't ever think that a punter or a kicker, they're not an athlete, because they are. As you mentioned, he had to go up high to climb the ladder to get that one, and if he doesn't, it's probably a score the other way. But that's a phase of the game that we so often take for granted, but it's very important.
St. Andrews with the football on their own 37. St. Andrews leads by 5 with 9:47 to go in the third quarter. Quick pass is thrown incomplete. It one-hops the intended target for the Scots as Wesley Wynn had no chance at hauling that one in. Ball just kind of short arm by Jack Williams, couldn't get to him.
Yeah, Jack drops his head on that because he wants that one back. He knew he threw it short as soon as it left his hand because, again, he aimed the ball down toward the ground instead of throwing it at the helmet of the receiver, Wesley Wynn. If he throws it at his head, it's going to come down to that number 8. He's got a big gainer on that because he got 2 blockers out there and only 1 defender.
9:43 to play in this third quarter. St. Andrews, 2nd and 10. Line to gain is their own 48-yard line. Williams in the shotgun. Bayz on to the right, split out wide by himself. Drop Max Williams. He's looking left, firing it left. It's going to be low. Was the ball caught or no? It one-hopped into the hands of his target, Jack Welchel. So now to be 3rd and 10 for St. Andrews. Back-to-back incomplete passes, back-to-back balls thrown too low.
Yeah, not getting enough on those. It's Jack Williams. He's throwing it out there, but again, the defender tapped that one, just barely tipped that one there. And again, you got to give him a throw-in lane. So what he's got to do is slide his feet left or right to make sure he's got a little lane in there to throw the football.
Reminder to watch the game on YouTube for the first season ever. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is going from town to town and broadcasting the video of our HSS games of the week. Play action pass. Williams fires it right side of the sticks. It's caught, and it's a conversion. HSS first down, a toe tap. Got 1 foot inbounds. That's all Wesley Wynn needed to move the chains into plus territory for the HSS first down. What a dime by Williams, and good field awareness by Wynn to get that 1 foot down.
Well, that's when you help your quarterback. You know you got to get 1 foot in high school, and you throwing that to a spot. He's going 15 yards. You're going to throw it at 17. The ball's going to come back to him. Put it right on the money to Jack Williams. Wynn went up, like I said, and just climbed the ladder. Put 1 foot in, big first down.
Ball to the 44-yard line, past midfield, 1st and 10. Line to gain is the 34. Scots with the football, leading by 5. It's a handoff up the middle. DeOrsi gets stuffed and gains 1 on 1st and 10, 2nd and 9.
Remy DeOrsi on the carry. Hudson champion there.
9:10 to play in the third quarter. 14-9 the score. Kings Academy trails by 5. Scots have the football, leading 14-9.
Great offensive production on the side of the Scots because when you think about it, they've had a couple of mistakes, right? But they've been able to erase those, and offense, as you mentioned earlier, they're going from 20 to 20 on both sides. They've got to find a way to finish these drives with points, whether it's 3 or 7 points.
Line to gains the 34. Football's right now at the 43. Dropping back to pass, Williams, heavy pressure from all angles. Spins out of pressure, rolling to his left, good block, fires it left side flats, it's incomplete. And there might be an illegal crackback block on the offensive line of the Scots. Williams initially rolled all the way right and then reverse field, teeing up the defensive lineman who ran up the field to get blindsided by that Scots offensive line. The pass went incomplete on 2nd and 8 or 2nd and 9. If I were to guess on what that call is in the offensive backfield, it's got to be on the offense of St. Andrews, but we await the official ruling from the men in stripes. Now, how is that crackback block rule enforced, Coach? Is it you have to have eyes like neutrally, like you just can't take someone by surprise on that reverse field situations that you might see in a scramble or a reverse or a punt return?
Yeah, it's almost like a defenseless receiver. You can't block back. The guy's got to be able to visually see you And if you do peel back, they're going to call it every time. We used to get away with that back in the day. That was the best play in football because guys weren't looking. But now it's a safety issue. Guys are getting hurt. It's a big penalty, too, because it's 15 yards. So the officials are making sure that you can't crack back. If you peel back to block someone, just stand in their way. You don't have to touch them. Just stand in their way. Make them go around.
Basketball.
Yeah, just make them go around you. You can't touch them, though.
And you are exactly right. That was kind of the play that you're licking your chops as a defend or an offensive lineman where you can inflict some damage, where on Sunday, watching film of the previous game, you're getting a shout-out and a pat on the shoulders from your head coach, but no longer. Second and a mile, the pass is going to be caught at the 45-yard line, the original line of scrimmage. He's brought down, setting up a much more manageable 3rd and 8. Catch that time was made by St. Andrews' Nathan Perrier.
You know, he's spreading the football around as well, he being Jack Williams, because he's got so many talented receivers. And what that does, too, is it says to guys, run your route. You may get the football. Don't just assume that I'm going to throw it to one guy all night long. That's the beauty of this offense, and he cuts that back in half by his ability to throw the ball down the field.
3rd and 9 for the Scots. Line of gain is still the 34. Football is at the 43-yard line. Williams in the shotgun's got 2 receivers to the left, lone receiver to the right. Brings the man out wide to the left in motion, then drops back to pass. The blitz is picked up, deflected on the pass across the middle. It's incomplete. 4th and 9 coming up for the St. Andrews Scots offense. We'll see what head coach Jimmy Robertson decides to do and how aggressive he wants to get. The football is in plus territory at the plus 43. 9 to go for an HSS first down. And Jack Williams is still on the field, as is the offense of St. Andrews.
He is, but you could always punt it with him. If he's an athlete, catch it, just punt it back. They don't allow him to set up a return, so it's almost like a perfect storm for you, even if you don't want to go for it here on 4th down.
They are going to go for it as Williams fires it deep across the middle of the field. Got Bayz on, but it's just a half yard too long. Incomplete. Turnover on downs. Kings Academy will get the football back. However, hold the phone. There is a penalty marker on the field. It's going to go against Kings Academy. And a personal foul is going to go against Kings Academy.
Wow.
Now, if you are watching the game and you have the fortune of instant replay on YouTube, they will give a first down to St. Andrews. You can see what exactly the offender was and what they did. We unfortunately don't have that liberty. So we'll take the official's word for it. They have a much better angle than we do, and that will be an HSS first down. A big bailout for St. Andrews will move the football all the way to the 28-yard line in plus territory during this sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout. We'll stay right here. Thank you to Vitacost for supporting local high school sports in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. 7:32 to play in the 3rd quarter. It's 14-9. St. Andrews leads over Kings Academy. Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. Proud to be presenting sponsor of High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation. The sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You do not pay them anything unless they make a recovery for you. Call right now, 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They have offices in Palm Beach Gardens, right here in Boca Raton, and as north as Port St. Lucie. 7:32 to play in the 3rd quarter of this HSS game of the week. St. Andrews has the football after that personal foul, gifted them an HSS first down. 14-9, St. Andrews leads by 5 over Kings Academy. 1st and 10, Scots. Line to gain the 18. Williams brings Faison in motion. They fake it to him, and a whistle will blow and blow this play dead. Penalty flag on the field on the near side.
Offside.
Offside going to be called against the defense of Kings Academy. as it looked like the guilty part of that time was Sean Victor, the cornerback, at the bottom of your screen if you're watching live on ESPN Top 63's YouTube channel. Still waiting for our first points of the second half. Kings Academy punted the football away on 4th and inches, and this is St. Andrews' first offensive drive of the third quarter. First down and 5. Blind gains the 18. Ball spotted at the 23. It's a handoff up the middle. Trying to fight forward is DeOrsey, but DeOrsey runs into a brick wall of Lions. The D-line stands strong. Nice stop that time. Again, Jake McPherson, the freshman, big ugly, plugging up the A-gap. Holds DeOrsey to no gain on 2nd and 5.
You know, one thing I've found with this offense, their success has been keeping the ball on the edge. Inside, Kings is tough. They're young, but they're tough. So you got to try to get the ball out in space. You know, some of these talented receivers phase on or win on the edge in order to make these defensive backs have to play football from sideline to sideline.
Correction, 2nd and 5 for St. Andrews. 2nd and 5. It's a play-action pass across the left side on the slant route, incomplete. Williams throws it short of his intended target, Wynn. And Wesley Wynn tried his best to dig it out of the dirt, but it did hop into his arms. 3rd and 5 now for the St. Andrews offense. They're in plus territory right now, trying to add on to their 5-point lead. 6:37 to play in the third quarter. St. Andrews 14, Kings Academy 9. As players are trying to avoid cramping up, maybe depending on how much they saw action in week 0 affair, both Kings Academy and St. Andrews, might be the first real high-intensity situation they've been in. 3rd and 5. Firing it right side, Wynn makes the catch at the 26. Right sideline, HSS first down a little bit more. Move the chains for St. Andrews. That lightning quick speed from Wesley Wynn. He goes from 0 to 100 in just breakneck speed. Porche with the tackle at the end of that play.
First down for the St. Andrews.
And you know what, Kat, you're right. His ability to change gears is impressive. Again, a lot of guys can run in a straight line, but he not only once he catches the football, he can change directions, and he's not missing a step. And so that's what you have to do at the wide receiver position. Create something. You're just like a running back. Create something when there's nothing there. That's why you try to get the ball out in space to these guys.
Timeout is called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. 6:30 remains in the third quarter. St. Andrews has a 14-9 lead. St. Andrews has the football on their opponent's 12-yard line. 1st and 10, St. Andrews, back in 30 seconds here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
The Rich Eisen Show is coming to ESPN West Palm. Tune in every day at 12 p.m. before we hand things off to Theoretically Speaking.
When the clock strikes noon, the big dogs talk football. Starting September 2nd on ESPN 106.3.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike, and if you love football, you're in the right place. ESPN 106.3 has it all. Tomorrow, college football kicks off in Dublin. We've got Iowa State and Kansas State live at 11:30 here on ESPN 106.3.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Back here at the home of the Scots at St. Andrews School. 1st and 10 for St. Andrews. The Scots have the football at the 12-yard line. They're in the red zone trying to extend their 5-point lead with 6.5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Williams in the shotgun, looking to pass, looking right, firing to the end zone. Jump ball, picked off. Intercepted by Briggs Harris, the junior DB. Makes a big play in the end zone, and the Kings Academy takes over on the touchback.
A little frustrating because if he had thrown that one to the back pylon, that's the back of the end zone where only his guy could catch it. But he threw it into triple coverage. He's got to get his eyes around the field, look at the first and second options, and make sure that he has that matchup that he's looking for. If you're going to throw a jump ball, you got to throw it up where your guy can be in position to make the catch.
And, not to add insult to injury, but on 1st and 10, too, that ball can be thrown in the dirt, if anywhere, if you're not too comfortable with that back shoulder throw. But it is a turnover, the 5th of the game between these two sides. We have had football from the 20 to the 20, as you mentioned, both sides having a couple of golden opportunities, but not able to finish the drive. Both defenses with timely turnovers to erase any scoring on these red zone tries. We'll take a water break timeout, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Back in 30 seconds, 6:19 to play in the third quarter, 14-9. Scots lead the Lions, but the Lions are getting the football back. And you know what? Scratch that. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Stick around for the postgame show, both on the FM dial, audibly, and on YouTube as we get updates, recap, and a reaction from every game across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Colin Russo manning the ship there back in West Palm Beach at our City Place studios. He'll speak to some head coaches from around the area talking about their games, as well as our boots-on-the-ground reporters that are at each and every one of these games. And then later on tonight, we will have video highlights from all of those games. High School Game Day goes to YouTube at 11 o'clock sharp, where Theo Dorsey, Kate Chumsley, and Brian Horowitz will break down everything Week 1 high school football, Friday Night Lights in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. 1st and 10 from their own 20 for the Lions offense. Handoff on a uncomfortable snap, but eventually Champion gets the football up the middle for a short gain on 1st and 10 from their own 20.
Kat, that's one thing that's a common thread. The snap center between the center and quarterback, is it as high? Because, again, you get different quarterbacks in the game, different snappers, long snappers, and those guys have to get their rhythm down as well. If they got a defender in front of them, the old folk used to say beating on the head, they're going to probably snap it high. So that exchange between quarterback and center is so critical. You do it since day one, but you got to get it right every time.
2nd and 9 after that 1-yard gain. Beneby rolling to his left. The left-handed quarterback tucks it across the 20, 25, stretches the football forward towards the line to gain the 30. He got close to the line to gain. Did he get the necessary yardage to move the chains?
For the Lions.
And they will spot that football at the 30 for the HSS first down. Heads up. Football IQ that time from junior quarterback DJ Beneby to move the chains. 1st and 10 Lions. 14-9 the score. Scots lead at home over the visiting Kings Academy Lions. Trips right for Beneby, lone receiver left. Pistol formation as DJ takes the snap, rolls to his right. The left-handed quarterback sets his shoulders, fires to the sideline, incomplete. No one was really there, at least in bounds. And they'll live for a 2nd and 10 from their own 30-yard line. Line to gain is the 40. Kings Academy still on their own half of the field. A big interception in the end zone by Briggs Harris to get the football back in his offense's hands with a chance to take the lead if they can march this one down 80 yards. Pistol formation, lone receiver left, 2 receivers to the right for quarterback Beneby. Miscommunication on the offensive play call and the skill players of Kings Academy, but they sort things out. On 2nd and 10 from their own 30, Beneby takes a snap, looking to his left, firing, got a man open. Porsche caught it at the 50, 40, 30. Nobody's going to catch Tice Porsche. He can somersault into the end zone, 4, 6, 70 yards to the house. Number 44 on the ESPN Top 63 list, Tice Porsche, gives Kings Academy a 1-point lead.
Beneby, we talked earlier about him missing the throw, kind of a little high for the receiver, but on that play, he put it right on the money. Stepped into the throw, threw it over the top of the defender. Just at the last second, the ball climbs over, and he hits his guy right in stride. And that's how you do as a quarterback. When there's a change in the game, you got to get your offense, put them on your back, and take them down the field and put up 6.
A racetrack touchdown for Kings Academy. Just a couple of plays of scrimmage removed from that massive interception to give the football to Kings Academy that Briggs Harris hauled in. So you got to know no one feels better about that, turning turnovers into points. 5:11 to play in the third quarter. Stoppage before we do attempt this point after. and it is a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout called by Kings Academy, because they're going to go for 2 here to try to turn this 1-point lead into a 3-point lead with a 2-point conversion. Again, a timeout called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. With 5:11 to play in the third quarter, we'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Tice Porcher making a name for himself on both sides of the football.
It's so hard to catch the football when you're wide open like that, because your eyes get so big. The ball's coming. You don't want to make a mistake. But what I was just thinking a moment ago, I said Jack Williams has had 2 turnovers down here in the red zone, right? But neither had led it to points. So now one does, and it's like, oh, my goodness, we could have been up 23-9. So those points, hidden points in the game, that hidden yardage, you start to think back and said, okay, we got to fix this, because he's a great play caller, but he's making those critical errors that's hurting his offense. You know, again, some of it's on him, some of it's on the receivers as well.
Here's the 2-point try. Beneby in the shotgun. 2 receivers to the right side. He's looking in that direction. No, across the middle. Deflected. Caught. It is good for 2. Kings Academy converts on the 2-point conversion. A pump right, and then a throw right across the middle of the field for the 2-point conversion, as a heat-seeking missile that time from DJ Beneby turns a 1-point lead into a 3-point lead. The visiting Kings Academy Lions lead by a field goal after their race car touchdown, 70 yards by the TKA Lions. What a play and what a swing of emotion. It really feels like we have had, and whenever you have turnovers in games like this, you're going to have swings of emotion. But not only have we had turnovers, we've had big chunk plays on offense.
We have, and again, 20-20. Both teams are doing great. Being able to close those drives out with points is what your ultimate goal is. But I'm just looking at the angles that this guy throws. Beneby throws the ball from. He's a southpaw, throwing it left-handed, but he's leaning to the side, throwing it. He's throwing over the top. He's tight windows on that play. He had to lean back a little bit and throw the ball just as a defender was coming at him. And again, that's the mark of a great quarterback. Guy growing up, getting it done right in front of us. Listen, forget it, all that has happened. I'm going to get it done in the moment, and that's the most important thing about playing football.
And you talk about arm angles. That feels like such an elevated level of the quarterback position. I don't think the quarterback works with that with his offense, right? That's kind of off-season quarterback camps, training with your quarterback coaches and other prospects around the area. As this one's kicked deep from Kings Academy as the Scots take over at the 9, 20, 25-yard line. It is Wynn, and Wynn gets brought down at the 25. When you develop a quarterback, those extra things are taking place not in the fall, but in the spring and the summer.
Yeah, I mean, that's when games are won. Guys try to wait until the season to get in shape, but you win these games in the offseason because you're getting physically in shape, mentally in shape. And I can tell you what, a lot of times when you see those angles, those are usually guys that play baseball because they know how to throw the ball, they're shortstop, pitcher, what have you. Patrick Mahomey, he's one of those guys, a baseball guy. They can throw from all those angles. So, you enjoy it when it happens, especially when it happens for your team and it's for the good.
St. Andrews with the football trying to answer here. 17-14. Kings Academy leads by 3. Scots ball. Handoff up the middle. DeOrsey brings it across the line of scrimmage, which was the 25, and gets brought down for a 3-yard gain. Spot the football at the 28.5-yard line. 2nd and medium.
So you settle your quarterback, you get a handoff inside. Now, he's going to throw it again. He's that kind of guy. But you want to settle him down a little bit. Okay, Jack, we've had 3 turnovers here. You got to settle down. Don't put it on your back because great quarterbacks are going to forget those things in games like this and start to make plays.
4:35 to play in the third quarter of this one. Kings on defense, Scots on offense. Officially spot that football to the 29 for a 4-yard gain. It's now 2nd and 6. Line to gain is the 35. Jack Williams commanding his offense, directing traffic. He's in the pistol. Faison's the lone receiver on the right side. It's a play-action pass. Looking for Faison. A slam route. It's caught at the 40-yard line. Broken tackle. There goes Faison. 45. Brought down to the 46-yard line for the HSS first down. Dylan Faison. Top 10 athlete as far as seniors go across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast in the ESPN Top 63 list, specifically number 8, showing that next level speed, size, athleticism on that first down conversion.
No doubt. I just told you they're going to go back to him. You got to, because he's your guy. He's your signal caller. He's going to make plays. But get it to Faison, a big receiver, giving him a big catch radius. I mean, 2 or 3 guys miss. He's been in the weight room, it looks like to me.
Twin receivers to the right, lone receiver to the left. From the pistol, Williams takes the snap. It's a wide receiver screen, and it's thrown over the head of Wynn. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. As the Scots will reset things at their own 46-yard line. Again, 2nd and 10 at their own 46. Line to gain is the opposite 44.
That's a long throw. So what he's got to do is, again, throw it at his head. It'll come down to his chest. I know I've said it a couple times, but it's a statement of fact. You know, it's a long throw. So what you ask your receivers, if he can't make that throw, come in a little bit. Come in toward the numbers a little bit. Give him a little better angle, a little more, less room to have to throw the ball out there. He's got to complete that because he's got numbers out here if he can complete it.
Jack Williams, 3 picks in the day, trying to shake it off and regain confidence. Heavy pressure, the blitz. Williams, stiff arm, stays on his feet, and then he eventually gets brought down, tries to throw it away, and they'll give intentional grounding, if I'm not mistaken, in the backfield. And yes, that is the call, so effectively a sack. A big loss on 2nd and 10, moving the football from the 46 all the way back to the 34. A 12-yard loss on 2nd and 10 to back them all the way up.
They're talking about it. They're trying to see if there was a receiver in the area, because if it's not only the intentional grounding, it's a loss of down as well.
As the official converses with one another, as they sent the blitz right up the middle, well disguised that time from Kings Academy, where St. Andrews before the snap was not able to plan for it and account body on body. And they will back them up. Penalty is going to be called against St. Andrews for an ineligible man downfield. Offensive lineman getting a little bit too far past the line of scrimmage that time. Moved that football. I was a little bit generous to St. Andrews with how much yards they lost. They're back behind the 30 to the 27, 28-yard line. Line to gain is past midfield to the 44.
7 down, St. Andrews from their
third down and 28, 29. As you can tell, I am not currently in high school, going to math every day. But suffices to say, it is 3rd down and a whole long while. 3rd down, 28. Williams just trying to probably get half of this back without turning the football over. Drops back pass, heavy pressure, it's a screen across the middle. It's caught by the tight end Connors, and Connors gets dropped down at the 31. It's a gain of 3 or 4 yards, 4th down, and St. Andrews will punt this one away. The Kings Academy defense, specifically that front 7, giving Jack Williams the quarterback, and the St. Andrews offense fits that possession. 2:55 to play in the 3rd quarter. Kings Academy 17, St. Andrews 14. Here live on the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smithball, Bayz, and Prather on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day.
Well, the problem is they're sending more guys than they can block. So, you know, when you have a spread formation, it's very difficult to block 6 and 7 guys that are coming up the middle.
Great end-over-end kick that time on the punt for St. Andrews. It takes the St. Andrews roll all the way to the 30-yard line. Spectacular job that time done by the special teams unit. And once again, shout out Connor Burns for that boot. Had a little bit of pressure in his face, did not matter. 2:29 remains here in the 3rd quarter. It is St. Andrews at home, trailing by 3. Kings Academy gets the football back at their own 30, trying to make this a 2-score game.
You know, we talk about flipping the field as coaches, and what that means is that you're back in your end of the field real far, and then your punter comes in and he kicks the ball down the field. You get a good roll, and so now instead of them having the ball near midfield or plus yardage situation, it's further back. They got to go a long way. So now you would say to your defense, listen, we need some help. You got to give us the football back, get in there and make a play, and that's what these guys are out there for.
Kings Academy has the football on their own 30-yard line with 2.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. 1st and 10. Benaby motions over his right slot receiver, crosses the line and heads to the left slot now. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. It's a handoff up the middle. And stuffed at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the inside run that time out of the pistol formation for Kings Academy, 2nd and 10.
The question is, how much pressure are you going to put on this defense after another change? Because they've been on the field quite a while. So you get a touchdown in the last drive. This Kings Academy. Now the question is, can you throw the ball down the field again and maybe try to get some more separation from this defense?
Trips left for Kings Academy. Pistol formation. Benaby has a tight end to the right side. And a tight end, rather, just 5 down linemen. Getting directions from the Kings Academy sideline as Benaby's ready to go. 2nd and 9. They give him 1 yard on that last play. It's a jet sweep right side, trying to bounce it outside. Spin move and plant it into the ground. What an absolute hit by Ahmad Young. It's a loss of 1, so now it will be 3rd and 10.
Well, never a good thing when you got to bounce inside and then back outside as a running back or a wide receiver. The whole key is to go north and south as the field faces north and south. If you go sideline to sideline, the defenders are coming, and they're going to usually make a play. There's enough guys there to go make a play.
So 3rd and 10, Kings Academy, and a passing down here. Clock ticks under 60 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. Kings Academy leads by 3, and they're trying to prolong this drive on 3rd and 10 from their own 30-yard line. Trips right, pistol formation. Man part in motion. It's a misdirection handoff up the middle. Ball's on the ground. Who's got it? Ball's still loose. It could be anybody's football. Does St. Andrews have the football at the 30 in plus territory? The Scots think they do. Are waiting for the official ruling. And yes, they do. It's Scots ball. St. Andrews with a golden opportunity on a 3rd down and 10 run. Essentially maybe waving the white flag on that drive. Disaster strikes for Kings Academy as they try to be more conservative. The result is anything but, and the Scots of St. Andrews will get the football at the 31-yard line in plus territory, 1st and 10 St. Andrews.
As we begin this drive, I was telling you this, and you got to get the football back if you're on the defensive side of the ball. But now, if you're Jack Williams, the whole objective here is to get points. You've got to get points on this drive, protect the football, help your offense at least get inside enough to kick a field goal if nothing else.
Pistol formation, Williams. Mesh, it's a handoff up the middle. DeOrsey falling forward, keeping those legs on churning. Moves the football all the way inside the 25. Spotted at the 23-yard line. A big gain on that inside carry. And that will bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter. Is Colin Russo awake back at the City Play Studios? Does Colin Russo have updates from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast? We'll find out right here, right now, at the end of the 3rd quarter. It's a good one in the HSS Game of the Week, 17-14. The road team, Kings Academy Lions, lead by 3, but St. Andrews has a golden opportunity here. Colin, are you there, my friend?
Yes, Christian, thank you so much. We got a couple score updates for you. Atlantic over Palm Beach Gardens. Palm Beach Gardens scored twice in a row, 22-13. Atlantic up over them in that one. Pahokee up over Palm Beach Central, 21-12. Martin County up over Sebring, 10-3 there. Glade Central up big over Seminole Ridge, 38-7 there. Jupiter up over Dwyer, 21-7 in that game. Joaquin Garcia, last we saw, over Lake Worth, 28-0. Benjamin and Jupiter Christian in a back-and-forth battle. Benjamin took the lead at 23-21, but then Jupiter Christian rumbled back. 27-23 is the score in that game. Royal Palm up over Port St. Lucie, 36-0. We got a final in the Forest Hill over John I game, 53-0 there. There's your updates, Christian. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Colin, and that's a little bit of a sneak peek at what the postgame will be like on ESPN 106.3 on the radio dial. Of course, on the ESPN South Florida app and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, where Colin Russo will bounce you around for across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. He'll speak to coaches that presumably won their Week 1 matchups, and we'll hear from other ESPN West Palm boots on the ground reporters about what they witnessed here tonight. But here at the HSS Game of the Week, it's a 3-point lead for Kings Academy. And it's a wide receiver screen on the right side. On 2nd down and 3, it's a wide receiver screen planted down for maybe a 1-yard loss. 3rd down coming up for the Kings Academy offense. Again, TKA leading 17-14. But St. Andrews has the football. Just down by 3. And with an opportunity here after forcing a fumble on 3rd and 10 in plus territory.
So Williams has thrown some over the receiver's head and some short, right? He's trying to compensate somewhere in the middle. You've got to get it, again, at their head, and it'll come down to the chest. They call that one incomplete.
11:28 to play in the 4th quarter of this one. Put your 4s up. We enter the 4th quarter action. St. Andrews looking towards their sideline for the offensive play call. Third down coming up, and, they're kind of close to field goal range. You never really know. The football right now is at the 23-yard line in plus territory.
I'm going to Faison. If it's anything else, he's a big guy, so he's going to give me that window I need. Run a double slant, get him inside. He's an excellent receiver.
3rd and 2, it's going to be a carry. D'Orsey, left side, gets wrapped up right towards the line to gain. It's a matter of where they spot this football. It's going to be very close on whether or not it's an HSS first down.
On the carry for the Scots.
It's going to be an official timeout to measure this one. A sports certified by Vitacost official timeout. And it actually will be a dual-purpose timeout as there's an injured Kings Academy Lion on the field. While they tend to the injured player, we will take a timeout here as well. A sports certified by Vitacost timeout. With 11:13 to play in the 4th quarter, it's Kings Academy 17, St. Andrews 14. Buckle up, folks. We've got a thrilling conclusion to the HSS Game of the Week coming up next on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
11:10 to play in the 4th quarter. 4th and inches. St. Andrews, the carry up the middle. First down to Orsi, gets enough and keeps his legs moving past the 20-yard line into the red zone. The Scots were ruled short on that 3rd down run. They run the ball again with D'Orsey, and he does get the necessary yardage to move the chains and get an HSS first down. And another injured player on the field, calling another sports certified by Vitacost timeout on the field. Again, if you have not heard, things are a little bit different for the absolute better this season with ESPN West Palm's high school football coverage. Of course, High School Game Day airs on the radio every single Friday, and we cover an HSS Game of the Week under the Friday Night Lights during the fall. But what you might not know if you're just tuning in for the first time this season is that you can watch each and every one of these HSS Game of the Weeks, every snap, every hold, every kick, every touchdown, every play by our ESPN Top 63 athletes is streamed live and in color on YouTube. Open up your app, your YouTube app. Type in at ESPN Top 63. Hit subscribe and click on the video that's live right now because you don't want to miss the finish of this HSS Game of the Week. 17-14 the score. Kings Academy has a 3-point lead. St. Andrews has the football inside the red zone with a 1st and 10, and there is still an injured Kings Academy Lion on the field. With 10:52 to play in this 1st quarter. Coach, when you have a week 1 game, I know over the years, the Kickoff Classic has evolved into more than just a scrimmage that doesn't count, and it's kind of getting more and more like a real game. But this one, let's face it, this one actually counts. What do you learn from your team in week one action when it's a nail-biter like this?
Well, again, you're talking about several things. Hey, listen, are we in shape physically and mentally? Because when you come out during a contest like this, it's going to test your will. Are you there? Can you make plays in a sudden change situation, especially critical times like this? And this is when you need your quarterback and Jack Williams to protect the football, any quarterback for that matter. So you start to learn a lot about your football team. You see who has the ability to go on and finish. Certain guys in life, they're finishers, and there are other guys who just, kind of hang out and watch the party.
1st and 10 from the +17 for the Scots offense. Line of game, the 7. Williams takes a snap, hands it off. Once again, it's DeOrsey on the carry. DeOrsey loses the football, and trying to fall on it is Williams, but he won't pick it up. Who's got it? It looks like it's a Lions ball, but it's no telling from here. Bodies upon bodies pile atop of the loose football. Still scrounging for it. No call yet. The Lions have the football, and Kings Academy takes over. Both teams trade fumbles, and a flag comes out very late for the Kings Academy celebration. A helmet gets pulled off on his own volition of Levi Champion, and that will back up Kings Academy when they do get the football back, as unsportsmanlike conduct is the call after the turnover. Ball security is job security, and this time, in the last 3 minutes of the clock, neither team has been able to hold on to the ball.
I think I may have jinxed them because I was just talking about possession being 9/10 of the law. You've got to hold on to the football. You go in the line of scrimmage, you're taught day one in camp, put the ball high and tight. That means you put it up near say you got it in your left arm, you hold it tight, and you're going to put that other hand over the top, because defenders, the first guy is going to come in to make the tackle, the second guy is going to try to script the football out. Jack had a chance to get on it right there. He just didn't scoop it up. So you got to get the football. You can tell I'm a football guy, a quarterback guy. I'm always looking at the quarterback first and foremost, because everything runs through him.
I think that might be the 8th turnover of the game when you combine the both sides. The second fumble of the game might be too dramatic. It might be turnover number 7 when you combine both sides. Either way, it is Lions football at their own 12 in the shotgun. Beneby takes a man in motion from the right side slot. Flag on the play. There might be an illegal shift. It's a jet sweep. Rolling to his left on a carry, and it'll be a modest gain on 1st and 10, but this one likely will be coming back, and it will be a 1st and 15 inside Kings Academy's own 10-yard line. The clock reads 10:22 to play in this game. Kings Academy has the football, and they lead 17-14.
Now, if you're St. Andrews, you got to bend but don't break. You got them in a great situation right here. 15 yards to go. It's very difficult to get 10, so it's even more so difficult to get 15. You've got to find a way to get off the field. Don't allow them to flip the field, so you'll have a shorter field to go down and try to tie this thing up or get the lead.
So they do back them up 5 yards, all the way to the 6. We have an awkward angle, so the yardage are approximations from up here. Throwing it on the far side, wide receiver screen, spin move, and just falling down right there. No gain on the wide receiver screen, setting up 2nd down and 15. Line to gain is all the way up to the 24-yard line.
So if I'm the outside defensive back, I'm going to force everything back inside because I have help coming from the inside, and that's the angle I need to take. That's what happened on that play. If you miss that tackle, it's the guy coming from the inside. The receiver is going up the field, and he's, again, we talk about it, going to strike up the band.
2nd down and long for Kings Academy. 9:30 to play in the 4th quarter. Kings leads by 3. Beneby in the shotgun's got 2 receivers to his right, lone receiver to the left. Make that switch to the right. Firing on that side. It's going to be caught at the 10, 15, upended, but staying on his feet. Bouncing off tacklers and being brought down short of the 20-yard line. A nice catch and gain that time by the Lions. The play that made was by Hudson Champion, the tight end, rolling into the flood wide receiver scheme. He makes the catch and gets brought down past the 15, around the 17-yard line.
To give this offense credit, because normally you don't take a quarterback and sprint the opposite way of his strength. He never really does that because that puts him in a bad situation. But, obviously Beneby has found a way to get his shoulders square, bring the football down, and keep it right where his guy can catch it.
3rd and 6 for TKA. In the shotgun, Beneby. 2 receivers to the left, lone receiver to the right. Looking left, firing left side, incomplete. Heavy pressure forced Beneby to just haul that one into some open space. It was either that ball was going to land incomplete or one of his receivers would make a miraculous catch. So it'll be 4th down and 6 as Kings Academy will likely punt this one away and give the football back to St. Andrews. These teams have traded fumbles on their last 2 possessions, and now St. Andrews gets a stop.
Yeah, haymakers again. You in a game like this and things are happening, you got to keep your cool or you got to keep your head. I'm Faison, I'm back. I've got to get the football here. Don't let it bounce. Those yards are going to be important, and we can even flip the field if we can as an offense and put us in position. I like him back as a return.
Heavy pressure on the punt, but it gets away. Juan Rodriguez just squeaks it through the punt block unit of Kings Academy. It takes an in-between hop, doesn't go too far. And St. Andrews will start with the football in plus territory at the 43-yard line. I don't know how Rodriguez got that punt away without any deflection from the punt block unit.
Well, again, what happens is guys that go at the punter, they're going where he was instead of where he is. And so you got to take the ball off the top of his feet. If you jump, you're going to run right into him. If you just hold your hands out, stick him down, and bring the ball down, you'll block it every time, but you just got to go to the angle where he's trying to punt the football.
So it is the St. Andrews Scots trailing by 3 with the football in plus territory at the 43-yard line. Ball on the left hash. 2 receivers on either side as Williams fakes right, then throws left to wide receiver screen. It's incomplete. Got deflected by the D-line. Remember this name. Jack McPherson again, a playmaker on the right edge, gets his hands up and impacts that pass. We've seen him make sacks, we've seen him make tackles for losses, and we've seen him with several different swats at the line of scrimmage. McPherson has been everywhere. 2nd and 10 from the 43-yard line.
Yeah, just understanding the game. I can't get there, Coach, but I'm going to get my hand up. Hopefully, if I don't bat the football, I'm going to get the angle where the quarterback can't make a perfect throw.
Same formation as Williams drops back to pass. Blitz picked up, but then on the right side, remember the name, Jack McPherson for a sack.
McPherson said, hey, call me. Call my name, baby. I want to be in the top 63 at number 1. I mean, can you guys redo that list? Because I'm that guy, right? I want to make sure that I have an impact on this game, and that's where it matters. Here late in the 4th quarter, I know they got to throw the football. They haven't run it well. I'm going to get in the backfield, make my guy miss, and try to make a play.
It looked like a delayed blitz that time because you had pressure sent from the middle linebackers of Kings Academy that was picked up from the running back of the Scots. That freed up that entire right edge for McPherson to get home, and get home he did. 3rd down and 7 as Williams drops back to pass. Fires a bomb down the far sideline. Double coverage. What a throw and what a play from Wesley Wynn. A drop in a bucket and a bomb. 43 yards. Check that. 48 yards for a racetrack touchdown. Welcome to Boca Raton, Wesley Wynn. And the Scots take a 3-point lead.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you something. That's a beautiful ball. Anywhere on any level. That's a great catch. But most importantly, if you're Jack Williams, you made a couple of mistakes, right? But you got a short memory. So you get in there and you say, listen, I'm just going to heave ho. I'm going to throw it as far as I can. I know I can't outthrow this guy. He's fast as lightning, right? But I'm going to put it in space. If he doesn't catch it, the defender's got to try to get him. He's going to make an interference. So we'll get a 1st down out of this thing. But no, it's a perfect ball on the money.
And the extra point is up and good. 48 yards to the house on a go route down the far sideline. Wesley Wynn again. 21-17. The Scots lead by 4. 7:14 to play in this 4th quarter. We'll be back in 30 seconds here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube worldwide on ESPN Top 63.
Tired
of being sidelined by a sports injury? Get back in the game with Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Whether you're a professional athlete or even a weekend warrior, you can get back to doing what you love with our compassionate orthopedic team. Experience a new level of care and get back to your best. Welcome to being treated like a pro. Make an appointment today at baptisthealth.net/ortho or call 833-556-6764.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Ball kicked deep by St. Andrews, and it goes out the back of the end zone for a touchback. Correction, number 55 for Kings Academy is Caleb Scroggins, who has been wreaking havoc. Scroggins, the sophomore, wreaking havoc for Kings Academy on defense, but the last laugh on that drive goes to St. Andrews, who throws a 48-yard touchdown to take the lead for the Scots. 21-17 again. St. Andrews leads. But here comes the Kings Academy on offense to try to answer. We are less than halfway through this fourth and final quarter of regulation. Make sure you tell everybody to tune in to ESPN 1063, specifically on YouTube. ESPN Top 63 for the HSS Game of the Week. 4-point lead for St. Andrews. They're on defense. Kings Academy from their own 20-yard line. Beneby fires it down the far sideline. Incomplete. And there was a flag on the play at the line of scrimmage. Good over-the-top defense that time by St. Andrews to take away the deep ball that Beneby was looking for on the far sideline.
Yes, sir. And let me tell you something. You go back to that play that Wesley made. It's very difficult to track the ball, especially at night, because it's dark. You're looking up in the sky. Guys are hanging all over you, right? And you're looking for the football. You got to track it and know where you are on the field. And he did a great job on that.
Defensive holding will push Kings Academy from the 20 to the 30. 1st and 10, Kings. 7:06 remain in the game. Beneby in the shotgun pistol formation with trips right, lone receiver left. DJ claps his hands, takes the snap, and looking to his right. Now looking to his left. Heavy pressure rolling to his right. The lefty fires across the middle of the field. It's incomplete. Beneby took a massive hit. And a flag comes out late on that hit on the quarterback. The pass could have been caught, but it was dropped by his intended target, Porsche. Porsche normally sure-handed, not that time, but a defensive roughing the passer is going to give the Kings Academy a first down.
I'm just going to assume the official couldn't find his flag because that was like a week late. I mean, I could have thrown it from up here. It's so late. The hit appeared to be on time. I'm looking here at the replay, but it looked to be on time, but, the officials called it otherwise. I don't want to second guess them, but I guess I did, if you will, but it looked like it was on time to me.
Move the football to the 45-yard line.
58 remaining in the fourth.
1st and 10, Kings Academy. Trips right, pistol formation. Chain gang a little bit late to the party. Under 7 to play in the fourth quarter. Couple of big penalties, defensive holding and then roughing the passer. Going against the Scots, the home team.
25 yards and penalties in 2 plays.
Pistol formation, Beneby motions out his tailback. High snap, ball on the ground. He falls back on top of it to avoid disaster. And another flag comes out onto the play. They're deeming Beneby gave himself up. And then a couple of St. Andrews Scots met at the quarterback in that split-second reaction, did not abort mission, and laid a hit on Beneby. And there is a down offensive player from Kings Academy. It might be DJ Beneby.
Wow.
And in all likelihood, because of when that flag was thrown, it probably the call going against St. Andrews. And we are awaiting the official ruling. But before we get it, it'll be a sports certified by Vitacost timeout called on the play. 6:52 remaining in the game. 21-17, St. Andrews at home with a 4-point lead. Kings Academy with the football, progressing the football down the field by virtue of a couple of penalties. We'll take a break and be right back in 30 seconds, live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
It was a personal foul penalty called against St. Andrews on the hit on the quarterback. The high snap where Beneby was trying to corral it, and then he got hit after giving himself up. A bang-bang play goes against the Scots that time. Moving the football to the 48-yard line. In the shotgun, Beneby, and they're going to blow this play dead. The down reads second down and 3. Beneby does have to come off the field. They did call an injury timeout. So that's why the whistle was blown by the back official to say if there's an injury timeout, that player cannot stay in the game after the injury timeout. At least one snap has to be taken by his substitute, and the substitute will be, appears to be Peyton Hughes. Pistol formation. 2 receivers left. Rather, it's London Johnson Rensburg. Left side, there goes Champion. Brought down at the 36-yard line. Rensburg gets the job done, gets the ball into the playmaker's hand, and Levi Champion makes it work to move the chains for the HSS first down.
At that point, he hasn't thrown the ball all night long, so you bring pressure. You force him to get the ball out right now. They threw a quick pass to the flat. That was great, but would have been even quicker had you put that pressure on him.
London John Svan Rensburg, the quarterback from Kings Academy, comes in for one play for the injured DJ Beneby, but back comes Beneby. Say that 5 times fast. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. It's the pistol formation. DJ takes a snap, hands it off. Levi Champion the give again. It's a gain of a couple for 2nd and 8. Spot the football at the 35-yard line.
Well, one thing you know, if you're St. Andrews, they need a touchdown. They can't get a field goal here, so I've got to protect the end zone. I'm going to make sure that guys, if I'm a safety, nobody's going to get behind me. I'm deepest man. I'm a cornerback on the outside. I've got to make the tackle. If I do nothing else, I got to force him back inside where my help is coming from, but I can't let him break to the end zone.
Final score in the Benjamin game. Benjamin comes from behind, gets the win over Jupiter Christian, 30-27. In the shotgun, after the man is in motion, throwing it across the middle, incomplete. Trying to link up with Hudson Champion was Beneby, but he could not. 3rd and 8 coming up for the Kings Academy.
You know, we talk about those angles. I think Hudson couldn't see the football because of the way it came out. It was in between the linemen, but it was very low. He saw it at the last moment. He tried to get his hands up. It was a little too late. Great throw, way to escape from pressure, but he couldn't get the football.
3rd and 8 for the Kings Academy offense. 21-17. Scots lead over Lions. 5:15 to play in the game. Depending on how this play goes, it might be 4-down territory. In the pistol. Dropping back to pass. Flag on the play. Rolling to his left-handed quarterback. Hot pursuit. Firing it. Nearly intercepted. It's just incomplete. The pressure that time was made by D-end Quinn Connors. But again, there was a flag on the play right when the ball was snapped. It will be a false start called against Kings Academy. If the penalty is accepted, they'll back it up and do 3rd and 13. If it's declined, it'll be 4th and 8, and it will be declined by head coach Jimmy Robertson, as we can see his signal from here on the near sideline. 4th and 8 for Kings Academy. And I am not seeing the punt team take the field with 5:07 to play in the 4th quarter. Kings trails by 4. They need a touchdown. Ball at the 35. Awaken is the home crowd. 4th and 8, empty set. Beneby takes the snap, drops to the pass, heavy pressure inside, across the middle, got a man, it's caught, HSS first down to the 15-yard line. Catch made by Jack Miller for a 20-yard gain. Move the chains, and the drive is alive for the Lions.
You talk about angles, and Beneby threw that one off his back foot. Leaning back, he had to chunk it out of there because here comes the defensive pressure. I thought it was a big hold on that. The official missed it, but nevertheless, great catch, great throw. Again, keeping the chains moving for this offense.
Man, you want to talk about arm angles and, by definition, arm talent by DJ Beneby. The D-line, the big D tackle in his face, just flicked it out there. Nothing but feeling. Couldn't step into that throw. Took a big hit after it and got it to Jack Miller for the HSS first down. Into the red zone goes the Kings Academy. 1st and 10 from the 15. What a play.
I like what you said on that. Knowing he was going to take the hit, right? You can throw it from every angle. That's fine. But you got to be able to take a hit standing there at the last minute, because sometimes the play isn't open until the 11th hour. So as a quarterback, you've got to make sure that you can see the guy, see through him to the safety, and throw the football where only your guy can catch it. Now, that was, a blessing. Because let me tell you, it was a lot of guys around that football, at least 3 guys, but the ball landed right where it had to. They got a huge first down on that play.
A timeout is brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. That is where each and every HSS game of the week will live this and for the foreseeable future football season. I'm Christian Cat on the call alongside the coach, Jimmy Bell, for a really fun Week 1 affair under the Friday night lights. So many turnovers, so many big plays, and you end up with a very conventional football score to show for it. 21-17, Scots on top of the Kings Academy.
Scots 15.
1st and 10 in the red zone goes Kings Academy. 1st and 10 from the 15. Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the right, lone receiver to the left, tight end brought in motion to the left side. Beneby drops back, left-handed, fade to the end zone, caught! Touchdown, Kings Academy! Hudson champion for 6, a racetrack touchdown from 15 yards out.
Putting it where only his guy could catch it. Again, talking about throwing it in that right angle. You put it on the left shoulder because he's going up the left sideline, and the defensive back can't get there. You put it right on the, as we call it, the money. Right out there where only his guy can catch it. You got to catch it, obviously, but he did on that play, the champion, and put his team up by 4.
Point after pending. It's 23-21. Kings Academy now leads by 2 before the point after. Try to make it a field goal lead. Low snap, good hold on the recovery. It's up, it's high, and it sneaks in through the left upright. Good. 24-21. What a drive from Kings Academy. A lot of penalties on their own half of the field. 40 yards of penalties to advance the football from their own 20 all the way up past midfield. But after that, it was all Kings Academy, all DJ Beneby. Couple of ridiculous throws, capping it off to senior tight end Hudson Champion for 6.
Hey, did you see that new math I did on it? I said by 4. I just see if the people out there in the audience, are they listening to me or not? I know it was 3, but I just playing with them, right?
Of course, keep everyone on your toes. Light up the YouTube chat with your instant reaction to the HSS Game of the Week. Support your Scots. Support your Lions. So support your local high school teams in the YouTube chat at ESPN Top 63. Predict how this one's going to end because it is so fun and we're not even close to over yet. 4:50 remains in this game, and the visiting Kings Academy Lions lead 24-21. Getting ready to boot this one away after kicking that point after through is Kingston Deloach. And Deloach kicks a line drive. Returnable from the 7, and here comes Witt. Right side, following blockers on the far sideline, gets brought down just short of the 30-yard line. So the Scots will set up shop at their own 28-yard line.
So I'm Jack Williams. Worst case scenario, I know I need a field goal, so I've got to find a way to get it done down the field, protect the football. I want to score a touchdown, but I've got to put my team at least in a position to get a field goal. He's that kind of guy, did it on the last drive. He feels in his mind, the coaches as well, he can do it again right here.
Tell your friends, tell your family to tune in right now to YouTube at ESPN Top 63 to catch the thrilling conclusion of the HSS Game of the Week, 24-21. The visiting Kings Academy Lions lead, but the Scots have the football. Trailing by 3. 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. Williams in the pistol. Stacked receivers on the left side. That's Faison and that's Wynn. Bobbled snap, and it's caught on the wide receiver screen on the right side. It's Wynn on the catch and run. He gets past the 35-yard line and out of bounds to the 37.
So you stack Wynn behind Faison. He gets lost in the shuffle, right? And at some point when you fake that little toss pass to the sideline, you hit Faison on a quick slant. If the safety moves out in the middle of the field, he's going to walk in the end zone.
2nd down and 3.
2nd down and 3 for St. Andrews as they try to come from behind in this one. Both teams have mounted separate comebacks, back and forth, back and forth. No team is led by more than one possession in this one. It's been a thrilling back and forth affair. Press coverage on Faison on the bottom of the screen. It's a handoff. DeOrsey following his blockers and shooting the gap to the 43-yard line. It's an HSS 1st down to move the chains for St. Andrews. Clock will roll up. The ball is spotted at 4:27 to play in the game.
So my plan is, if I'm St. Andrews, I've got to not only score, but I've got to milk this clock. I don't want to give them the football back. When this game runs out at the end, the officials hold the ball up in the air. I want us to be in the lead because we've milked the clock. We're going to take it down the field and score a touchdown.
In the shotgun, 2 receivers to the right side, lone receiver to the left. It's a handoff once again. There goes to Orsi, following his blockers, stretching forward to the 48-yard line. Gain of 4 on 1st and 10, setting up 2nd and 6 as he approaches midfield.
This big offensive line is saying, listen, just lean on us. We'll take it right down the field. They're getting 4, 5, 6 yards a clip. Those were 2 and 3 yard runs early in the game. But as this game going on, they've got the confidence. They got the hands on the hips. That lets me know they're ready to play football, and they're just blowing these holes.
2nd and 5. 3:35 to play in the game. St. Andrews with the football down by 3. They have the football at their own 49. In the shotgun, Williams, they got 2 receivers to the right side. He drops back to pass, picking up the blitz, rolling to his right. Plenty of time. He's going to tuck it and run across midfield. 45, 40, 35, out of bounds, an HSS 1st down as the young quarterback, Jack Williams, uses his legs for a chunk play.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Again, just a quick decision in that quarterback position. I'm back there. I'm looking down the field. I want to throw the football, but there's nothing there. So I've got to utilize my legs. I'm going to keep it moving. I want to get him to slide at some point so he doesn't take that hit. But great quarterback play from the guy, Jack Williams, and he's doing it well all night long.
Ball at the 37-yard line is the official spot. In plus territory. 1st and 10, Scots. Williams in the shotgun. 2 receivers left. Takes a snap. Handoff. It's DeOrsey. Gets wrapped up in the backfield and won't gain much, if anything. No gain on 1st and 10. 2nd and 10 now coming up. Clock continues to tick. 3 minutes to go in this game. The visiting Kings Academy Lions lead by 3.
Cat, let me ask you a question. Have I made you a believer yet? You got to finish this with a kick, right?
I think so.
Yeah, man. Either a field goal or you're kicking the extra point. But you got to finish this drive if you're St. Andrews with a score.
2nd and 10. Williams in the shotgun takes a snap, looking left, looking downfield, fires it to the end zone. Faison! Got it! Is he in? Waiting for the call. Down at the 1-yard line, Dylan Faison with a big catch and a big gain. 1st and goal, Scots.
Yeah, he put it right on, and Faison's a big receiver. He threw it to the sideline where only he could catch it. He was fading toward the sideline, kept his foot in. You only need 1 foot in high school. His parents are here at the game. They're excited about it, and that's the way you play football if you're Jack Williams. Throw the ball down the field, like I said, finish with a kick.
1st and goal from the 1. 2:14 remaining in the game. Scots need a field goal to tie. They need a touchdown to take the lead. Kings Academy's defense has been at the right place at the right time more often than not when you get to this half of the field. Watch out for Caleb Scroggins, who has been everywhere all night. He's lining up on the right side defensive end. under center for, I believe, the first time tonight. Rather, no, it is going to be a shotgun snap. Handoff up the middle. Staying on his feet is D'Orsay. He got his legs chopped out from under him, but kept his balance and gets forward enough to not lose any yardage. It'll be 2nd and goal.
That's not the worst thing that could happen because the clock is in their favor, right? It's still running. So
128 remaining in the game.
Yeah, I'm taking my time. I'm going to make them burn their timeouts. But more importantly, I'm going to milk the clock down. When the official holds his hand up in the back, that's 10 seconds, and it's counting down.
Injured player on the field, it appears. However, Dylan Faison, I thought was injured for a second. He's a little hobbled, but took his helmet off, and now miscommunication. I think that the Scots might use a timeout. No, they will not. 1:12 remaining in the game. And now there is a timeout called on the field, brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost, as the Kings Academy Lions use their timeout with 1:12 remaining in the game. One more timeout remains for Kings Academy. Very important because it's only 2nd down and goal from the 2.
That's what I was saying. Make them burn their timeouts. I'm going to run the football up the middle. Even if I don't score, that's perfect because I'm going to score at some point. I want to get 6 on the other end of this, but I want to make sure they don't have any time to go back down the field.
Timeout called on the field, brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost. Dylan Faison is having some stomach issues on the field right now as he's the emotion and the hydration and the intensity is getting to everybody here live in Boca Raton at the home of the Scots.
Well, you said, how does it test you? There it is. You know, physically, you know you're regurgitating, right? Man, listen, this thing is intense. The moment is here. This is when you make great plays, though, if you're a player. If you're going to make these plays, this is when you put your film out. The beauty of it is, you said earlier in the broadcast, got guys going verbally committed to Boston College and all these big universities from a small school.
Yeah.
That lets you know no matter where you play, if you can play, they'll come find you. So you don't have to go to the big schools to get it in. You just have to go out there and make football plays.
2nd down and goal from the 2-yard line. 1:12 remains in the game. Kings Academy leads by 3. They're on defense right now, and they have 1 timeout remaining. Do you sell out for the run here, Coach, if you're the defense?
Yeah, you got to make a play in the backfield. You got to get in there and penetrate.
It is a run up the middle. D'Orsay hurdles his blocker, and he's in the end zone for 6! Brought to you by Racetrack. It's a touchdown for St. Andrews, and the Scots take the lead.
So equally as important here, if you make this extra point, now they got to score a touchdown. So that's why it's real important. You got to make this.
27-24 before the point after is attempted. The Scots take the lead with 1:06 remaining in the 4th quarter.
You think about Faison, he hadn't had a lot of big catches tonight. He down here on this end, we were here earlier. He stopped on the route. Defender went in and intercepted it. He made up for it right there.
Massive play by Faison is set up 1st and goal, and he gets dapped up on the sideline from D'Orsay as that extra point is good. 28-24. Kings Academy has 1 timeout and 66 seconds to try to find the end zone to win this football game. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3. Make sure you tune in on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 or on social media, on Twitter at ESPN Top 63, on Facebook at ESPN West Palm to watch this 66-second drill run by head coach Dan Bureick's Kings Academy Lions and new quarterback for 2025, DJ Benaby, because we've seen a couple of special throws by Benaby so far tonight. It's going to take a couple more of those if he wants to send the road team home happy.
Yeah, we got to, if I'm St. Andrews, I got to tackle them inbounds. If they get a 1st down, they're going to stop the clock just momentarily to reset the chains. But going back to what you asked earlier about test of wills, again, we've seen everything in this game. A lot of turnovers, a lot of sudden change. I don't want the guy who's doing well when all things are in place. I want the guy when he gets hit in the face, he finds a way to get it done. Both teams have shown that.
Connor Burns boots this one away. It is returnable from the 2-yard line, and here comes the Lions return team across the 15. Wrapped up at the 15-yard line, nowhere to go, and important seconds tick off the clock, and a flag comes on the field on the group tackle at the end. They might be giving another personal foul against St. Andrews. but it looked to be a bang-bang play. It's a face mask, actually called, not a late hit, not playing past the whistle, but a hand got up near the face mask per the referee's ruling, and that will add critical yardage to that return of the Kings Academy.
Okay, I'll give him that, but it wasn't a late hit. I thought that's initially what he called. I'm like, come on, ref. Stay with me, baby. We know you're out there. You don't have to show us you're out there. Come on now.
56 seconds remain here in this game. Kings Academy has the football, trailing 28-24. One timeout remains for the Lions. They need a touchdown to win this game and nothing less. In the shotgun, Benaby takes the snap. The lefty rolls to his left. Looking downfield, fires to the sideline. It's caught at the sticks. Pushed out of bounds, and it's caught for an HSS first down. At the 42-yard line, move the chains for the Lions, but there is penalty flags on the field in the offensive backfield. 47 seconds remain here in the game. We'll see if this play is coming back.
Benaby's pass was
a legal man downfield goes against the Kings Academy and will erase that 12-yard gain.
So let me just give the fans an idea of what that is. Okay, so you get an offensive lineman who is engaged in blocking, and he goes past the line of scrimmage more than 1 yard. So once he does that, that's a 5-yard penalty. He's engaged. He doesn't even know where he is on the field most of the times. But you've got to be aware, because if it's a pass and you go past the line of scrimmage more than 1 yard, they're going to call it every time.
Ball spotted at the 25-yard line. It is 1st and 15. Line of gain is just past the 40. Trips right for Benaby. He takes the snap. The left-handed quarterback steps up in the pocket. Pressure. Fires it. Far sideline. Got a man. It's caught. HSS first down. Champion on the catch. Champion leaps out of bounds. And the clock will roll. They deem him stopped inbounds. The catch made by Levi Champion. The junior makes the catch and makes the HSS first down. They will stop the clock momentarily. Oh, no, the clock continues to roll with 24 seconds to play in the game. And now the officials are waving off. Ball at the 44. The officials might put some time back on the clock here, and Levi Champion is pleading his case. First down after that big catch and conversion from Levi Champion. We'll see how much more time they put on the clock, because right now the scoreboard reads 11 seconds, but you and I know that it'll be a little bit more time than that.
Yeah. Should have stopped when on the first down.
Yeah.
To reset the ball.
So a timeout is called, brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost, as the officials try to recalibrate things and get the correct time on the scoreboard to give the Kings Academy their due. The ball is at the 44-yard line, short of midfield. It will be 1st and 10 for the Lions offense. Again, Kings Academy needs a touchdown here. They have one timeout remaining.
So the first day of defensive drills, you tell your safeties, if you got 2 guys back, you tell them, look behind you. Who's back there? They'll say nobody. Okay, you don't let anybody get behind you. You're deepest as the deepest man. So they've got to keep guys in front of them make the tackle.
We've seen a couple of big home run balls thrown by Benaby. So the clock is reset to 34 seconds. 34 seconds remain in the fourth quarter after they sort that out. Again, for the radio audience and our video audience, 34 seconds remain.
First down Lions from their own 44.
1st and 10 from the 44-yard line. In the shotgun, Benaby motions out Levi Champion to the left side slot. Empty set now. Benaby drops back to pass. Steps up the pocket. Fires it down the sideline. Looking for Champion. Gets a little bit too tall. Trying to lead Champion a little bit too far, and it is incomplete.
Yeah, that was a bang-bang play because the defender got there right when the football did, and it looked like the official was reaching for the flag. He was right in position, but he deemed it that he hit him right when the football got there. It was a little further along. I don't think he would have caught it anyway.
Exactly. It was either an uncatchable ball or not enough contact. So we'll reset here. 2nd and 10. The clock stops on the incomplete pass. 7 seconds come off of the scoreboard. It's 27 seconds to go in the game. 28-24 the score. Home team, St. Andrews, leads the road team, Kings Academy. Kings Academy has the football on their own 44-yard line, 2nd and 10 here. But realistically, the down doesn't matter as much as the clock. Champion put out in motion. Benaby, pressure, rolling, firing across the middle of the field. It's triple covered, and it is incomplete. Incomplete. Oh, it was right in the paws of a free safety for the Scots, but unable to haul that one in. Unfortunately for him was Amari Young, and it is 3rd and 10 now. 18 seconds remain in the game. 3rd and 10.
Yeah, the wide receiver hit him actually, so he couldn't catch the football, because had he been able to go up at the highest point and grab the football, the game would have been over. But great play there by the receiver, turning into a defensive back.
We've seen DJ Beneby make magic happen in this 4th quarter already with a couple of beautiful throws. Does he have one more left in the tank? 3 receivers to the left, 2 receivers to the right. Empty set. Beneby fires on the far sideline. Jump ball, deflected up in the air. Intercepted. Flag on the play. Scots have the football. The flag was in the offensive backfield. It's returnable at the 50-yard line and brought down at the 47. It's a pick. L.J. James with the interception. 3 seconds on the clock, and there was a flag during that play. St. Andrews is celebrating. Coach, what did you see there?
Well, they call the shift with the motion, so this game's over. The pick will just take the best play in football and take a knee.
Jack Williams and the St. Andrews Scots will take a knee on the football and send the home crowd home happy with a 28-24 win in week 1 in the 2025 high school football season here in South Florida. After this one goes to 0-0, we'll take a quick break and then wrap things up from Boca Raton. And reminder to stay right here on ESPN Top 63, because not only will we have recap and reaction from every game across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, we'll have call-ins from head coaches from across all those games. And then on this very same YouTube channel, ESPN Top 63, you will have highlights, not just from our broadcast here, but we've got boots on the ground on the field to get you up close and personal to the dramatics. And the Scots take a knee and end the ball game. Final score, St. Andrews 28, Kings Academy 24. Back in 60 seconds, wrapping up things next with your look ahead brought to you by the Boca Bowl. The MVP of the game brought to you by Duffy Sports Grill. And the Kaiser Coaches Corner here on ESPN 106.3.
Nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
What's the Anajar Levine difference? When you're injured in a car crash, we focus on your case so you can focus on the one thing that matters most, getting better. I'm Glenn Levine with Anajar Levine. We'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call our legal team right now for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. We'll help you take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Welcome on back to High School Game Day with ESPN West Palm. It's the HSS Game of the Week, and it has gone final, supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather. St. Andrews getting a win in their home building in week 1 over Kings Academy, 28-24. What a fight, figuratively, between these two small private schools, Coach.
Yeah, you can't get any better than that. Again, I think back to, I remember when I was in the early 2000s, Gary Scott was a wide receiver from Suncoast. He played at Michigan State with Plexico Burrows. Burrows caught 16 balls in that game. They were trying to feature him to go to the NFL, kind of like Faison tonight. Didn't catch a lot of balls, but when it mattered, Gary Scott caught the 2-point conversion to take that thing, and they beat Michigan State beat Florida in the Gator Bowl. So it's just one of those games back and forth. Williams had a tough night initially, and then he started to fight back. That's what you have to do. You test wills. You see what guys are. The great Mike Tyson said it best. Everybody's got a plan or they get punched in the mouth. So they got punched in the mouth. They found a way to get it done. I'm impressed with these guys.
Yeah, I think that the singular use of punched in the mouth, there were several punches back and forth.
Yes, sir.
Turnover after turnover. First it was the interceptions in the first half, and then it was trading fumbles in the second half, and the dust settles, and Kings Academy falls short by 4 points. St. Andrews gets a big-time 28-24 win as they head into week 2. Let's break things down here. The MVP of the game brought to you by Duffy's Sports Grill. Couple of athletes to choose from St. Andrews, but I think I'm going to have to go with Wesley Wynn. Wesley Wynn, the transfer over, the Boston College commit. Wesley Wynn had a couple of big-time touchdown catches where he got free in space directly after back-breaking sacks.
Yep.
These are third down completions, either down the sideline in double coverage across the middle of the field. Wesley Wynn is a name you need to remember if you're going to keep tabs on football in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast this year.
Yeah, just tracking the football. Not a big guy, but the ability to run away from guys in space, and as you mentioned, being able to catch the ball in traffic. I was impressed with that because there were guys hanging all over him. A couple of times the call could have gone his way. He didn't worry about that. He just went up and got the football and made a play for his offense.
And, pre-game, when Theo Dorsey spoke with head coach of St. Andrews, Jimmy Robertson, he was proven right when he said you can't double Dylan Faison anymore. Quinn Connors, dog. Wesley Wynn, dog. Couple of big-time targets from St. Andrews throughout the 2025 season. They look really well-rounded going into the rest of this regular season. And listen, this game went down to the wire. Kings Academy has nothing to hang their heads about. Everything that was thrown their way, they answered. Every momentum shift. Couple of great plays by quarterback DJ Benaby tonight.
Yeah, they got some young guys. Again, you got to be equally as impressed. Both coaches did a great job of coaching the players up. They got a few moments where it was kind of a little chippy in there, but they kept their cool and they kept fighting, and that's all that really matters. Somebody had to win it, and again, for St. Andrews tonight, they were on the top.
Coach, how easy is it to get back onto the practice field after kind of what might feel like a back-breaking close loss, your first time in a game that actually counts?
Well, it's never easy, but you got to find a way and talk to your kids about things in life. That's the way it goes. You can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather, so you never know how it's going to play out. However it plays out, you got to find a way to get it done, wake up the next day and answer the bell, and I know these guys in Kings Academy, they'll do it because they're a great program.
And we will look ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl, because we here at ESPN West Palm and everyone in Palm Beach County up to the Treasure Coast, down to Broward, down to Miami. Everyone wants to go to the Boca Bowl in 2025. It's December 23rd with a 2 p.m. kickoff. But we will look ahead for the victors of tonight's game, the St. Andrews Scots at home. Their next game will be a week from now as they will take on St. John Paul II Academy, and that will be a home game, 6 o'clock back here. And then they move on September 5th. 1 week from then, they take on Melbourne Central Catholic. And then after that game, the St. Andrews Scots will try to be 3-0 at that moment, and they'll continue their season on into the middle of September. And they will, and then my phone dies. And then there's that happen too, Coach. How do you build off a week 1 win like this?
Yeah, you just keep going. I mean, it's just one win. You don't get 2 for this. And if you're on the other side, if you're Kings Academy, you can't get another loss because of this loss. So you got to get focused, laser focused. All these games matter, but you got to take them one at a time and keep building. If you lost, find a way to fix it. If you won, just keep building on that momentum.
And we'll cap off the look ahead brought to you by the Boca Bowl. On September 12th, they will play host to NSU University with the 6:30 kick. Well, that is all from here in Boca Raton for the HSS Game of the Week. If you're watching live on YouTube, this broadcast will live until eternity. You can watch it back. You can catch every single touchdown, turnover, big play that you missed, and you are not going to want to miss the highlights from field level later on tonight on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Our guy, Cade Chumsland, was at field level, and he got the perfect angle of Dylan Faison's miraculous catch to set up St. Andrews for their goal-to-go situation to win the game. But again, a final 28-24. St. Andrews wins to conclude the HSS Game of the Week, Week 1 here under the Friday Night Lights. But that does not conclude our coverage on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day tonight on the air of YouTube and the radio. Colin Russo will break things down next, taking calls from our reporters around the area and head coaches that won their games. For Jimmy Bell, I'm Christian Catt. This has been the HSS Game of the Week on ESPN 106.3 and live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's DQ Grill and Chill's new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard. This limited time treat combines DQ's signature soft serve, dyed blue of course, along with sugar cookie dough, cake batter flavor, and sprinkles. The Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard is available for a limited time only at DQ Grill and Chill with 2 locations, 4828 Lake Worth Road and US 1, just south of Northlake.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
To help those who want to be helped but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur, and most certainly never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha. Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Little post-game action. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Colin Russo with you. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We got a packed program ahead where we're going to be talking to a couple coaches from around the Palm Beach County area. If you're coming from the St. Andrews game, a classic there. So we have two good games for ESPN West Palm High School Game Day in the first 2 weeks. Looking forward to that, but I got you up until 11 p.m. Don't go anywhere because we got you covered. The Boca Raton Bowl is coming back to South Florida, and December 23rd is the date that you need to mark on your calendar. December 23rd, the Boca Raton Bowl is going to be back in South Florida over at FAU Stadium down in Boca. You're going to have two of the top teams from the group of 5, which are going to battle it out for their chance at the title. It's going to air on ESPN, and you can get more information today at the BocaRatonBowl.com. Follow along on Twitter at Boca Bowl and Facebook.com/Boca Bowl for more updates to 2025 Boca Raton Bowl. It's Tuesday, December 23rd at FAU Stadium. So we're going to be talking with a couple coaches on terms of the scores because Forest Hill won tonight. We're going to be talking with the new coach, Evan Williams, in just about a couple moments. We're going to hear from Coach Jonathan King of American Heritage Del Rey. Maybe we'll hear from Coach Jason Cradman of Jupiter High School football. And we're definitely going to hear from Coach Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia, a 38-0 final for Dr. Joaquin Garcia. They start 1-0. So a couple bit. We'll jump around the scores a little bit. Vero Beach over Ugali, 41-19. Number 4 Atlantic over Palm Beach Gardens, 49-13. Palm Beach Central lost. I officially think that's the final score. I could be wrong. 27-18. Pahokee over Palm Beach Central. Sebring up over Martin County, 13-10 was the score last time we checked there. Royal Palm 36-0 over Port St. Lucie. Fort Pierce Central up over Nova, 27-7. Glade Central final score over Seminole Ridge, 38-14 was the final score. Glade Central up big. Won a big one there. They start 1-0 with Coach Omar Hoggabook down there. Them and Pahokee both having good starts to the year. 38-14 was there. Jupiter over Dwyer, final score 28-7. That's number 9 Jupiter in the ESPN West Palm High School rankings. And, of course, our HSS Game of the Week, St. Andrews over Kings Academy, 28-14. 28-14 over Kings Academy, a back-and-forth battle there. Talk about a back-and-forth battle. Hopefully we can talk to Coach Jason Belsour. But Benjamin over Jupiter Christian, 30-27 was the final score in that one. 30-27. How about that? Benjamin back and forth. They started down 21-0 in that game to Jupiter Christian, and they rumbled back to win 30-27. Good for Benjamin. Good for Benjamin. New coach this year, lost a lot of players, lot to prove, and clearly in this office too. People needed to see what they were about. Dr. Joaquin Garcia, again, 38-0 over Lake Worth, and Boynton Beach over Boca Raton, 27-14 final score. Forest Hill up over John I. There's the final there, 53-0. How about that? Welcoming in the coach, Evan Williams of Forest Hill, who is going to be joining us just about right now. So Coach Evan Williams of Forest Hill, talk about a team that started 1-0 and a 53-0. My goodness, 53-0 final score. Coach Evan Williams joining the program now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach Williams, welcome in. How we doing today? Talk to me a little bit about the game. What went down?
I'm doing really well today. Tonight, everything went well, just as we practiced, just as we planned. I believe that the game's won long before you ever step on the field, and we did everything in practice that we set out to do after our ugly loss last week, and we got things rectified.
And, Coach, coming off of last week in the Kickoff Classic, you sort of wanted to see this team face a little bit of adversity. What'd you tell the guys going into the practice week to kind of reset them a bit?
Well, we identified the areas where we could improve, and we focused on that in practice. Our motto for the year is coach over everything, and one of the things we have to be is discipline. We have to have a culture of discipline. So, yeah, that was our focal point of the week.
And, Coach,
to be more specific.
Be more specific. And 53-0 final score. I mean, yeah, I can't imagine there are too many negatives to take away from this. Tell me a little bit about what went right in today's game.
Well, I'll start with the negatives. Early on, some of the things that did go wrong in the first game were fumbles, and we have a lot of new starters. There's 17 new starters because we graduated 22 seniors last year. So kids not being varsity ready, having 10 guys on the field. So early on in the game, very first quarter, those things happened. We fumbled the opening kick return, and we had 10 guys on the field, called a quick timeout. You know, just reiterate some of the things that I said in the practice during the weekend. We got things right. We righted the ship early. You know.
And, Coach, starting out with a win this early in the season, you got to be pleased with where you're at, number one. But number two, you said 17 new starters. That's a tough acclimation period. 53-0. Acclimation done? I mean, talk to me a little bit about getting 17 new guys involved in starting positions. How do you build confidence there? Are you relying on leaders on the field? Who are you relying on?
Well, yeah, there's a lot there. In the off season this summer, everything started in the summer. Like I said, the game's won long before you ever step on the field. So there's things that we had to get done. First of all, it starts from the top down. So I reached out to a lot of guys. My former head coach, the guy who hired me back in 2013. There's so many different people I reached out to. I had a clear idea of what I wanted to do, but I'd be remiss if I didn't reach out to guys who have been there and done that. And go to clinics and such, and just and then come back and deliver that to our program and hire good guys. I have a strong team around me of guys who are just great for the kids.
And, Coach, one thing interesting that you mentioned about hiring the right people, delegating. In terms of being a head coach, how do you delegate? Have you found that an easy adjustment in your time here or your short time at Forest Hill? Or is that something that you're still getting used to in terms of delegating, letting other guys handle certain things?
Well, I know that I can't do everything by myself. However, the way I'm wired, sometimes I try to do a lot by my alone. So, yes, I did realize that a lot of things that I had to defer, delegate to other guys. And like I said, I have a great team around me, and those guys are awesome. All of my weaknesses are their strengths, you know. So that's been huge for the program. And as far as the kids, the leadership on the field, we have a leadership council, if you will. I run everything through them, so there's a hierarchy. From the coaches, assistant coaches, leadership council, to the younger kids. And that's worked wonders for us as far as being able to write certain things really quickly.
Coach Evan Williams of Forest Hill Football joining us now. Won tonight over John I, 53-0. Coach, I mean, Leadership Council, explain that further to me. Was that something that was your idea? Was this brand new? Did you want to get multiple guys involved? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, yes, it was my idea. I'm a teacher. I've been teaching at Forest Hill High School for 14 years. And I wanted to, I guess that's a strategy that I took from the classroom, student-centered learning, if you will, and I applied it to the field. The kids have to be involved in their own education. If it's always the coaches yelling everything towards them, they can only go so far, but peer pressure goes much, much further. Much, much further. So everything that I want to do with regards to the rules, whatever it is, I give it to the kids, and they give it to the underclassmen, if you will. It's the council made up of seniors. And but go ahead.
And, Coach, I was just going to ask you, being a teacher as well, being an educator, what do you sort of notice as like the comparisons and contrasts and how you sort of view coaching football players versus, you know, coaching students? I mean, do you sort of take a different approach to it? Do you sort of have a little bit of give and take here and there? I'm sure you leave the screaming out of the classroom and onto the football field. Tell me about the comparison and contrast there.
There are a lot of similarities, actually. I'm pretty even-keeled, you know, on the football field. I don't get too high. I don't get too low. Teaching is coaching. The coach who hired me in 2013, he told me that. He's like, coaches are teachers. The great coaches are teachers. So there are a lot of similarities, more similarities, I believe, than differences.
And, Coach, looking ahead now, it's a little too early to make any sort of conclusions about what this Forest Hill team is. But after a win like today, after seeing a little bit of adversity last week, seeing a couple weeks, some game experience under the team's belt, what do you think this team's identity is going to be? What are some things that you think are real strengths of this year's club that you've noticed this far?
To be honest with you, my approach in football is the same as my approach in life. I take life one moment at a time. It is just one game, and it's the first game. You know, last week we had to go back to the drawing board. I'm pretty sure I'm going to watch film, and I'm going to see, even though it was a good game, we're going to see things that we have to fix also. So we're far from where we want to be. Every week we're always looking to get better and better and better and improve. So that's how I see. That's what I see.
And, Coach, I want to kind of have you nitpick a couple negatives before we let you go here. You said the couple fumble, new starters, getting guys organized a little bit. Next couple weeks here, what are going to be the things you dial in practice to make sure that these things don't come back and bite you in a big spot?
Ball protection drills, the simple things. With the everyday things we've been doing, I think the biggest issue, if it's an issue, I mean, on one hand it can be, on the other hand it's a blessing, is our youth. You know, the positive is, if everyone stays, we have a young team, we're going to be a really good team. But the only negative is that they are young, and those mistakes are to be expected early on. I've been here 14 years, so I've seen freshmen come and go. 13 years as an assistant, my first year as a head coach. So it's nothing I haven't seen before.
Coach, I appreciate you giving us the time. Give us a little bit of background on what went well in that game today, 53-0 over John I. Coach, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the hot start. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
All right, thank you.
You got it. That's Coach Evan Williams of Forest Hill Football, who takes that team away 53-0 final score there. So talk about a beatdown over on the Forest Hill side of things. Coming back after a loss in the Kickoff Classic last week. So getting them organized and ready to rock and roll for the regular season. Got to give Coach Williams and the team there a lot of credit. Going through the scoreboard here before we get to timeout, on the flip side, we will hear from another head coach who had a good win today, and it is Coach Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia. We'll hear from him on the flip side. So that should be a good time. Stay tuned for that. But here is the scoreboard update on ESPN West Palm High School. Game day, of course, Vero Beach and Yogali, I'm going to keep saying it like that. I'm not sure. Yogali, 41-19 there. Atlantic over Palm Beach Gardens, 49-13. Palm Beach Central and Pahokee 27-18 there. Not sure if that's the final score. We're going to find and get a confirmation there. Sebring over Martin County, 13-10. Jensen Beach was up over South Fork last we saw at 20-0. Fort Pierce Central was up over Nova, 27-7. Some final scores for you. Glade Central over Seminole Ridge, 38-14 there. Jupiter, 28. Dwyer, 7. And our HSS game of the week, of course, 28-24. St. Andrews over Kings Academy. And a good back-and-forth battle between Benjamin and Jupiter Christian. A final score there of 30-27. Benjamin over Jupiter Christian. A classic back-and-forth. Benjamin started down 21-0 there. Everybody thought they were dead in the water. Think again for the Benjamin Buccaneers. Forest Hill, of course, with Evan Williams, who just joined us. Coach Evan Williams, 53-0 over John I. Spanish River over Park Vista. Final score was 22-0. We got a confirmation that Kodak Black was at that game on the Spanish River sideline, giving the guys water. So that's got to be a first for Spanish River. Good for them. I'm not sure how to respond to that, but I saw a couple videos. Good for Kodak Black for being out there in the community with Spanish River. That's what we saw there. Boynton Beach, 27. Boca Raton, 14. Dr. Joaquin Garcia, 38. Lake Worth, 0. We'll take a timeout, and on the flip side, into the next hour of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, we're going to hear from some more coaches. Once again, if you missed any of these coach interviews, you want to listen back, just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. You can watch us streaming live on ESPN Top 63, Twitter, YouTube, and then ESPN West Palm on Facebook. We continue onward here. We'll hear from some more, including Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia coming up after the flip side. Taking a time out here, ESPN 106.3.
Does your business leave a lasting impression? Attractive, eye-catching signs help you stand out from the crowd and create a strong brand identity. Our team at Signarama West Palm are experts in helping your business get noticed and get effective signage in front of your potential customers. Our team can turn your blank windows or plain vehicles into money-making branding machines by drawing customers' attention to your business. So if you're looking to leave that lasting impression, call us 561-687-7993 or visit signaramawpb.com.
Breaking news on ESPN 106.3 is brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
This just in. We begin this hour with breaking news.
When news breaks, ESPN 106.3 has it covered.
We've had developments. ESPN 106.3 can now report.
When your vehicle breaks, St. Lucie Battery and Tire fixes it. Stay tuned to ESPN 106.3 for more breaking news. Brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Bayz and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Bayz and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Bayz and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Bayz and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-7473. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day rolls on. We'll hear from Coach Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia, who had a big win tonight, 38-0 over Lake Worth. We'll hear from him in just a couple moments. Of course, our HSS Game of the Week, a classic 28-24. St. Andrews over Kings Academy, a back-and-forth affair there. If you miss any of these coach interviews, again, go listen back on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. My name is Colin Russo at the City Place Studios alongside Damian Perez. We're down West Palm Beach. We had a lot of good coverage earlier today and a lot of good high school games from throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. We got you with the best coverage in the area right here. We're presented in part by our pals over at Moss Plus. Moss Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. It's created by Leo Messi. Moss Plus by Messi delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar. There's no compromise on quality ingredients and amazing taste. They have 5 sensational flavors: Miami Punch, Berry Copa Crush, Orange Dior, and the new favorite, the Greatest Grape. They have it all over on Moss Plus. Purchase Moss Plus today by Messi at Walmart or go online to mossbymessi.com. So what we will do is we will go and hear from Brandon Walker, who had a big win earlier today. He talked to me about 45 minutes ago, so this is going to be listening back. But looking forward to hearing what he has to say about that Lake Worth victory. Dr. Joaquin Garcia, 1-0, and had a good win in the Kickoff Classic as well. 8-3 last year, a lot of expectations. They're not catching anybody by surprise. I talked about that with Coach Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia. Take a listen. Dr. Joaquin Garcia, Brandon Walker. Colin Russo with our Kaiser's Coach's Corner on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Join now week 1 of the high school season. We got Coach Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia, who sit there at 1-0, 38-0 over Lake Worth tonight. Coach, a dominant victory. Welcome into the program. How are we doing today? What's going on?
Doing well, man. Doing well. Appreciate you having me on.
Coach, live reaction. Tell me a little bit about how the game went to you. Is this exactly according to plan? I can't imagine 38-0 went haywire. Tell me about the game a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, defensively we played very well all night. We gave up minimal yards, got a couple turnovers. Offensively we started hot, scored quickly twice, and then they stopped us down inside the goal line there once. Had some unfortunate penalties, some key situations, but overall I thought our kids did a really good job of competing. Lake Worth's gotten better. Our kids played hard. Their kids chased the football on defense, and but we answered the bell and came out on top.
And Coach, coming into the game, what were some of the expectations? What were some of the keys to the game that you wanted to see from your team that either you did or you didn't?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have the ability with our skill players to throw the ball against most people that we play and throw it effectively. Tonight we kind of wanted to focus on the run game. Struggle with it a bit in the first half, but that was kind of our point going into the second half is we wanted to establish the run game. I thought we did a much better job in the run game fits in the second half. So that answered some questions for me, but we're just still trying to get in game shape. Getting things polished up. We want to chase perfection every week, and I told the kids after the game we were far from perfect, but the good news is in 7 days you get another opportunity to try it again. So that's going to kind of be the focus moving forward.
And Coach, especially after last season where you guys sort of took everybody by storm, had such a great year, tell me a little bit about building on that momentum coming into this year. I mean, now you have not necessarily the element of surprise. People know that Dr. Joaquin Garcia is coming. They're here. What were some of the expectations, the messages coming into the season, talking about building off of what you guys had last year?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We're not going to surprise anybody. They know who we are. They know our kids. So we got to be ready to play every week. Last year I felt like, we showed up against teams that we should have beaten, but we didn't show up in games that, we should have competed in better or won. And that's kind of our focus, right? Is we want to chase perfection. It doesn't matter who we're playing. We're trying to be better week to week. We're trying to be perfect in the things that we do. And if we continue to do those things, we're going to have a lot more wins. So, the element of surprise is gone. That ended last year.
Yeah, and Coach, going into that offseason, what was the main thing you thought that maybe this would have worked and it didn't work? What was the main change you had from last year to this year in terms of how you approach the team or the team itself?
I think it's just overall development. We were still a relatively young team last year with a lot of juniors. We're a pretty senior-laden team this year, so I think it's just the culmination of years of experience. It's still having the bad taste in your mouth from going 1-9 the first season. Those aren't things that you forget. So those are things that naturally motivate you. So again, I think our kids have a point to prove, right? We're not a fly-by-night school. We're not a fly-by-night program. We want to be one of the teams that's talked about in Palm Beach County for the next 20 years as one of the elites, and we're going to do everything we can every day to get there.
And Coach, taking steps forward has got to be the most important part of a high school program, but also establishing
a bit of adversity, right? It's important for teams to understand adversity, but sometimes you don't necessarily have certain teams that you can play that maybe give you the adversity that the team needs. How do you manufacture adversity as a head coach, trying to make sure that these guys understand, maybe come from behind, kind of digging down deep? How do you set that up as a coach?
Well, to me, it's the mentality of chasing perfection, right? So it doesn't matter if you're up 50, down 50, who you're playing. If our objective is to be perfect in everything that we do, then we're facing adverse situations every snap, because reality is, are we going to be perfect? Probably not. So again, it's that self-motivation, that desire to be great that really has to be our driving force, not if we're down in the game and we need a big play. Like, we need to be consistent. We need to execute every snap. And again, that idea of chasing perfection every play should drive us.
Coach, was there a difference that you noticed from this year's team comparatively to how they came into the season last year in terms of maybe steps forward, maybe accelerated development? What have you seen comparatively?
Yeah, I mean, it's great when you have kids that are coming back for the third year in a system, so we were able to kind of jumpstart on everything as far as install. So I feel like we're kind of light years ahead of we were at this point last year with things we're able to do offensively and defensively. We've had great senior leadership. Just really the overall development. I mean, these kids have just come in here and gotten after it. And again, they're hungry. Dillard spanked us last year, knocked us out of the playoffs. Our kids are hungry to get in the playoffs.
Absolutely. And Coach, building off of this, what are some of the things that you're going to sort of lock in the practice days ahead that you really think that the team needs to continue working on?
Yeah, so just the attention to detail. Again, success and failure in football, very cliche, but it's a matter of inches, right? So we want to lock into the detail things, right? From an offensive line standpoint, good first steps, hand position, from receivers, getting to the correct going through progression. Spot. I mean, we're just going to work on those fine details, game plan for opponents, week to week, and just continue to grow.
Coach, most important player on the team in a lot of ways, the quarterback, Caleb Butler, was on our top 63 list, the first ever player from Dr. Joaquin Garcia football. Tell me a little bit about how you're relying on him to sort of take steps as a leader, and how has he responded to that sort of step up to the plate?
Yeah. I mean, Caleb's a special kid. He's got a very gifted tool bag as a quarterback. He throws the ball exceptionally well. He has a very high football IQ. We were fortunate Caleb came in last year and kind of took on a leadership role from the start. One of the things now is all these kids know each other. So it's not like when you get a kid that comes in, no one knows him. So Caleb came in, probably 90% of our team knew who he was, and he was able to kind of step into one of those leadership roles from the jump. Caleb's our guy. We're going to go as Caleb goes, and it's just getting him to understand that it doesn't really rely on him every snap, every game. Let Caleb just play free, and he's going to be really successful.
That's the one thing that you almost have to teach it into quarterbacks is like, you don't need to take over the game when the game doesn't need to be taken over. It's like, the quarterback, the ball is in your hands in a lot of ways, but a lot of time it's just like, let the game go. Like this game is rolling. We don't need you. That's almost a tricky part of being a quarterback, especially a good one at this level.
100%. And Caleb's a competitor. So, Caleb wants to press the envelope, and he wants to throw the ball in tight windows because he has the ability to, and it's getting him to be somewhat of a game manager at times. And, I think he's really grown in that respect. I think Caleb studies a lot of film, so he's really prepared. And, we have really in-depth football conversations during games and at practice. And it's kind of a refreshing thing to be able to have that with a high school football player that is kind of starting to understand what it's all about. And, again, as we go on week to week, Caleb's going to continue to get better and better. And, we'll see where we land when it's all said and done.
Coach Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Gameday Kaiser's Coach's Corner. Coach, tell me a little bit about coming into the year. I mean, you got to be dying to play games now, especially after that hot Florida summer, the training camp, the preseason. Tell me a bit about how that went with the guys, making sure they get out there, you take steps forward, and now you can finally get games under your belt.
Yeah, I mean, you know how summer is. Summer's a grind. We brought them in every morning at 6 o'clock. Trained our butts off, did a lot of 7-on-7s, went to some line camps, went to team camp. So again, by the time we got to the kickoff classic, our kids were ready to run into somebody else. And again, keeping kids hungry to compete every week can be challenging at times, but, I think these guys are hungry. So we just got to ride the wave.
And Coach, defensively, taking steps forward. Of course, a shutout tonight's exactly what you wanted to see. Tell me a little bit about the strengths of the defense this year that you're looking forward to seeing them build upon.
Defensively, we were pretty lights out today. We have some new faces on our defense this year, but again, it's anchored by Dominic Lucina at Mike linebacker. He gets us lined up. I mean, he's he's a football guy. He's a coach's kid. Super proud of the way he plays. But, I mean, we're really playing team defense right now, which is what it's all about to me. 11 hats to the football, creating turnovers. We just got to continue to do that week to week.
And, Coach, tell me a little bit, coming into the year, you want to you said chasing perfection. The interesting thing about that is if and when a team sort of falls on their face a little bit, which happens to every high school team, what do you tell the guys in terms of continuing to chase that sort of everlasting feeling of perfection? Because you got to almost celebrate the wins when you have it in front of you, but you also want to continue to get better. How do you sort of balance that?
Absolutely. Well, the reality is you're never going to be perfect, right? There's only one perfect person that lived. So our kids understand we're never going to be perfect, but it's striving to be perfect every week that we're focusing on. And, again, when we do have adverse situations, that's part of the process. And, our kids are battle tested. Our kids know how to compete. They've dealt with adversity for 3 years. So that's nothing new to us. And again, when we face adverse situations, the biggest thing we do is we hunker down together. We fight through it as a family, and we get better from it.
Coach, tell me a little bit about how you have developed as a coach. I mean, what are some steps that you have taken over the years to give yourself more of an understanding to getting through to these kids, to coaching better in the games? What sort of steps have you taken? What changes have you made?
I mean, obviously you have to evolve like the game does. I mean, when I first started coaching, it was, what I guess people would consider old school football now. We were a fullback, a tailback, running power football, fighting in a phone booth. Now everything's spread and we're slinging the ball around the yard. I mean, I've thrown the ball more in one game than I threw it for an entire season when I was a younger coach. So I think what you constantly have to do as a head coach is you have to evolve your talent. And you have to run schemes that fit your personnel and the kids that you have. I mean, we don't have the same kids year to year. We don't have the ability to go out and recruit kids that fit a certain scheme. So every year we evaluate our talent. We see what they're good at, what they're not good at. And we try and create schemes that best fit their abilities. And that's really the biggest thing that I've learned is, football is football. It's 11 on 11. Blocking and tackling is the same. It's just a matter of changing the way you get from point A to point B. And that's something that, constantly have to strive for. Again, I'm very fortunate that my dad was a longtime high school coach. He's a great resource. I'm friends with a lot of great football coaches, and we share football ideas, and, we want to continue to grow and develop this game.
And, Coach, going from old school to new school, I mean, comparatively to when you were growing up and kind of seeing football firsthand, what do you think has changed about being a high school coach from then to now?
I think that now it's more about the individual than the team. That's kind of the focus with NIL and kids wanting scholarships. That kind of has to be something that's part of what you do, right? And if kids don't feel like they're getting opportunities, they're going to go somewhere else. So it's trying to find that balance, but maintain the team mentality and the team concept. And I think you do that through building a great culture where, the team is always bigger than me. And when you get a group of young men that will do that, I think you find success. And if you look at the great football teams in the state of Florida, I think they've found a way to do that. And that's what we try to do. You want to take care of the individual, but you want to take care of the individual in a team concept. And that's what we kind of focus on.
Coach, one thing about the team that you think has been sort of an unsung part to this point, the team that has really taken part of the team, the aspect, whether a position group or a player, that has taken major steps forward is crucial to your team's success that's done a great job this year. Who is that to you?
There's a couple guys. One guy that stands out is an offensive lineman. We have Anthony Paldo. Anthony's not a very big kid. He's 5'7". He's about 220 pounds. He's a 3-year starter for us. But Anthony's kind of the cog for us. He's the guy at practice that gets everybody going. He's really stepped his game up. He worked his tail off all summer. And he kind of anchors our offensive line. When you look at him, you're not super impressed because they didn't have great size. But when you watch him play, you're like, man, that kid's pretty darn good. So he's been a guy that really stands out the most to me thus far.
And, Coach, looking on the horizon a little bit, of course, on the road at Suncoast, you got Atlantic a couple weeks as well, Martin County on the schedule on the docket. Tell me a little bit about kind of taking steps forward to these big games that Joaquin Garcia is going to be playing here in the near future. What are sort of the keys? Do you have your eyes ahead? Do you go week by week? How is Coach viewing this?
Yeah, I think you have to go week by week, because the reality is you can always stub your toe. The next most important game is going to be Suncoast. So we got to get ready to play Suncoast. And then I think we have Atlantic after that. So, get through Suncoast, get a win there, stay healthy. That's kind of the big key, I think, for everybody is staying healthy, not being depleted with injuries. Hopefully we get through the Suncoast game uninjured and are able to get out there with a win, and then we'll start getting prepped for Atlantic. So we're excited about that.
Yeah. Coach, last couple things here. Did you see the team have any jitters today? Do you still have jitters first game of the season like this at this point?
No, not at this point. Not for me. I think some of our kids do. I mean, you can look in their eyes and see they're a little bit nervous, but that's a good nervous energy, and those things kind of go away. And, we spend a lot of time talking about emotions and riding that wave of the start of a game and getting through it. And, the young guys do get big-eyed. They get nervous, but, they battle through it. And it's kind of a cool thing to see a young player gets an opportunity. That's what it's about, 100%. That's really what it's all about. A young guy gets an opportunity and you get excited for them, and it makes it all worth it.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you giving us a little bit of a rundown on what happened in the Lake Worth game today. 38-0 final. Dr. Joaquin Garcia 1-0, building off the momentum from last season. Coach, I'm looking forward to talking again as the season rolls along here. I appreciate the time as always.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
You got it, Coach. Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia Football joining us on ESPN West Palm High School Game Days. Kaiser's Coach's Corner. We take a time out here on ESPN 106.3.
Breaking news on ESPN 106.3 is brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
This just in. We begin this hour with breaking news.
When news breaks, ESPN 106.3 has it covered.
We've had developments. ESPN 106.3 can now report.
When your vehicle breaks, St. Lucie Battery and Tire fixes it. Stay tuned to ESPN 106.3 for more breaking news. Brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Colin Russo rolling on here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day post-game. St. Andrews, a victory over Kings Academy, 28-24. Congratulations to St. Andrews, a battle of the private schools. Had a big-time game, back and forth, very exciting. Our HSS Game of the Week, Christian Cat and Jimmy Ward on the call did a great job, as always. If you missed any of the coach interviews, Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia, Coach Evan Williams of Forest Hill, you could go listen back to these interviews on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is presented by HSS Florida and Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather. Will be talking with the head coach of Pahokee football, Carlos Lamons, who joins us now. Coach Lamons, welcome in. A good game for you guys tonight. How about you give me a little bit of a rundown? Pahokee tonight, 27-18. Was that the final score? Do I have that correct?
The final score ended up being 27-25.
27-25. So, Coach, give me a little rundown of this back and forth game a little bit. What happened?
Man, it was a great game, man. Great atmosphere. We kind of jumped out. I think we jumped out 14-0 in the first quarter, maybe. And we started. We kind of derailed it. They fought their way back in the game, man. But it was a great battle, man. Tonight, man. Two pretty good teams in Palm Beach County, man. We had a great game tonight, and we pulled off the victory, man.
And, Coach, coming into the game, what were sort of the expectations, the questions about the team that you had that you were looking to kind of be answered in a good test like Palm Beach Central?
I just wanted us to answer the call, man. I just wanted us to be able to win a game that we wasn't supposed to win, based on the media and other sources. Like I wanted us to win the games that no one got us winning. I don't want to win the games that we should win. I want to win the games that people don't think we should win. And I think that our kids, they answered that call tonight, man, and they stepped up and they made plays when it was necessary.
And, Coach, talking about last season a little bit, you guys were 1-4 to your last 5 to finish out the season. You had that great game in the Muck Bowl where it was a tough loss in overtime. 6-3 last year. You got a couple guys in the top 63, C.J. Embry and Antonio Simpson. Coach, talk about that next year or what you're trying to build on. There's a lot of momentum to be taken from the end of the year last year. How'd you sort of build that into the offseason and kind of catapult it into this year?
Man, this year, man, we put together a great off season. See, last year we kind of got caught behind the 8 ball because of the coaching situation. I didn't get the job until a week before camp started, so I didn't have a chance to implement an off season that I had a vision of. And this year, man, I was able to build off of the. We got to work as soon as we lost in the playoffs, man. We really didn't take any time off. And, you know, our kids have been busy. Football has been in their face since last playoffs. So we really didn't take a break, man. We've been getting that work in. We've been putting in a lot of work, grinding, man, and just forcing these kids, man, to be great. I'm putting every ounce of greatness that I can possibly get out of these guys.
Coach, I got to appreciate the bluntness. You said you're forcing these guys to be great. Sometimes coaches will go the route of letting the players do it themselves, but you have high demands, high expectations for these players to kind of succeed and go to great places. Tell me what a Coach Carlos Lammons offseason really looks like. You said you didn't have the chance the first time around. What does it look like this time?
Man, it's just I'm just holding them guys accountable, man. I have contracts for each kid on the team, and it's certain things in his contract that dictates what they can and can't do. And, you know, it's zero nonsense. It's zero tolerance. If you're not, you know, attendance, showing up, you know, constantly getting your weight checked, hitting certain numbers in the gym, and, you know, just I'm forcing them to be great, man, forcing these guys to train their mind, body, and soul as if they're on the next level, man. It's not about where we are. It's about where you want to be. And if you ultimately want to be a next level guy, you got to do next level things, man. So, you know, it's just been a lot of consistency and just putting in a lot of work, man.
And, Coach, especially your defensive backs made a lot of plays in this game against Palm Beach Central. Talk about how you guys have made plays not only on the skill position side, but especially that secondary.
Man, we ask a lot of our secondary guys, man. Pokey, if you do your research, man, not to say that you haven't, but Polk is a spot that keeps great DBs, man. Like, we keep great DBs. We have kids that are pretty scrappy, pretty hard-nosed, and they just blue-collar guys out there, man. And, you know, their technique sound, and we have a lot of guys that coach in the secondary that played on the next level, too. So there's a lot of knowledge that's been given in that group back there.
Coach, I heard right before the half there was one of the great plays you could possibly find on the defensive side of the ball. You know what I'm talking about? The interception? Tell me about that a little bit. What happened there?
Man, I didn't even know we came up with an interception. The ball we broke it up, dropped that interception. It went in the air, and then we just had hats around the ball, and kid made a great play, man. We got an interception, and I think he returned it for about 30 yards, man. And it was a great boost going into the half.
And, Coach, Palm Beach Central sort of rumbling back a little bit after getting those first 2 touchdowns in that first quarter. Did they ever apply a little pressure? Did they ever have a chance to take the lead there, or was it sort of keep away once you got to that early start?
I mean, the plan was to keep the lead. You know, obviously, that's always the plan. But Palm Beach Central, man, is a great team. They got a great coaching staff, man. And those kids, you know, they really are a group of good kids, man. So we knew going into this game that they wasn't going to lay down. We going into a hostile environment, so we got to kind of bring the fight to them, and that's kind of what we did. We kind of jumped on them first quarter, man. You know, the element of surprise, you know, and we held on to the lead, man. So.
And, Coach, talking about you a little bit, in year 2 now with Pahokee, tell me a little bit about your coaching style. Have you changed anything from last year, or is this sort of, I know exactly what I want to do, how I'm going to do it, this is what type of coach I'm going to be? What type of coach is Coach Carlos Lammons?
I'm just a coach, man, that I'm hands-on, man. I'm not a guy that just come up and create a schedule for my coaches to run practice, man. I am knee deep into everything, man. Waist deep into it, man. I'm coaching all around. I'm in every meeting. I'm on every call. So I don't want to be the head coach that doesn't know what their defense is doing, the defensive schemes are. I don't want to be the head coach that doesn't know what's going on the offensive side of the scheme. So I am very involved in everything, and you know, I'm holding myself accountable and being responsible for making sure that my team is in the best position to win every week, man. So, you know, I make sure we're prepared. I'm breaking down film. I'm coming up with schemes, and you know, we just putting in a lot of work, man. I'm not the coach that's just, you know, waiting around and allowing the other coaches to do all the coaching, man. I am waist deep into coaching.
Coach Carlos Lamons of Pahokee football joining us now in ESPN West Palm High School. Game day, a 27-25 final score. Pahokee over Palm Beach Central today. A good win for them. Coach, one thing we wanted to talk about a little bit is that momentum that sort of has catapulted you guys into a good start this year. But tell me about the team a little bit in terms of some of the strengths. What do you think this team's identity? It's a little early to say. You haven't seen enough games from this team, but what's this identity of this Pahokee team this year?
Man, we just scrappy, man. We scrappy. We got a team full of leaders, man. We got kids that believe again. And, man, they just having fun playing the game of football, man. And that's what it's about, you know. So, you know, I would say our strength is, you know, our leadership, man. We got great veteranship. We got kids that has been on varsity 3 and 4 years, man. So last year we only had about 12 seniors. So, you know, we were a little young. And then we went through a coach's change. So this year, man, I think we got around 20 seniors, and those guys are leaders, man, and they're holding everybody accountable. Whatever vision and the law that I'm laying, those guys are passing that law down into their team, and they're upholding the law. So I think our leadership is the strength of our team this year. And leadership shows when you get in tight games. Last year I didn't have great leadership, and every close game that we were in, we ended up losing. So I attribute, you know, this win, man, to our leadership, man. Those guys stepped up, and they were leaders when we need them to be.
And, Coach, do you kind of hand-select guys that you think have leadership qualities and you're trying to bring it out of them? Do you sort of leave it open season at who's going to take it? How do you handle that?
You kind of do it. You kind of do it both ways. That's a great question. You do it both ways. You kind of, you know, set the table and see who's gonna, you know, ask for food first. And then, you know, some guys you force them to eat and you force them to be certain things. So I had a mixture of both, man. I seen leadership qualities in kids that aren't as vocal, you know. So I had to force those guys. To be a little more vocal and being, you know, more of a vocal leader. And then other guys, man, you don't really have to do anything but give them a little nudge, and you know, and they fall right into that role. So we got a great mixture of that, man. We got great leadership in every group, every room, from the DBs to the running back room to the trenches, the quarterback. So it's just a team full of leaders, man.
Coach, looking ahead, of course, a lot of tough matchups coming up. You got Cypress Lake, you got Seminole Ridge, Cardinal Newman, of course, on the horizon in a couple of weeks. Tell me a little bit about what now you're looking for. All right, I'm going to ask you to nitpick a little bit. What needs to improve? What are you going to dial in the next couple of weeks here to make sure this team is as ready as they can be with these big-time matchups?
Yes, sir. Honestly, man, for me, it's we got to cut down on our penalties. So we just got to be a little more disciplined, man, and keep the main thing. You know, we can't try to be heroes out there. That's when you typically get penalties, man, when you try to play outside of the scheme. You know, some kids are trying they're trying too hard to make a play. And sometimes when you do that, you know, you kind of get penalties, man. So we just got to cut down on our penalties, man, and continue to build off every week.
Coach, love to hear that. Love to hear. Congratulations on the win the first week of the season, 1-0, 27-25 final score. I look forward to talking again as we roll on into the season, Coach. Looking forward to talking again soon. Appreciate the time.
I appreciate you, man. Y'all have a great evening.
You got it. You as well. That's Coach Carlos Lamons of Pahokee football, 27-25 final score over Palm Beach Central. We will take a timeout. On the flip side, you will hear from the Spanish River side of things, because Spanish River tonight also had a good win over Park Vista, 22-0 final score. We'll talk to head coach Nick Lasala on the flip side after this short timeout. Taking a listen on Nick Lasala coming up on the flip side. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS, supported by Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather on ESPN 106.3.
In their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long, right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tipped it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi is on the board!
Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball, Bayz, and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Rolling on here on a late edition, August the 22nd, 2025, a Week 1 edition of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. My name is Colin Russo. Joined alongside me is Damian Perez. We're at the City Place Studios over in downtown West Palm Beach. If you missed the HSS Game of the Week, you can catch all the coverage on our socials at ESPN West Palm and ESPN Top 63, where we have the full live streams there. Christian Catt was on the call, did a terrific job. We also are ESPN West Palm, a deployment team all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Theo Dorsey, Kate Chumson, Brian Rowitz, Mike Rizzo, you name it. We had it. Big thanks to Carlos Lamons, who just joined me from Bahoki, who had a 27-25 victory over Palm Beach Central. Earlier, we're going to be talking with Coach Nick Lasala of Spanish River momentarily, who had a 22-0 win over Park Vista. We'll talk to him in just a couple seconds. We talked to Coach Brandon Walker of Dr. Joaquin Garcia. All these interviews, all these coach interviews you can catch on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Like to loop in the head coach of Spanish River. Good win tonight, 22-0 over Park Vista. Coach Nick Lasala joins us now. Coach Lasala, how are we doing today? What's going on?
We're good, man. We're good. We got the dub. We're happy.
And, Coach, tell me a little bit about the game. 22-0. It's got to go pretty well for you, but give me a little bit of a rundown. How'd this game kind of play out?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about playing complementary football all the time, and our special teams showed up and just did a hell of a job tonight. Blocked a couple punts, long punt return for a touchdown at the end of the game to kind of take the wind out of their sails when, you know, it was time to put the game away. And then the defense pitching a shutout, obviously, like, can't tip my hat to them enough. Just constant pressure on the quarterback, limited explosive plays. You know, those two sides of the ball played up to the standard. Offensively, we've got some work to do. You know, we went down the field on the first drive of the game, and I was pleased with how we started, but we just got in our own way a little bit sometimes and gave the football away a couple times, and that can't happen. So definitely a lot of room for growth. You know, and kudos to Park Vista. They played hard tonight, and they were trying to slow it down a little bit, it looked like, and play a little bit of keep away. So at the end of the day, a win is a win. 1-0 is 1-0. We'll take it.
1-0 is 1-0. Coach, we'll get into the offense and the defense. I love how you led it with the special teams. Really did outstanding tonight. Not always do you hear that right after a high school football game. I love to hear that. Number one, has that been a kind of a focal point for your coaching staff to make sure the special teams, because it's probably the most underrated part of what can destroy a game in 5 seconds is bad special teams, and you made sure that this team is going to have dialed-in special teams?
Absolutely. You know, we sat there as coaches in fall camp and said, you know, there's probably going to be a game early this year that we win or lose because of special teams, because that's just the way that this game is, especially at the high school level. And we spend time on it every day. You know, it's right up there in the beginning of practice. We go period 4, 15 minutes on specials, meet with it every day. Coaches have their delegated responsibilities. We always have 3 or 4 coaches working with a unit. That doesn't mean we can't get better there. You know, there's some things that we can certainly clean up on special teams. We had extra point that we missed and an extra point that got blocked. So we've got room to improve there, but 2 block punts, creating short fields, and then returning 1 for a touchdown, you know, that's hard for the other team to overcome. So we've talked about it. Our coaches have done a great job. Coach Dav and Coach Hughes, they kind of touch every special teams. They set up the drills for us early in practice when the kids have high energy, and they understand it's a priority and they've bought into it.
Coach Nicholas Olive, Spanish River Football, joining ESPN West Palm High School game day right now with Colin Russo. Coach, 22-0, what was the sort of the game plan going into the game? Did you know that the defense was going to, perform as well as they did? What did you want to see? You said you wanted to see a little bit more offensively, maybe a little bit more consistency. Tell me a little bit about what the game plan going in was versus what happened.
Yeah, we felt good. I thought the defense had a good plan, and we kind of studied them and felt like there were some tendencies there. They came out and gave us some looks that they hadn't shown on film, but fortunately, we do a lot of best on best in practice, and there were some things that they were trying to do on offense that we do on offense. So I think we kind of serviced each other there. Our guys played great. They ran to the football. Coaches did a great job. There were some calls that went against the defense as well, and we just say, so what, now what, line up, play the next play, and they did a great job of doing that tonight, and they should be very, very proud of themselves. It's not easy to shut out an opponent, and I feel like on that side of the football, we definitely made some strides in a week. Now we got to do it on offense between now and next Friday night at 6:30.
And, Coach, coming into the season, the preseason, of course, is a grind, especially here in South Florida. But in terms of what the guys have improved upon the most from, let's say, the first day of that summer camp into now, what do you think the team has taken the most strides in terms of improving?
I just think we're a team. The camaraderie. I think there's really good energy every day. They love being around each other. They've bought into that. There's no, cliques. I mean, there's cliques. They're high school kids, but it's not an offense-defense split. This team is close. They love working hard. They love competing. They bring it every day. And that's probably the thing I'm most proud of right now is just how much they enjoy the process of what we're doing. We don't talk about future dates a whole lot. We're very present in the moment, and they've done a really good job of buying into that. So we just got to focus on tomorrow morning, 8:30, watching the film, dissecting it, learning from it, and finding ways that we can improve next week in all three phases. We want to add wrinkles and make sure that we're evolving as a football team. And me personally being an offensive coach and calling the offensive plays, I feel like that's where we have the most room to grow right now, but that's usually the last group to get clicking. So we'll get back at it in the morning and we got another 6-day work week coming up.
And you said the camaraderie is going really well, but again, you said something interesting at the end. You're talking about how the offense is usually the last thing to really click. It's a different level of chemistry that goes into an offense really humming, 11 players really operating at the same wavelength. You as the offensive coach, was it an out-of-sync thing? Is the team just looking to build some more familiarity with the offense? What do you think it is?
They've done a good job of creating explosive plays. I'll start there. We've created explosive plays. We had a feed tonight, had one for a long touchdown. So they've done some good things. It's just, when you get the 5 pieces up front, you've got to figure out who's working together. Sometimes the left side of the line on a play side is doing their job, and then something slips through on the back side and it kills the play, right? So it's got to be all 11 players at the same time. And until we do that, it's gonna hinder our consistency. We want to be consistent. We moved the football one drive tonight where we ate up some clock, moved the ball down the field, and then we ended with 0 points. That can't happen. So I think it all starts up front, building that continuity up front, getting tougher up front, putting our faces on people, making sure we can run the football, and it opens up things for us in the pass game. And we'll go from there. But the kids are working hard. I think they're bought in and they believe, and it's going to happen. That's just usually the last group where it happens on a team. So we just got to find the right combination and keep pushing it. And we talk all the time about making sure we're putting our best 11 players on the field, and in particular at that group, the best 5, and shuffle the deck and figure it out. But when you keep shuffling it, it's hard to build that continuity. So I would say that's where there's got to be an emphasis, and I know we'll get it figured out, and that group is coached really hard. Those kids, we have the ability. It's just about putting it together now.
Coach, looking at the schedule, am I reading this right? 4 straight road games to open up the year?
Oh, yeah.
Do you like this?
Bring it on. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Coach, you're a football guy. I got to admire that. That's a football response right there.
we want adversity, right? We got to be battle tested. And this team, there were some things that happened in the off season that I felt like they've overcome some adversity already. So what's a little more, and so I inherited what I inherited as far as the schedule. It's not ideal, but you know what? It's going to show us kind of where we're at. And we talked about, we don't necessarily circle one game as a measuring stick game, but we can circle that whole month. You got to go on the road 4 times in a row. That's a measuring stick month. And how are we going to respond to it? So I told the team tonight, we got to grow up. We got to find ways to get better between now and next Friday, because we still got 3 more on the road, and so the team we play next week, they took us down to the final play of the game last year, and then the 2 teams we play after that, we lost to. So we got some growing up to do, and it is what it is, man,
That's the fun part. That's what football is all about. Coach Nick Lasala of Spanish River joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, last thing before I let you go here, tell me about that position group that has really taken strides in terms of determining your guys' success on the field. Who have you really been pleased with their development, not only from the start of the year, but generally to this point? What position group, or it could be a player, is that?
Man, there's flashes from all the groups, honestly. I could circle really any group. We've got some interesting skill sets in the running back room. At the wide receiver spot, same thing. Guys that can make explosive plays. Jaden Elder makes a big one today. Derek Goldborn on the first play of the game. Malik Frederick in special teams. We've got a couple other guys that we feel really good about. Javante Lewis in that group, and there's a couple other young bucks that continuing to chomp at the bit. I mean, I could go across the whole team. The defensive line, when they're humming and they're on the same page, I think that defensive line is as good as any around. They're relentless. They're hard workers. They work well together. They're going to have a couple years to play together. Shakari White, Zach Stellis in there in the middle, and then you got JJ on the edge. You've got Josh on the edge. You've got JD on the edge. We've got pieces in that front 7 that they make our offense better. They make our offense better going against them every day. The linebackers run to the football, and they arrive when they get there. It's every group, So DBs are doing a good job communicating. I saw a lot of strides in that back end this week where they limited explosives that they gave up last week. So I can't really circle one group and say we're hanging our hat on them, but that's what I love about this team. I think it's a team. It's a true team, and we're continuing to form our identity, and part of our identity that we want to be is formless. We don't want any one team to turn on the film with Spanish River and say, that's the group we got to stop, and then we win the football game. It's about finding ways to do what we do best, and some weeks it looks different than others.
Coach, if you're ever coaching a mid-20s league, please, I will play for you in 5 seconds. I appreciate it, Coach. Great. Congratulations on the win today, 22-0 over Park Vista. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Go Sharks.
You got it. That's Coach Nick Lasala of Spanish River, starting 1-0. 4 straight road games to open up the year. Appreciate Coach giving us the time there. If you missed any of that interview, go listen back on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. We will take a timeout for a minute, and on the flip side, you will hear from Coach Jonathan King of American Heritage Delray as we send you off into your Friday evening. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
The season is kicking off. Keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is trusted as the MVP, and it has been since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Bayz, and Prather.
Colin Russo with you. Another edition of the Kaiser's Coaches Corner on ESPN West Palm High School. Game day joined now by the head coach of American Heritage, Del Rey, down here in South Florida. Welcoming in Coach Jonathan King. This team's interesting. 2-0, and they've outscored their opponents about 110-0 to this point. Welcoming in Coach Jonathan King, who won yesterday over Somerset Prep, 54-0 in that one. Coach, I appreciate the time. Welcome in. How are we doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I mean, Coach, a little bit of a temperature check. 110-0, outscoring your opponents to this point in the season. Talk to me a little bit about that. Was the expectation 110-0, or are we a little surprised here?
No, we're not surprised. First and foremost, I give credit to my coaching staff and to our players, for all buying into what we're trying to accomplish and where we're trying to go. So the score, it is what it is. And, the expectations are high, and our kids are, basically told to go and play a game.
And, Coach, when you talk about these expectations, what have you been telling your players going into each game and going into the season as a whole to get the best out of them?
Well, our biggest thing is we reflect on what took place at the end of the season last year with our loss to Frostproof. And at the end of the day, our kids know we were better than what we showed that night. And that's been our focus point this entire off season and going into this season, that we never want to look like we did that night. And every game is about capturing that moment and being better than what we were that night.
And did that sort of eat at you guys through the offseason? Do you let it fuel the guys, or is it more of a forget it and move on?
No, it's all fuel, because we'll never go back to that moment.
And, Coach, going into the offseason, going into the preseason, I should say, over the summer, tell me a little bit about how you got the guys after it. I mean, the grueling Florida summer, you got to be dying to play some games right now, but tell me a little bit about how the preseason went.
Well, yes, first we turned around. We had one day off from the end of school, and we went up to South Carolina and competed in a 7-on-7. We was actually gone for 3 days.
Oh, wow.
We lost in the semifinal. Turned around, got back on the road, came back home, went back to the weight room, back to the field. From there, we went straight to Kaiser, and we competed for 2 days at Kaiser. A lot of our seniors from there went and did some mega camps. Then we turned around and went to the 7-on-7. So everything to compete and get better and see different competition, that's what we did all summer.
And how do you think your guys responded to all this playing in major 7-on-7 roles? Did it really pay its dividends for your skill position guys?
Somewhat. It's just more or less building chemistry. But far as in anything else, it was just more or less chemistry. We worked on just building chemistry with our receivers, backs, and quarterbacks.
Well, clearly
for our defense.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And, Coach, the chemistry is showing off a little bit here. 56-0, 54-0 in your last two games. Tell me a little bit about how it's looked to you so far. I mean, defensively and offensively, has everything just been firing on all cylinders? Break down the games for me a little bit.
Nah, I will not say that everything's been hitting on all cylinders. We always have room to improve. First two quarters, we spent a lot of time with our first teamers, getting their reps, and meeting our expectations, their expectations, offensively and defense, and going from there, bringing in some young kids, getting our younger players work. So expectations-wise, we're close. We're close at hitting our expectations, but at the same time, we do know we're getting ready to hit a stretch for the next 4 weeks that is crucial for where we're trying to go at the end of the year and with the playoffs.
And, Coach, with that up ahead, you want to not necessarily be playing your best football now, but you want to be in a good spot. You got to imagine that American Heritage Delray is in a great spot, being 56-0, 54-0. But I'm going to ask you to nitpick a little bit. You said you're not necessarily exactly where the expectation is. What are the things that the team needs to improve upon? What are sort of the things you're going to dial in here the next couple weeks?
Well, the next couple of weeks, we will see adversity, and that's that's the biggest thing. We want to see how our kids respond to adversity. Next Thursday, we're going up to see Centennial. We'll be playing against Centennial next week, which has a good ball team. And, they're going to throw a lot of different things at us. They have a running quarterback. He can sling it. They have a decent running back. I mean, he's going to be a great test for us. Then their overall defense. They're stingy. They fly around, and they cause havoc. So, with Centennial, it's going to be more for us to play a complete 4 quarters and not just 2 quarters. And like I said, we haven't seen adversity yet, so this is a great game next week against Centennial. And I take my hats off to the Centennial coaching staff for what they're doing. And then, we leave out of that, then we play Florida Christian. They went 9-1 last year. So that's going to be another test for us. And, then we turn around, we have North Broward Prep, and then Kings Academy, and then we're on our bye week. So if we put it in levels, it's all about hitting all the different benchmarks against our opponents. And like I said, it's not where we start, it's where we finish.
Coach Jonathan King of American Heritage Delray Football joining us now, sitting at 2-0, outscoring their opponents 110-0 to this point. But again, Coach, you said it, 4 games on the horizon before that bye week, and all 4 present different tests for the team. You said the team hasn't necessarily seen some of that adversity to this point. But tell me, as a coach, how do you every coach does it differently. Do you manufacture adversity internally in practice? Or is this going to be we got to wait to see this team get punched in the face and then we'll see how they respond?
No. For us, we give our kids adversity every single day. Every single day we practice is built around adversity. If it's inside run, or we competing against our defense, or our defense is competing against us, in the weight room. So we give them adversity every single day, just in different ways.
And, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, and I was just going to build on that and saying, giving them adversity, but then nothing really compares to the game adversity. I got to imagine for you and the coaching staff as a whole, you guys got to be almost excited to see how this team sort of digs deep and figures out a way to succeed if and when you guys face that adversity in a game.
I won't say it's one of those where we're sitting and we're waiting for it to happen. If it happens, it happens, but we know what we do as coaches and how we prepare our kids. So when that moment comes, it also falls on us to make sure that we can reel our kids back in and get them back on track for when that moment happens. And that's the biggest challenge for us. We're here to embrace it, and we want our kids to embrace those challenges also in those moments.
Coach King, tell me about the games a little bit. What areas of the team have been really pleased with their development and how they're showing up and how they're getting you guys victories? What area of the team? Is it a specific position group that you think is doing really well, specific side of the ball? What has it been to you this far?
Well, to be honest with you, our team has been playing complete. We've been complete for 2 weeks. Our special teams has been phenomenal.
That's a true luxury too. As a high school team, the special teams is always the thing that sort of goes unsung. That's good to hear that the special team is doing great.
Yes. So, for example, we're 15 of 15 on extra points. We're 1-1, field goals. We've recovered an onside kick, and we had a strip fumble recovery on kickoff. So we've created 2 turnovers on just kickoffs alone that we've recovered. We have a safety off a block punt so far. So in special teams, we're hitting on all cylinders. But like I said, it's still early in the season. Defensively, we've been real solid and real fortunate in what we're doing on defense. Like I said, at this time, we have 4 interceptions. We have a pick 6. Fumble recovery-wise, we have 3. We have 3 fumble recoveries at this time. So, our defense has been playing. They've been playing as one, and and it's our job to make sure they stay on task and not lose sight. Offensively, we're light years ahead of where we're. And, it is what it is. At this time, with touchdowns, at this time we've thrown 7 touchdowns. We had 2 called back yesterday. So we had 2 touchdowns called back. Our run game is doing well. We're actually rotating 3 tailbacks, which all 3 tailbacks have scored. All of our receivers have scored in these 2 games. Our quarterback play it's phenomenal.
That's good. Yeah, that's good to hear, Coach. And last thing here before we let you go, Coach, looking ahead, what's the biggest question about this team that you still have for your guys 2 games in?
Our biggest question is going to be, like I said before, how do we respond to adversity, and where do we go from there as a whole?
That's it. How are you going to respond to adversity? Coach, I appreciate you giving me a little update. Congratulations on such a good start to the year. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
All right, thank you.
You got it, Coach. Jonathan King of American Heritage Delray sitting at 2-0, won 54-0 last night against Somerset Prep. We got to roll on here. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Taking a time out here on ESPN 106. That was Coach Jonathan King of American Heritage Delray. Appreciate him giving us the time. Again, if you miss any of these interviews, just go listen to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. All those great places. It is late in the night. Just give me a break on that one. But you got the digital show that is coming up on ESPN West Palm socials and ESPN Top 63, where you can catch Theo Dorsey, Kate Jones, and Brian Rowitz giving you the rundown from all the area high school sports and all of the highlights, which they have on video. You can take a listen to that then. So appreciate that from Theo. We will hear from them momentarily. In the meantime, Colin Russo has been here saying so long. We send you off into your evening. It's been ESPN West Palm High School Game Day edition. We're back at it next week with Treasure Coast Jensen Beach. Colin Russo saying so long and good night right here on ESPN 106.3.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800 888-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. We now return to our regularly scheduled programming already in progress on ESPN 1063.